Chapter 40, You Can Call Me the Devil. Naruto walked through the halls of his estate, the click-clack of his thick heavy boots echoing off the empty halls as the soft whistling of the blowing wind scattered the rotten leaves across the outer courtyard and porches, creating a soft yet somewhat grim and lonely melody as the silvery light of the moon peered down from the heavens. Books, statues, ancient tomes, weapons, armors, nin-gen-tai and kenjutsu scrolls were the only company he had here, the only comforts, the only things he would ever truly have within these empty halls. A truly lonesome existence if there ever was one. But that mattered little to him really, even when he found himself dwelling on the thought. He entered his study and let his eyes travel to a carelessly discarded book on his floor. He walked forward and slowly knelt down to retrieve the fallen text. Placing it back in its proper place, he spoke. "Why are you here?" "I could ask you the same thing," Jiraiya said as he walked out of the deep shadows of the room, leaning on a cane he sometimes used to ease the burden on his bone-weary legs. It made it easier to underestimate how powerful he still was. "You've always led the armies up to now, what's changed? Why send Shino and Hinata?" "Unlike before, the elemental nations now know that we are a force to be truly reckoned with. The only reason we ourselves were not assaulted or invaded is because none of them wanted to start a fight they may not be able to finish if other nations do not join. Now that I have attacked one of the remaining two can try to seize the opportunity. I remain here to guard against such an occasion should the need arise. I do not believe Gaara of Suna or Zhuge Liang would attack while I am here." "That could be your ego speaking, Naruto. Don't let your self-assurance turn into arrogance," the Toad Sage warned. "Whatever you wish to call it, Jiraiya, the probabilities of them attacking while I am here and not far off in Iwa is definitely lower than it would be if I was actually gone." Jiraiya had to admit at least that, after all, who would want to take on the person who at the age of 13, almost single-handed conquered 5 shinobi villages, 6 if you counted Konoha itself? "Do you think they'll succeed?" "Nothing is certain, Jiraiya. You of all people should know this." Jiraiya nodded before he looked over to a large table in the center of the study. Piled atop it were dozens upon dozens of scrolls with different markings and seal patterns marked onto them. Jiraiya sighed. "You still haven't figured it out, have you?" Naruto drew his attention away from the current task of organizing the books of his study and onto the table before he walked towards it. Shifting through the old dusty scrolls, he spoke. "No, I have not." Over the years Naruto had been studying seals with Jiraiya's help. Together the two had tried to devise a process which would be able to keep the current aspects of his seal intact while also being able to channel and focuses the demon's chakra properly, in essence fusing the characteristics of his seal and that of his still missing sister. So far the demon's chakra was too volatile, too chaotic and wild to control even the slightest. It was still as damaging now as it was then. Only his physical conditioning could really have any impact on how long he could control the chakra before it began destroying him from the inside out. Truly Naruto had to admit that his father was a true master among seals, far surpassing Jiraiya and most likely any before him. It was yet another reason for finding his sister, apart from permanently removing her from the face of the earth, and subsequently returning Kyuubi to his part of the seal. He could also study her seal and perhaps modify his with her design. Still it was a moot point. None of his spies had heard or seen hide nor hair of the girl since their short confrontation 9 years ago. The girl along with Tsunade had quite literally fallen off the face of the earth. Jiraiya watched as Naruto suddenly paused in his brief overlook over the old scrolls and got that look again. He knew that look well. It came every time he would think about his lost sister. The change in his eyes was a subtle thing. The slight edge and hardness that gripped them would be almost unrecognizable to anyone else but not to him. He was perceptive in his own way and has known the boy long enough to be able to pick up on his little subtleties here and there. The Toad Hermit sighed tiredly. Truly the world of the shinobi was a tiring one, and sometimes he envied those that had died young. That old phrase of "dying's easy" had never been so true. Stepping back into the shadows of the room, the old hermit made his exit as silently as he had come. The silent group of 7 Suna ninja sat around the crackling embers of a fire as they cooked some fish they had caught in a small stream nearby. Temari allowed her eyes to pass over each of them, taking in their expressions and their forms in a contemplative manner. Kiba was silent, a first from the dog ninja, staring into the fire with such intensity he seemed almost feral, with his fangs slightly peeking out from his lower lip and the claws lightly digging into his arms. The boy truly looked more like a beast than a human. Chuji was no better, his eyes smoldering with the promise of revenge for the death of his father. His jaw set in a firm tense line as he sat unmoving. It was truly strange to see the ever-happy and overall nice guy so hateful. It was the only word she could think of. Almost unnatural even. Shikamaru laid back, his expression in the same bored way it usually was, but she could see in his eyes as he looked up to the stars his own anticipation for the coming chance for revenge on the Konoha Jinchuriki. Sakura, while she did not share the same fire of hatred and revenge within her eyes as she did not lose as much to the Jinchuriki in the attack, the fire within her eyes was different. It was determination to help her friends. She wanted to help them get their revenge and find their own personal peace against the Konoha nin. Hana was much like her brother, silent and cold. The Hakamaru triplets, her personal companions, growled lowly as they too felt her anger and pain. Kuramaru and Tsum had been precious to them as well. Ino, however, was the worst of them. The bangs of her hair shadowed her eyes as her fists clenched, possibly unconsciously. The brief glimpses she had taken into her normally warm blue eyes had left her stunned. Her eyes wore a deep dark hatred within them, even worse than the others. There was something truly evil within her gaze. Temari herself could only remember the fear. The fear she had felt when he had fought against Gaara. That unwavering terror as he held his blade to her brother's throat while she and Kankuro had been helpless to do anything to stop him. Those terrible red eyes that watched her from the blackness. It sent a chill down her spine every time she remembered. But, she was Sabaku no Temari, and while she might be afraid she would sooner burn in hell before she allowed her friends to go to fight while she sat idly by and did nothing. She would fight, and she would help them as best she could. The merchant city of Sakai was a large trading city. It was easily the richest, non-shinobi city in the elemental countries. The reason for their wealth was simple: it covered one of the major intersections of the shinobi world. If Suna, Kusa, Aim, or Taki wished to arrive to Kumo, they had to pass through this city and vice versa. If Konoha or anybody besides Suna wanted to enter Iwa, they had to pass right through here, as this was the only pass through the steep mountains. If Iwa wanted to go to any other village, they had to pass through here. Half the city was located between the high jagged peaks of the canyons, offering it a natural defense. High towers, built on the rocks themselves, flanked the city, providing additional long-range supporting fire to ground troops through the use of flanking fire from the stone galleys. 3 stone walls that would each have to be breached before the city could be considered taken. Sakai was formally within the Iwa territory, though they were mainly independent and relied on its sister city for almost nothing save for an annual fee and grant Iwa control of its militia in times of war. Unless the city of Sakai fell, the conquest of Iwa would never succeed. Shino ducked under an overhead swing from one of the soldiers before he swerved around the man coming up behind him before he wrapped him in a headlock and stabbed him twice in the back with a kunai, before he pulled it out and threw it to another approaching soldier, catching him in the throat. The man gurgled and choked on his blood before he finally collapsed, dead. Shino then threw the warrior still in his grasp over the edge of the wall, letting him plummet to the floor below. The united Konoha army pushed forward, breaking the lines of the militia men and, up till now, few shinobi. Shino allowed himself to relax a moment before he spoke into his earpiece. Hinata, Lee, 1010. How are things at your end? YOSH I have dash. Shino cut off the connection. Obviously Lee had the situation under control. My men are moving towards the city gate, we're on schedule. I'm almost done with my side, we'll be able to assault the eastern wall soon. Also Shino, messengers are saying our reinforcements from Kiri should be arriving soon in about another 30 minutes. Shino nodded. Very well, my men are already moving forward, we'll be able to link up with Lee and Hina. Shino's head suddenly snapped upwards as a massive shadow passed overhead. He barely made out the silhouette of a large man before. Crash! A massive cloud of dust and rubble obscured the area before Shino leapt out, flipping in mid-air before landing lightly on his feet. Looking into the dust cloud as it began to clear. Heh, damn, I really am getting old. 10 years ago that attack would have cleaved your skull wide open, kid. A rough, aged voice reached Shino's ears before the face of his attacker came into view. As the dust cleared, he came across the sight of a man in full battle armor, a large hammer slung over his shoulder as he looked down on the Konoha ninja with a wide smirk over his face. Well now boy, you can just call me the devil. Chapter 41, The Devil Unleashed. The devil? You are Yoshihiro Shimazu then? Yoshihiro's smirk only grew. I suppose I am. He replies as he settles into a heavily offense-oriented stance which Shino recognizes to have been used by many ninja that use large weapons, such as the Seven Swordsmen and some Iwa nins who specialized in kenjutsu during the war. Shino adjusted his glasses further up his nose. It was the only warning Yoshihiro had before a swarm of Kikaichu converged behind him, forming one of the Aburame's signature clones who tried to plunge a kunai into the back of his skull. Shino watches as the older man catches the clone's movement from the corner of his eyes before he smirks, craning his neck to the side, evading the strike before he plunged the spike end of his hammer into the clone's gut, forcing the Kikaichu to disperse and return to Shino's body. Heh, if that's the best you got. I won't even need this old thing. He says as he straps the war hammer to his back. Shino again adjusts his glasses before he speaks. I see. Before he vanishes in another swarm of Kikaichu. Yoshihiro watches as hundreds of the pests swarm the air around him, creating a decent shade as their sheer numbers nearly blocked out the sun. Suddenly the bugs grouped together next to him and formed a near-solid mass that hit him square across the face, making the older man stumble back with a grunt followed by another mass of Kikaichu that hit him across the lower back, forcing him to stumble forward, nearly falling to the ground. Yoshihiro grunted before yet another mass of Kikaichu appeared slightly beneath him and slammed into his stomach, propelling him upwards enough to knock him flat on his back, 7 feet from his original position. The Kikai swarm hovered over him as the larger man let out a bellowing chuckle. He, not bad kid. Yoshihiro compliments as he stands up fingering a kunai shino from his hidden viewpoint recognized as his own. He had placed it so the wood land on it when he fell. That would have taken out any common grunt pretty easily. But then again, I am far from common. Shino spun around in time to receive a fist straight to the face, knocking his shades off his nose and sending him careening through a second-story window and back into the courtyard where Yoshihiro had previously been standing. He looked up in time to see the original Yoshihiro melt into a pile of dirt and rocks. A clone? But I never even saw him make the hand seals. A shadow loomed over his form. Looking up he saw Yoshihiro standing there with that same smirk on his face. Get up, brat. We're far from done yet. Shino, can you hear me? Hinata's eyes narrowed, getting nothing but static on her radio before she looked to the general direction she knew the bug user to be. 10-10. Yeah. The weapon mistress answered back. I'll go see if Shino's in trouble. Press the attack and if I don't report back in 20 minutes, pull the men back. Got it. Wah, hey wait a minute. Hinata turned off her radio before she pocketed it and made her way to the northeastern side of the city. Shino grunted as an armored fist buried itself deep within his gut, sending him skidding across the floor before he came to a stop, gripping his abdomen with one arm as he held a kunai defensively on the other. If there was any doubt about this man's skill before, there was certainly none now. While taijutsu had never been his strong point and he admitted that that's basically all they had been using for this fight since he exposed his hiding place, the old man's moves should be clunky and slow due to the heavy armor. But he moved almost as easily as Lee did with the spandex. Not only that, but metal-covered fists hurt a lot more than normal. And that hammer on his back, while Shino hadn't really seen it in action apart from his initial attack, his Kikaichu were telling him that the weapon itself held some odd power, one that was not to be taken lightly. Yoshihiro cracked his neck, knuckles and shoulder. Heh, I'm surprised you kept your lunch in your gut after that, brat. Most would have probably hacked up their spleen. Shino had to admit that too. He was still trying to get the air back into his lungs. Still, straightening his back, the bug user formed his hand seals before he extended his arms forward and another swarm of Kikaichu headed for the Tsuchikage. Same old tricks. Yoshihiro smirked as he began forming his own hand seals for a jutsu. Only a finely tuned sixth sense gave him enough warning to lean back in time to avoid another Shino which came straight down from above with a kunai attempting to cleave his skull open, helmet and all. Before he hit the floor, he dispersed in another swarm of Kikaichu. Yoshihiro snapped his gaze up to the original swarm as it formed yet another Shino, with a claw-like appendage in the place of a right arm, reminiscent of a prey mantis which pierced the Tsuchikage's throat with a sickening wet slice. Only to have the older Nin vanish and be replaced by a log before an earth spike appeared bellow and impaled the clone, dispersing the Kikaichu. Not bad, young one. Yoshihiro complimented as he looked to where the original Shino had been standing only to find it empty. An explosion from the ground to his right was the only warning he had in order to roll onto his side to avoid whatever attack the young bug user had used against him. He stood up, only for his helmet to fall off of his head, the small rope which held it there cut. Checking the area, he found a small dribble of blood along the side of his neck. Smirking, he looked upon Shino as the bug boy hovered above the ground in front of him, a pair of dragonfly-like wings formed by the Kikaichu on his back and one prey mantis-like appendage in replacement of his right arm, also formed by Kikaichu. Not bad at all. The old man repeated as his smirk only grew, gripping the hilt of the war hammer on his back with anticipation. Tenton's long straight sword dug deep into the man's stomach. The Konoha Jounin grunted before she pushed the blade with enough force to go completely through him, pulling upwards so as to open the wound more before she pulled it out. Turning on her heel, she twirled a kunai in her other hand before she threw it with expert accuracy through the crowd of rushing ally and enemy ninja, hitting her target, an IWA ninja's throat, dead center, stopping him from delivering the killing blow onto one of her fellow Konoha nins. Looking to her right, she found another of the militia men approaching, his blade raised high in an aggressive stance. Twirling slightly to the side, she parried the man's downward strike so it passed behind her as she spun around, Her own blade held so it went along her spine before she came around with a low swing, separating the man's leg from the rest of him. Taking out yet another kunai, the kunoichi buried it into the center of his back, piercing his spinal cord and killing him near instantly. She paused as she felt a strong pulse of what felt like Shino's chakra, followed shortly by a larger burst of another chakra she didn't recognize. She was brought out of her musings as she heard more approaching footsteps behind her. Taking out a double-bladed kunai from one of the many slots in her clothing, she turned, parrying the man's weapon before she brought the blade back, slitting his throat with ease before placing the weapon back in its place. Another massive crash and dust cloud spread throughout the courtyard. Shino's form could be seen as it rose above the cloud, the wings behind him moving rapidly in an attempt to lift him as fast as possible. The reason was soon revealed as a massive mud dragon followed his form shortly after, the armor-covered form of the Tsuchikage at its head. "What's wrong, brat?" Yoshihiro taunted as he blocked some hastily thrown kunai. Shino extended his free hand and another swarm of Kikaichu flew out of his wrists, latching onto the dragon, making it slowly crumble into nothingness as they ate the chakra that held it together. With a strong leap, Yoshihiro lunged for the bug user, his hammer raised in preparation to smash the Shino's head to bits. Swerving up and above, he appeared behind Yoshihiro, placing his hand on the man's back, forcing dozens of Kikaichu onto him. Soon, the purple-like armor turned brown, followed by the rest of him, revealing yet another Earth clone. Where did? The bug user turned around, catching sight of Yoshihiro's war hammer heading straight for him. Swerving as best he could in order to dodge, the hammer still caught one of his wings, throwing him off balance as the Kikaichu struggled to reform quick enough. Yoshihiro would not allow him that chance, however, as a hail of kunai and shuriken assaulted Shino as he tried to reform his wing. The bug user blocked as best he could with his blade-like appendage and another kunai he had hastily drawn. It was not enough, however, as two kunai pierced his upper left thigh and his left bicep. Shino grunted before looking at the general building the kunai had come from. Before he threw some more of his own, these with explosive tags. With great blasts the tags went off, sending a minor shockwave through the area around him. Suddenly something slammed into his side, pushing the air right out of him, and he heard two distinct snaps from his rib area before he was sent careening into the side of a building and down to the floor. Shino coughed as he struggled to his knees, coughing up blood as searing pain shot through his chest. He looked up, finding Yoshihiro a few yards away, his hammer over his shoulder and signature smirk on his face. "Heh, well kid, it's been fun. But I gotta keep moving," the older man said as he raised the hammer over his head. "As the devil, let me be the one to send you off to hell." He yelled out the last part as he slammed the hammer down onto the floor. A trail of jagged earth spikes made their way towards Shino. The Konoha bug user tried to move, but the sheer burning agony any movement, even breathing, caused at this point halted him before he even made it to his feet. Two strong yet feminine arms wrapped around his chest and hauled him up away from the attack, forcing him to bite back a scream of as the movement jostled his ribs. Yoshihiro smirked as he found an empty space where Shino's impaled form should have been. He let his eyes travel a bit more to the left, finding the new arrival of one Hyuga, Hinata, as she set her comrade down, well away from the action around them. "A Hyuga, eh? Been a while since I faced any of you guys," he said, placing the hammer back on his shoulder and straightening up, settling himself in a relaxed stance. "Don't worry," Hinata whispered to the heavily breathing Shino. "Leave it to me." As she moved to stand, Shino grabbed her sleeve, halting her. "Be careful. I have the feeling he may have just been toying with me." Hinata nodded before she stood and faced her new opponent. Yoshihiro smirked. "Now then, why don't I show you why they call me the devil?" As he spoke these words, numerous seals glowed over the iron skin of his armor, revealing hundreds of tiny little patterns. Before the glow died down, Hinata noticed the chakra output increase quite a bit, as well as the faint green glow that now surrounded him. The smirk remained as he took his stance. "Right, now let's see how well you do, girl." Chapter 42, Wet Behind the Ears. Yoshihiro smirked as he watched Hinata settle into the seemingly traditional Hyuga taijutsu stance. He did notice some slight differences between her stance and the normal Hyuga stance, having fought dozens of Hyuga during the war. Bastards had been a real pain in the ass and had devastated many squads during the opening days of the conflict. The Tsuchikage smirked as the girl's steady pale gaze settled onto his own eyes. Oh, he knew what she was trying to do. She was trying to read him, toy with his mind as most Hyugas did before and during the fight. Hit your confidence before they take you down completely and permanently. Hinata, however, found herself very surprised. The only thing she could see within the man before her was confidence and a strange sort of contentedness in his eyes. Always, no matter who her opponents were, in a life or death situation there was always the tiniest hint of fear. But in this one he showed no such thing. She could even say that he was excited about this. It was quite disconcerting to see such a thing. Yoshihiro's smirk widened as he watched the girl tense a little more. Of course he felt fear, every warrior did, it was human nature no matter who you were. There would always be that tiny little fear in the back of your mind, but his years in the war had served him well. When they had discovered the Hyuga's ability to read someone so well, almost all ninja were required to take a crash course on masking their emotions and feelings from them. It hadn't made any huge impact against the stronger of the Hyuga, but it did increase the survival rate of their nins. After the war was over, he had continued to study how to mask his emotions. One of the best was to put up a front. You use 1, 2, 3, dozens, maybe even hundreds of different emotions to mask the one you do not want any to see. He was one of the few remaining ninja in IWA alive who still knew how to do it. Shame really. It was a useful tool even against non-Hyuga. Before any words could be said, Yoshihiro dashed forward, rushing the girl as he let out a battle cry, his hammer held in a ready position as he leaped high into the air, raising the heavy weapon over his head as he fell towards her, swinging his hammer to bring it down on her head. Before it made contact, the clan head leaped back, avoiding the weapon as it hit the floor before she rushed forward, delivering 3 quick strikes to Yoshihiro's chest armor, making the man stumble back. As she moved to deliver the 4th strike, Yoshihiro caught her wrist, smirking before he tossed her over his shoulder, intending to slam her into the floor, only to have Hinata right herself in mid-air so she landed on her feet. She caught Yoshihiro's slightly surprised gaze before she leaped up, delivering a solid knee strike to the man's face. She cursed as she forgot to add chakra to that attack, but made up for it as she delivered 4 more strikes to the man's chest. He should be having some trouble breathing at this point. Landing on her feet, she turned and watched as Yoshihiro struggled to stand. Coughing up blood, the old man gripped his chest as he stood. Damn, how the hell could a kid like you be this strong? Even I can't be this old. Hinata again settled herself in her taijutsu stance. I'm afraid you are, now, you are in my field of divination, she exclaimed before the veins around her eyes bulged as she activated the legendary Byakugan bloodline. Moving at incredible speed, she was upon the older man before he even knew it. 2 palms. She cried out, striking him twice in the chest. 4 palms, for more strikes to the upper arm. 8 palms, 8 strikes to the lower arms and hands. 16 palms, 16 strikes to the hips and knees. 32 palms, 32 strikes to the stomach and pelvic area. 64 palms, 62 strikes to the chest. 128 palms. She yelled as she prepared to deliver the final kata, which would hit each and every one of the tenketsu of his chakra system throughout his body. As she did so, however, she missed the old man's smirk. Something she immediately regretted, as the Tsuchikage suddenly lashed out with his hammer, too quickly for her to react, as he delivered 3 quick strikes to her left arm, shattering nearly every bone through the length of her limb. Screaming in raw pain as the burning agony raced up and down her arm, Hinata still had enough sense of mind to leap back, away from the older man and nearer to Shino, who was now trying to stand back up, seeing as how his teammate and fellow clan head was now in as much trouble as he was. Wow! She gasped out as best she could as she struggled not to throw up from the sheer pain in her arm as blood began to seep through the white cloth of her battle robe. How I wasn't affected by your hack, Yoshihiro completed for her as he smirked. Simple. Don't you remember at the very start of our fight, when you rescued the bug user over there? My armor glowed green, girly. He smiled. That was me activating the special seals this armor has. I designed it myself. We Shimazu have always been prided as armor and weapon makers. Using some special chakra techniques and some seals of our own design, I made this armor to protect, at least partially, from all chakra-absorbing and chakra-based techniques. It would take a decent amount of chakra for a non-elemental chakra to affect me through this armor. Your clan taijutsu uses so little chakra I can barely feel it on my skin. Do you mean to tell me that you haven't been affected by any of my attacks from the start? Hinata gasped out, breathing heavily. That's right, I wanted to get you overconfident, sure of your victory, in order to give me the chance to get a quick strike that would make this a relatively easy for me. But, the blood. This? Yoshihiro said, reaching into his mouth, pulling out a small plastic object, clearly torn open and clearly having held blood at one point. Great for making the enemy think you're down and out. Hinata's eyes narrowed in anger. Fooled by such a simple trick. She should have focused more, seen the state of his lungs and heart before she attacked. But indeed she had let down her guard, and now she was paying for it. Shino stood up, biting back a groan of pain as he felt his broken ribs scrape against each other. An nauseating feeling churned his stomach and fire spread across his chest. He would have to be careful. If one of those ribs punctured a lung, the chances were very slim that he would be able to get to a competent medic in time, especially here in the field. Yoshihiro's smirk widened as he watched Shino struggle to get to the girl's side. Heh. You two sure could be great. With a bit more experience you could have beaten me. But you were still wet behind the ears. He hefted his hammer, and rushed them. Shino formed his Kikaichu into wings again before he lifted Hinata up to the sky. Stopping mid-charge, Yoshihiro looked up as Shino spun around before he threw Hinata towards him. The girl, in mid-accent, had tied some ninja wire around her to keep her broken arm from moving as it pinned it to her body. Yoshihiro's stance tightened, preparing for whatever attack she could deliver. At the last possible second, Hinata started spinning rapidly in mid-air. Yoshihiro's eyes widened in momentary shock before he grabbed the earth in front of him and with a heave pulled it upwards, forming a foot-thick earth wall. Kaiten! The young girl yelled as the spinning vortex of chakra formed around her, smashing against the earth wall, creating a mass dust cloud. Yoshihiro's form could be seen as he leapt up, over the debris. His hammer strapped to his back, the man formed his hand seals. Holding out his two hands as if he was gripping a large ball. Slowly stones and pieces of rock gathered there in a tight ball before flames consumed it, dancing across the hard shell. Insei no Hametsu! He yelled before he threw the fireball down towards his previous position, creating yet another explosion which shook the area around them with its intensity. A small crash was heard before Hinata flew out of the dust cloud, her clothes singed and burnt in several places, a nasty gash across her forehead as she skidded across the floor. Yoshihiro smirked, but it quickly died as he heard a faint buzzing sound. Craning his neck behind him, he caught sight of Shino as the younger ninja dived towards him in a free fall. The Kikaichu forming on his arms, forming the praying mantis-like limbs again. Yoshihiro cursed, there was no way he would be able to dodge in mid-air. Shino fought his way through the haze of pain and the burning in his chest as he plunged the two blade-like extensions into Yoshihiro's back, going completely through and through, puncturing the older man's left lung and his stomach. His Kikaichu crawled all over the man's armor like ants on a lion as they worked to eat up his chakra as quickly as possible. Shino would have sighed in relief if only he hadn't caught Yoshihiro's smirk. He went to pull back, but before he could, the older man delivered a brutal elbow into the younger boy's chest. If Shino thought he had felt pain before, it was absolutely nothing compared to the agony he felt flaring across his body now. The pain was dizzying. His vision swam before he felt another impact, barely registered in his pain-clouded mind. As his Kikaichu dispersed and he began his freefall back down towards the earth, he saw the Yoshihiro he had just stabbed crumble to dust. Another, mud clone. He thought before he hit the floor headfirst with a sickening crack. Shino! Hinata gasped worriedly as she struggled to stand. Another crack to her right drew her attention back to the dust cloud as it began to settle, revealing an earth dome as it slowly crumbled, revealing the real Yoshihiro, and at once Hinata realized what had happened. He had formed the first earth wall to stop her attack, then he had formed a clone to leap out, knowing that Shino was still hovering above them. Then when the clone had used that explosive attack, he had formed the dome in order to protect himself from his own attack and stay in the dust cloud. She hadn't noticed because the Kaiten had momentarily blinded her, as well as the follow-up attack he had delivered with the clone. You two are really very good, Yoshihiro said as he walked out of the crumbling dome. Looking at Hinata's angry face, he sighed. Don't get mad, kid, like I said, I'm just more experienced than you, and with that comes a few more tricks up my sleeve than what you got. Hinata glared heatedly at him. Yoshihiro moved to shift his hammer back into a fighting stance when he suddenly turned and caught a kunai between his fingers. Looking to the rooftops, both Hinata and Yoshihiro caught sight of Lee and Tenten. Yoshihiro looked at the kunai in his hand before he tossed it back to Tenten. Not bad, but like these two you're still wet behind the ears. Tenten caught the kunai before she and Lee leapt down, placing themselves between Hinata and Shino. Yoshihiro moved to settle himself back into his fighting stance when there was an explosion that rocked the second wall of the city they were currently laying siege to. That would be the rest of the IWA Nins arriving now. Yoshihiro spoke before he looked to the 4 Konoha Nins. I suggest you pull your men back. There's been enough fighting and death for one day. The older man strapped his hammer onto his back before he turned and began leaving the courtyard. Wait! Tenten called behind him. What is this? You're just gonna walk away? That simple? Yoshihiro craned his neck back to look at her from the corner of his eyes before he snorted. Wet behind the ears. He sighed before he yelled loud enough for her to hear. Go home, kids, tomorrow's another day. Why? Tenten called but was cut off as Lee placed his hand on her shoulder to hold her back. She watched him shake his head before he moved to pick up Shino. She looked back to Yoshihiro's retreating form before she sheathed her weapons and went to help the injured Hinata. Later that night, Sakai, IWA encampment. The merry cheering of dozens of IWA Nins could be heard as they all gathered around several bonfires around the main courtyard of the city. Music was playing from the side, to which some of the ninja and kunoichi danced too. Yoshihiro sat cross-legged a few feet away from the fire as his men laughed, ate, and drank around him in celebration of their victory. While the casualties to the resident militia had been relatively high, as well as the casualties to the minuscule Nin force of the city, they had managed to deal a heavy blow to the Konoha Nins, in morale at least. 2 of their commanding officers were utterly defeated by him, single-handedly, and had been forced to retreat with the arrival of the main IWA forces. Indeed, morale in his camp had skyrocketed. "My lord!" A voice drew him away from his musings. Looking off to his right, he found a somewhat tipsy ninja as he raised his wine jug up high. "A toast!" he yelled over the crowd. "To Yoshihiro-sama, the greatest Tsuchikage to ever lead us into battle." Cheers of agreement were heard before the music and dance began anew, as well as the celebration. Yoshihiro chuckled lightly at the younger man's praise before he drank from his own bottle. Still, he was no fool. Those kids were good, but like he had said, they were wet behind the ears. The boy, Naruto, would soon send other, more experienced ninja against him. And they would not be so easy to defeat. They may even force him to use his clan's special ability. He was brought out of his thoughts as a somewhat panicked voice reached his ears. Looking to his left, he found a young chunin, probably no older than 15, running through the crowd towards him. As he reached him, Yoshihiro held up a hand. "Calm down, boy, catch your breath and tell me what's wrong?" he said before he took a quick drink. The young man took a deep breath and calmed himself as best he could before he spoke. "Yoshihiro-sama, at the gates, 7 Rouge Nins have come stating that they wish to meet you in private. It's probably one of those Konoha fools trying to play a trick on us." One of the chunin spoke up before he bowed to Yoshihiro. "Milord, allow me to kill them now so they trouble you no longer," the man said with a humble lowering of his head. Yoshihiro waved his hand as he stood. No, I'll go see what they want. Besides, if it's a fight they want, well, I really wouldn't want to disappoint them." "But my lord," some of the men cried in protest. "Bah, I'm not that old yet, kids," he said, waving his hand in dismissal of their worries before he made his way to the gate. When he arrived, he found 7 ninjas, each in brown hooded cloaks, along with 4 large wolf-like dogs, bowing as several of his IWA umbu stood around them. His heavy footsteps rang methodically throughout the courtyard before he stopped in front of the 7 Nins. "Speak," he commanded. The one in the front unrolled a scroll before him. His men tensed and gripped their weapons, expecting some form of trap. When the scroll unrolled, however, there was just the seal of the Kazekage at the bottom of the unrolled scroll. Yoshihiro looked at the unrolled scroll at his feet and looked to the bowed, now identified Suna Nin. "What's this?" A strong, sure female voice rang out from the one that had unrolled the scroll. "The Kazekage has sent us to provide assistance to you. We are all of Jounin rank and are competent in field combat, stealth, and scouting. We are willing to serve you loyally until the duration of this mission in exchange for your silence of our participation in this battle." Yoshihiro smirked. "So Suna doesn't want to put its foot down, lest it step in a great pile of crap, eh?" "Silence." Yoshihiro chuckled, amused by these old tactics before he stepped forward. Pulling back their hoods, it revealed a girl with pink hair, a kid with some red markings on his cheeks, another girl with similar markings, a pale blonde-haired girl with blue eyes, a large boy with swirls on his cheeks, a scared regular-looking kid, and finally a blonde girl with 4 pigtails. Looking over each of the Nins, a smirk grew on his lips before a low chuckle escaped his lips. Eventually his chuckle turned into roars of uproarious laughter. The young group of Suna Nins each glanced at each other somewhat nervously before his laughter died down. Smirking down on them, he rolled up the scroll before holding it up for them to see. Then with a small flare of chakra the scroll was consumed in flames before he threw it down to the floor. The smirk still firmly on his lips as he looked each of them over one more time. "Welcome to Sakai, brats." He chuckled again before he turned and left. 3 days later, Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto sat in his office, Guan and Jinchiko standing before him. They were giving their monthly report over the economic, military, and political situations in Kiri. So far everything was going as it usually did, except for a few minor economic drawbacks. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Naruto placed the file down onto the desk as he looked at Jinchiko and Guan. The two had not changed much over the years. Jinchiko's short cropped hair had grown out some, now reaching her shoulders, but apart from that little else had changed. The same with Guan, the man's long beard had grown longer as well as a few battle scars that adorned his uncovered right arm. Naruto did have to admit, however, that these two had become some of his more valuable generals in times of war. They had proved themselves time and time again, saving others like Kakashi and even Jiraiya himself on one occasion. He nodded to the pair. "Very well, you may stay in Konoha today. Tomorrow you may return to Kiri at your leisure. Once you arrive you are to The door to his office burst open, revealing a Chunin messenger who bowed as he quickly handed him a sealed scroll. Naruto broke the wax seal over the scroll and unrolled it, allowing his eyes to travel over the contents within. They narrowed in annoyance and anger before he set the scroll down. A slightly contemplative look entered his eyes before he looked to the messenger. "Bring me Hatake Kakashi." The man bowed before he hastily left the room. Naruto then looked to Guan and Jinchiko. There has been a slight change of plan. Chapter 43, Dreams. Tenten Lee and Hinata, whose wounded arm was currently wrapped from wrist to shoulder in bandages, stood inside of the medic's tent looking over an unconscious Shino. The medic had reported that he had a concussion, most likely due to the fall, 3 fractured ribs, a punctured lung because of them, as well as some internal bleeding along his abdominal region. Overall the situation was not pretty. 2 others stood in the room, Guan's apprentice Mika, and the man's adopted son Toshiro. Mika had changed little over the years, pale silver hair still hung freely reaching her lower back, red eyes gleaming with veiled madness. She had changed her blue clothing and now wore much darker clothes. A long-sleeved black shirt with a high collar and black pants that accented her figure nicely, her kiri forehead protector with a purple cloth was used as a belt. Toshiro was a young man about their age, a beard which reminded Shino and Hinata of one currently comatose Sarutobi Asuma decorated his face. Strapped to his sides were 2 single-handed tomahawk-style axes as well as several sealing scrolls. The 2 had arrived shortly after Shino and Hinata's defeat at the hands of the Tsuchikage and had helped in assaulting and holding off the IWA Nines from that point out as the 2 healed. All assaults they had launched against the city walls each ended in failure. The Tsuchikage always brought his men back from the brink of defeat. Also, some reports from the battlefield were somewhat disturbing. Apparently there were ninja on the field that had been seen using techniques native to Konoha and their clans. Still, the reply that had come back from Konoha after their request for reinforcements was an uplift. Naruto would be sending Guan and Kakashi as reinforcements in order to deal with Yoshihiro, leaving Tenten, Lee, Toshiro, Mika and Hinata, if she felt up to it, to lead the army in its attack relatively unhindered. With 2 veterans and skilled Nines like Hatake and Guan coming to their aid, morale among the Konoha Nines remained relatively high in spite of their failure to take the merchant city of Sakai. "Why not?" was the cry of anger from one Kumo Kunoichi named Akina as she glared at her sensei and leader, the Raikage. Angry Sapphire clashed with emotionless Onyx. In a steady even voice the Raikage replied. "It's not time yet, Akina. That's what you've been saying since this whole thing started. When the fuck will this elusive time of yours coming?" She questioned, her voice coming out as a low growl of agitation and frustration as her eyes tinted red at the edges. Tsunade, who was also in the room, tensed slightly at the feel of the Kyuubi's chakra. Though she trusted Akina, the subject of Naruto had always been a delicate one around the girl. Like carrying a lit match in a room full of gunpowder. Hyuga calmly served himself some tea from the kettle before he spoke. "I have made my decision, Akina, the subject is closed. He's already attacked IWA. If we attack him now he'll have to deal with 2 of the hidden villages at once, and once Suna sees him losing they'll undoubtedly join in too. Why the hell are you holding back like this, senpai?" She questioned as her eyes gave into the red creeping into them. Hyuga stood and with a flare of his chakra spoke in a tone that left no room for argument whatsoever. "I said the conversation is closed and that's final, Akina." The girl stepped back slightly, the sight of her sensei's normally emotionless features tight with restrained anger startling her for a moment. She opened her mouth as if to speak again but instead let out a sound of frustration and stormed out the room. With a sigh Hyuga fell back to his chair, rubbing his forehead to stave off a coming headache. Tsunade walked and sat down on the chair in front of his desk and spoke. "I must admit, I too am beginning to wonder just when this right time of yours is coming, or if it's here and you just haven't noticed yet." Hyuga sighed and spoke. Yoshihiro Shimazu, despite his age, is far above the skills of almost all of Naruto's retainers, except perhaps Jiraiya. Suna has also lent their assistance, however discreetly, to him as well. What will happen is simple: Yoshihiro will defeat all that Naruto sends after him. At that point, Naruto himself will grow frustrated and march onto IWA itself, leaving Konoha relatively open to attack. That is when we will strike. Aren't you placing too much faith in this Tsuchikage, Hyuga? He could always fail, even you don't know everything. Hyuga nodded. I realize that, which is why I have a backup plan in case the unlikely scenario that Yoshihiro is defeated comes into play. He stated calmly. Tsunade sighed and shook her head. Wouldn't it be easier to simply tell her that rather than your cryptic when the time is right routine? She deserves to know at least what you're planning. Hyuga shook his head. While her insistence on the matter would no doubt drop if I told her, she is impetuous and reckless, especially when it concerns anything involving Naruto. The older woman shook her head and sighed. Sometimes Shuga, sometimes I wonder if you're worse than he is with how coldly you manipulate those under you. The ends justify the means, Tsunade. He spoke as he took a sip of his tea. That's what he would say, Liang. She spoke over her shoulder before she left the room, leaving the rakeage to his own devices. Yujito watched from a distance as Akina pounded away at a training post, using kicks and punches in a near-wild display. Blue chakra covered her fists along with the occasional wisps of red as she punched the post again and again. Cracks began to form along the post, as slivers dug into her flesh, allowing thin trails of blood to flow down her fists and legs. She ignored these, however, and instead focused on releasing her pent-up frustrations on the hapless wood. With a cry of rage and pent-up emotions, she delivered one last devastating, chakra-enhanced blow which shattered the log into hundreds of wooden slivers. Panting, the young blue-eyed Jinchuriki barely noticed her feline-containing counterpart as she approached, a somewhat somber expression on her face. As she spoke, her eyes carried a hint of pity. "Feel better now?" Akina let out a huff before she fell back onto the soft grass, her form spread out as she breathed somewhat heavily from the exertion. Yujito watched her younger friend for a moment before she sat down at her side and took her injured, tender hand into her own. She spoke as she began to pull the slivers out. "I know that this must be very frustrating for you, Akina. But you should have faith in Sensei." The younger girl pulled her hand away from the other girl's grasp as she sat up. "This isn't fair, Yujito. We've trained so long and so hard for a chance to take him down, and now that we have the perfect chance to do that, it's like he's holding us back." Yojito embraced the younger girl in a comforting hug as she ran her hands through her hair. "You know Sensei's never let us down before, he won't start now. Just have a little faith in him, Akina." Akina sighed in reluctant acceptance as she nodded. "I guess you're right, Yugi. It'll be all right, Akina, soon, very soon." Yoshihiro silently walked along the first wall of the city, his men saluting or bowing in respect as he passed them by. He nodded or grunted in return. While others would fret over his age and health, he didn't really care. He enjoyed walking among his men, inspecting the defenses and overall readiness of them, something that others would call grunt's work. He enjoyed it immensely. It let him forget about the troubles of being a Kage for a few minutes, and it also brought back memories of glory and victory in his younger years during the first great shinobi war. He had been only a genin at the time, but he had learned quickly, kinda had to in those days. Then again when he was head of the Special Defense Squad during the Second Great War against Konoha. He had fought against the supposed god of shinobi, the professor and Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi, and had won. Not to say he hadn't come out without a scratch, far from it actually, but he had nonetheless won and stopped Konoha from proceeding on to Iwa. Had it not been for Namikaze Minato, who had come to his Kage's rescue, he may have even succeeded in killing the old Sandaime. It was that victory that had bought enough time for their Yondaime Tsuchikage, Nobunaga Oda, to arrive and turn the tides of the battle. They had then pushed Konoha back all the way to their own territory and even farther. After that was when Minato invented that technique, the Hiration, and had turned the tides yet again, eventually killing Nobunaga and forcing Iwa's surrender. It was those two victories, his victory against the Sandaime and Minato's victory against Nobunaga, that had gotten them both nominated, and eventually accepted as the Kages of their respective villages. He had met the boy during a Chunin exam again, about a month before the Kyuubi attack he had sacrificed himself to stop. He could honestly say the boy had impressed him, something not easily done outside of battle. The sheer force of character and charisma the young Kage practically exhumed spoke volumes of what he could have become. If Minato was still alive, Yoshihiro would most likely have done everything within his power to improve relations with Konoha and form an alliance. Despite the resistance he would undoubtedly be met with by his own ninja. Still, those dreams were in the past. Minato was dead and he was too tired to plow through the red tape, the bureaucratic bullshit and politics to secure an alliance. If this world wanted to join him in hell, it was welcome too. He'd be heading there soon anyway. He held back a cough as he punched his chest to alleviate the sudden pain. Looking off to the side, his eyes caught the form of that Suna girl. Temari, she said her name was, if he recalled correctly. She stood on one of the many guard towers, her hair and black clothing fluttering in the harsh winds caused by the high tower. The light of the pale moon fell from the heavens, and for a moment, she seemed to glow with this light, and Yoshihiro couldn't help but be impressed by her beauty. He knew that any of the youngsters who ended up with her would certainly be considered one lucky individual. Looking at her more closely, however, he found a tenseness on her, one he recognized easily. It was a mixture of fear, anxiety, excitement, and impatience. It happened to many who would be entering their first battle, but most of the men he had brought with him were seasoned veterans. They knew how to keep their heads cool when shit went to hell. This kind of attitude was that of a rookie Chunin, not a jounin as her rank classified her. Unless, of course, she knows something. Not one that enjoyed being left out of the loop. The old Tsuchikage began making his way to the tower. Nodding to the guard that saluted as he approached, he went on through and up the stairs. Temari watched the city on the outside of the wall, or what was left of it. She felt somewhat bad for those who had their homes there, outside the city gates that is. Sakai had grown so much there was just no room within the walls, and so they had been forced to expand outside of them, seeing as how the ground behind it was too loose, too unstable to make proper foundations for buildings. They had been forced to make them in front of the walls where they were exposed to attacks by others, and any who weren't quick enough to get behind the wall before its massive 20-foot iron gate slammed shut would be left outside at the mercy of their enemies. A voice suddenly spoke up behind her, causing her to jump slightly. You know, any ninja with a good throwing arm and enough accuracy could take you out with ease, standing there so openly. As she spun around, her eyes came upon the form of one Yoshihiro Shimazu. Sighing somewhat in relief, and in order to rein in her temper at being snuck up on, she bowed. My apologies, Yoshihiro-sama, I was merely thinking. Cut the formalities, brat, I'm not in the mood, and I can tell you're not either. He said as he sat down on one of the nearby benches. Temari's eyebrow twitched with mild irritation at the man's dismissal of her formality, something she rarely did, and whenever she did one had better appreciate it. Nevertheless, she straightened and looked back to the city. It's nothing really, she assured as she turned her back to the man. Come on now, girl, don't give me that crap, it's late and these old bones are tired. He said as he stood up and walked to her side. Temari sighed. While she wasn't particularly fond of discussing her problems with what was in essence a total stranger, she didn't want to also bear down her own friends, who had enough on their minds as it was. Besides, he had asked, so she supposed it was all right for him to listen. I had a dream, or a nightmare really. She leaned onto the stone as she sighed. I saw him, standing over a battlefield, dead were everywhere, the smell of blood was so thick. All of my friends, my brothers, even my sensei, they were all dead at his feet, and I could see the Kazekage monument crumbling behind him as the village was lit on fire. The screams were horrible. Yeah. He sighed. The screams are always the worst really. They stay in your head longer. Turning to look at her from the corner of his eye, he raised an eyebrow in silent question before he spoke. Still, this is interesting. I assume you're talking about this Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. You never mentioned you'd met him before. Temari sighed. Once, about 10 years ago during the Suna, Odo invasion attempt. Ah yeah, I heard about that. I assume you met him during the attack then. She shook her head. Met would not be the right word, I suppose. But yeah. She sighed as she turned and leaned her back against the stones. He certainly leaves an impression. Yoshihiro snorted with a smirk on his face. Right, I assumed the so-called Devil King would be impressive on the battlefield. The Devil King? She questioned with a slightly raised eyebrow. It's what some of the men started calling him after he beat Kusa-Ame and Taki. The name just sort of stuck, I suppose. He shrugged. Temari nodded before she sighed and looked up to the stars. I hate dreams. She muttered, allowing Yoshihiro to smirk again. Life is nothing but a dream, kid. He then joined her as she gazed up to the stars. We just need to be bold and live it. Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Mika and Toshiro stood in one of the many tents of the camp. On the floor of this one was a map of the city they were to besiege. Because Shino was the commander, and was disabled, it fell to her to finalize the battle preparation, seeing as how she was the second in command. She sighed. While it was the first time she had led a battle on her own, she had seen Naruto, Guan, Kakashi and even Jiraiya enough times to know how to do it. Lee, Toshiro. She spoke firmly, catching the taijutsu masters and the Kiri-nin's attention as she used a stick to mark an area on the map. I want you two to take your men and focus your assault on the far northern part of the wall. It's received the most amount of structural damage due to our constant attacks from what the scouts report. You two are to push and batter that wall as hard as you possibly can. I want the enemy to start focusing their attention there by the time Tenten's unit and mine advance. Once you think you've drawn enough of the enemy's attention towards you, give a signal to us. My unit will then advance along to the main gate, drawing their attention again. By that time the forces along the southern end of the wall should be spread fairly thin. Mika, Tenten. She nodded to the other two women. You two are to push your attack there. Tenten, your unit is the best at long-range support. You are to gain the high ground of the defense towers, commandeer them one by one and then use them to help our men. Mika, your unit is the best as hit-and-run strike tactics. You are to be the ones to deliver the initial strike, and breach the wall into the city behind it. Use any tactics you want, just make sure you cripple the enemy in any way, either in morale, spirit, or physically. The red-eyed Kunoichi smirked. Any tactics I want, eh? She asked, licking her lips as her eyes gleamed. Hinata's eyes narrowed. She had experienced firsthand how off the Kiri Kunoichi was. She hoped she was making the right choice. It was with great reluctance that she nodded. Lady Hyuga, if I may. Toshiro spoke from his place in the tent with a respectful bow as he extended his hand for the pointer stick Hinata held. She nodded as she handed it to him. The younger Kiri ninja then gestured to some areas within the city. His voice was deep but still held the hint of youth within it. I believe that, once we are inside of the city, there are 3 key locations which we should attempt to strike or altogether eliminate. He paused as he circled 3 areas of the city. From the intelligence received, these areas house the armory, the barracks, and one of the supply depots for this section of the city. If we strike at these 3 areas, it will no doubt weaken our enemy, both physically and mentally, should we fail in taking the city in this attack. Why should we destroy them? Once we've breached the wall, this section of the city is practically ours. We could use these facilities. Lee questioned as he thought over the proposal. Toshiro nodded in consent. I would agree, but thus far that Tsuchikage, Yoshihiro has proven himself to be a formidable enemy. If he pushes us back later, or even during this attack, his men will have to endure the less than favorable conditions if these facilities are destroyed. Our men already carry camping equipment, knowing that we would have to camp out during the long trip. Most of the IWA Nins may not have such equipment, believing they could rely on these facilities while they were defending the city. So then that would mean that the men that would subsequently be defending this section of the city, should they succeed in driving us back, would have to endure sleeping on floors, or cramped in small apartments. Damaged weapons wouldn't be able to be repaired as quickly if they had an armory right available to them, the same with supplies, having to take some from the next section of the city over, and so on and so forth. Hinata nodded and was about to speak when the sound of clapping broke through the air. It drew their attention to the tent's entrance as the ever-imposing Guan and the copy ninja stepped through. Impressive, your strategic skills have grown, Hyuga-san, Toshiro. Kakashi-senpai. Lord Guan. Father, were the cries of mild surprise from the others. Kakashi gave his eye smile as he waved. Hey, sorry we're late, we got lost on the road of life. Guan snorted, half in irritation, half in impatience. He looked to the younger ninja as he spoke. Very well, you 3 carry out your plan, Kakashi, and I will hang back so as not to get sucked into it. Our mission is to defeat this Yoshihiro Shimazu. When someone has seen him and has definite confirmation, send another signal. We'll move in to deal with him so your units may continue with their mission. Is this understood? Hinata and the others nodded. Seeing everyone in agreement, Hinata spoke. Very well then, the attack will begin tomorrow morning. Chapter 44, Who will I be facing today? The morning sun was greeted by battle cries and explosions as it rose high above what was now another day in the city of Sakai. As instructed, Lee and Toshiro's unit had battered the northern wall with everything they had. Even so, IWA was holding on, forcing them to bleed for every inch of ground they gained. Lee's title as a taijutsu master truly shined through as his form was visible for a scant few seconds in which he was delivering vicious, and often brutal blows that shattered bones and snapped necks. His feet barely touching the ground for more than a brief second as he dodged and blocked kunai and shuriken with ease before appearing in front of the ninja and systematically disabling him. The gasps barely escaped their lips before they were almost instantly killed and or tossed into a world of blinding pain as their knees or their arms were broken in several places. Toshiro too showed his skills, but in a different way. Whereas Lee would dodge the attacks sent at him before he countered with his own, Toshiro simply shrugged them off. Whether they be kunai or shuriken, they simply bounced off the heavy armor that covered his form. Strangely, while it did seem heavy, the young Kiri ninja moved like it weighed nothing and could easily keep up with most of the IWA ninja that tried to attack him. He showed his mastery of the twin axes he carried with him as he hacked off limbs with single swings or crushed skulls with the dull side of them, the sickening cracks not even making the younger man wince before he moved on to his next victim. Together, the 2 distinct styles of combat kept the IWA ninja off balance as Lee and Toshiro continuously switched positions to confuse or surprise the enemy. From his temporary HQ, Yoshihiro watched as Konoha Nins began to push back the IWA Nins along the northern side of the wall. He could tell this was not the main attack force, their numbers were too few and their aggressiveness too staged. Still, most of his men were beginning to get anxious. Having to watch your comrades get injured and killed was never easy, especially when you were just a little ways away. Yoshihiro-sama. One of his Jounin captains called to him. Please sir, they're getting slaughtered out there, let us go help them. The man pleaded, his features torn, as if he was struggling not to go over there himself. To hell with his permission. Yoshihiro sighed. While he admired the boy's bravery and loyalty to his comrades, he did not admire the boy's rashness. Still, he had to keep his men's morale high. Doing that meant keeping a delicate balance of complying with his men's wishes and doing what was tactically best. At this point he had to go with the former. If his men didn't think he cared about them, which he did, they would not fight for him, at least not as much as they would if they knew he cared for them. So for now, he would indulge them. All right. He sighed before looking at the Konoha ninja a ways behind him, each of them looking anxious and angry. Standing up, he made his way towards them. They froze for a moment before straightening up and bowing their heads in respect for their superior in both skill and rank. Yoshihiro looked each of them over before he finally spoke. All right kids, you're under my control for now, so I want you three he said gesturing to Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru, to head along to the northern wall with the reinforcement units. The three nodded before they left, sparing silent glances at their comrades as they left. As his men and temporary allies left, Yoshihiro allowed his eyes to travel over to the rest of the defensive structures. All right brats, I'll play your game. As the axe in Toshiro's left hand split the skull of another IWA ninja, he spared a glance down to the courtyard where he saw that finally more ninja were coming to aid their comrades. Turning quickly, he deflected a kunai before throwing his axe in retaliation, catching the ninja in the chest with enough force to send him falling over the wall. Rushing over to the edge of the wall opposite the IWA means he took out a green smoke bomb which he quickly tossed over the wall, the trail of green smoke rising high above them. Konoha Senpu, was the cry he heard behind him. Spinning around, he caught sight of Lee as the taijutsu master delivered a brutal spin kick to another ninja's face, snapping his neck and sending him crashing into his comrades, knocking a few of them off the wall. Catching sight of another ninja getting ready to throw either a kunai or shuriken at Lee, he threw his other axe, catching the man in the temple with a sickening crunch. Blood and brain matter splattering the floor beneath him in a gruesome display. Lee continued to pound away at his opponents, easily taking them down. He gave pause however as he caught sight of a small black tendril approaching him from the ground. Curious, but not curious enough to let it approach him, the taijutsu master leapt back. To his surprise however, the black tendril continued to follow his form, or his shadow. Recalling what Guy had said at one point about Konoha's clans, he recalled the Nara's ability. He also recalled some of the reports from the scouts that IWA Nines had been seen using Konoha techniques against them. Thinking fast, Lee grabbed a flash bomb from his pouch. Revealing light. He called out the code word to warn all nearby allies of what he was about to use. Then he threw it towards the enemy ranks, as far away from his men as possible. A massive flash and deafening noise tore through the air around them. Lee's ears were ringing and he could scarcely see the faint outlines of people in the distance. This was why these were not used more often. They were very disorienting and sometimes even those with warning could end up blinded or deaf for minutes at a time, and for a ninja that was deadly. Still, the taijutsu user had enough sense to look back at the receding shadow and follow it to the user who stood a few feet away, clutching his bleeding ears as tears leaked from his eyes. Though he felt as if the bones in his legs were toothpicks, Lee still made his way over to the shadow user and delivered a brutal kick to the downed man's ribs. He would have continued his assault had it not been for the massive fist that smashed into his side at the moment, nearly sending him over the wall had it not been for his reflex to grab the ledge. Chuji though too was feeling the crippling effects of the flash bomb, but he luckily had managed to open his eyes long enough to catch sight of the ninja that had attacked his best friend and lashed out in retaliation. He felt his fist hit something and hoped it was the attacking ninja. Opening his eyes again, he could faintly see the ninja trying to lift himself up from the ledge of the wall. Not wanting to give the man a chance to do so, the large ninja picked himself up and made his way over in order to kick him off or something. Before he was halfway there however, something crashed into his back, sending both him and whoever had crashed into him over the wall. Passing right by Lee, the taijutsu user could only stare in mild confusion as two blurry figures flashed past him and fell to the floor below. Picking himself up, he managed to catch sight of the shadow wielder again as he stood, being helped up by a blonde-haired kunoichi. Judging from her appearance, she was far enough away from the flashbang to have not been affected too severely. Taking a moment to regain his bearings, Lee finally managed to get the ringing out of his ears and clear the blurriness from his vision. He shook his head and saw that the shadow-using ninja had apparently regained his bearings, and now both he and the blonde-haired girl were taking up their stances to fight him. Remembering what he had heard, the shadow techniques went with the Yamanaka's mind techniques and the Akimichi's body-enlarging strength techniques. So judging by their looks, the girl was a Yamanaka and the one that had hit him was an Akimichi. All of these techniques were relatively slow, so if he could just keep himself moving fast, he would hopefully be able to eliminate them. Well, it was worth a shot. Lee took his stance and with a blur of movement was already upon them. Meanwhile, down below, Toshiro, who had tackled Chuji when he saw him approaching Lee, could only groan in pain as he picked himself off the floor. He was not affected that badly by the flashbang since he had been far away, but if the flashbang didn't cripple his senses, the fall had certainly crippled him. That was a 70-foot drop, and even with ninja training that was a leap. Landing on his feet wouldn't have been so bad, but he hadn't landed on his feet. Luckily he was able to use chakra on his armor to absorb the blow. But it still hurt. Picking himself up, he stole a glance at the large man he had tackled, only to find him in a similar situation of getting to his feet. Luckily, some of his Kiri ninja had seen him fall and had pushed their way past many of the still stunned IWA nins in order to make it to him, spreading the fight down the wall into the courtyard. Straightening up, he stood to his full height of 5'10" and turned to face the ninja he had tackled, only to find himself staring up at Chuji's imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch, 6 feet 3 inches with the extra bulk of his body armor. Toshiro had the good sense to keep his sudden trepidation from his face. Okay then. The ninja along the central wall, distracted by the battle taking place so close by, never noticed the extra force of Konoha ninja as they crept silently up the wall, hidden by a masked genjutsu. Hinata's Byakugan flared to life, sending out a pulse of chakra, dispersing her part of the genjutsu. Shortly after, others holding the genjutsu dropped theirs before the ninja leapt over the wall with a battle cry, catching the unsuspecting ninja by surprise as they cut them down without mercy. Blood splattered the cold, stone floor at their feet as throats and arteries were slashed. Kunai rained down from the guard towers, killing more Konoha ninja as the thrown projectiles were tossed with pinpoint accuracy. Hinata, however, continued to push forward. She showed just why she was the Hyuga clan head. She would continually switch between juken strikes, and catching weapons aimed at her and using them to catch her opponent by surprise, easily twisting and contorting her body expertly to avoid both incoming projectiles and physical strikes from the opponents in front of her before countering with her own quick, devastating attacks. The chakra in her palm was like a piercing, thin knife, injuring the heart, kidneys, lungs and other important vital organs with nothing but light taps as she seemed to flow like water between her attackers. Yoshihiro smirked as he could faintly see the silhouette of the Hyuga girl he had fought before, above the central wall. Well, she was certainly skilled, even though she was too much of a rookie to really go against him one-on-one. Give her a few more years. Still, if he didn't do something now, then it looked like she really would break through the central group with relative ease, something he couldn't allow. Looking around, he decided that he didn't want to really send out another unit from the reserves, seeing as how he only had one left since he had sent out 2 to the northern wall. Alright then. He contemplated before he looked back at the Suna ninja. Okay, dog boy, Pinky and Blondie, he said, making Kiba, Sakura and Temari bristle in anger, though they kept their tongues to themselves as they approached. All right, brats. He peered into the distance, pointing at the white-clad form of Hinata. You see that girl over there? Aren't you a bit old for her? Kiba shot back only to get an elbow to the gut, which knocked the air knocked out of his lungs as Akamaru growled his disapproval of his master's impertinence, though he could faintly hear Kiba chuckling at having gotten one over the old man. Yoshihiro rolled his eyes as he pointed again. She's the enemy commander. Take her out and the enemy morale will collapse and they'll be easily pushed back. That's your job. 3 of us against 1 woman? Isn't that a little much? Temari questioned, somewhat insulted at the insinuation that she was weak. Yeah, well, I fought her before, she's tough. And this time she'll be at the top of her game, for sure. And also, since I don't know your skills that well, a little overkill won't be so bad. Add to that, she's a Hyuga. A Hyuga? Sakura questioned, memories of their old classmate Hinata suddenly returning to her. She had never been close to the girl, but intelligence reports from the investigators shortly after the massacre 9 years ago reported that it was Hinata that had been the one to betray them to the one that had ultimately killed off everyone at the compound. Needless to say, she was held in no high regard amongst their group since then. Kiba was immediately serious as he straightened. Do you know her name? Was it by any chance Hinata or something like that? Yoshihiro paused as he watched the dog boy and the dog girl tense up as their canine companions growled in anger. He knew her name, since his scouts had reported it. But judging by their body language, they would be completely irrational with anger if he said that was her name. So deciding to play it smart, he simply said, I don't know. It was surprisingly difficult to get spies within the camp to gather intelligence. Kiba growled before he rushed off. Kiba! Temari yelled after him, only to curse as she whipped out her fan and took to the air, Sakura soon leaping up to join her. That brother of yours is a real hothead, isn't he? The Tsuchikage spoke back to Hana with a lazy shrug. Hana, though also angry, had to agree with the Tsuchikage. Her brother really needed to learn how to control his temper. One of these days it was going to get him into trouble. Kaiten! Hinata yelled. A massive shock wave of chakra soon enveloped the part of the wall she had been standing on, sending nearly a dozen IWA nin flying as the Kaiten blew them away. With the Byakugan still activated, she caught sight of 2 unique sights approaching her fast. A man riding a massive dog and 2 girls riding a large fan. For a moment she didn't register them in her mind, but then she recognized their features, Inuzuka clan markings and a white/beige dog. An Inuzuka? Here? Well now, this just got interesting. She thought before she reached into her robes and pulled out a red smoke bomb. Throwing it over the wall, she then turned back to the approaching ninja, who seemed quite fixated on her if the direction of their eyes was anything to go by. Yoshihiro continued to overlook the ongoing battle from his temporary HQ when his senses caught something. Smirking, he looked to the last of his commanders. "Take your men to the wall, Inuzuka girl, south mind you. That's probably where the next wave is coming from." Hana looked at the older man a little strangely and was about to protest when an explosion rocked the southern wall, indicating that indeed the next attack was coming from there. She rushed off, her 3 dogs following shortly after her. As soon as everyone left, Yoshihiro allowed the smirk on his features to widen. "Well, you two must indeed be skilled, considering you were able to get in here without anyone noticing." The 2 guards who stood at the entrance of the room behind him were suddenly enveloped in a puff of smoke, revealing the copy ninja Kakashi and the former member of the 7 swordsmen, Guan. Taking out 6 kunai, Kakashi threw them to the 4 corners of the room and the center of the floor and ceiling. They glowed purple for a brief moment before a purple barrier was suddenly erected around the room. It was similar to the sound force technique, only difference was that this had a time limit of about 20 minutes, and if one of the kunai were destroyed, the whole barrier would fall apart. Still, hopefully 20 minutes would be enough to deal with Yoshihiro or at least weaken him between the 2 of them. "Well now." Yoshihiro spoke as he stood from his seat and turned around. "My name is Yoshihiro Shimazu, otherwise known as Devil Shimazu. Who will I be facing today?" The older man questioned with a grin as he hefted his hammer onto his shoulder, smirking at them. Looks like the brat had decided to send some, not-so-wet behind-the-ears jounin to face him this time. Copy ninja, Sharingan no Kakashi. Second in command of the 7 swordsmen, Green Dragon of Kiriguan. Yoshihiro's smirk only widened. This was a fight he was definitely going to enjoy. Who knows, maybe this time he'd have to actually use his clan's signature technique. Meanwhile, somewhere within Lightning Country, 2 men wearing cloaks with red clouds were sitting around the campfire. One had bleached blonde, almost silvery hair with a 3-bladed scythe on his back. The other was rather tall, standing at 6 feet 8 inches with a cowl covering his lower features as well as a headpiece which covered the rest of his head, leaving only his eyes visible, which were somewhat beady and white around the iris. "Geez, how long is this gonna take? We've been skirting around this place for nearly the past month. This is getting real fucking annoying. I say we should just go in now and fucking dash." "Quiet," his partner snapped. "We'll make our move when pain commands us, no sooner, no later." The silver-haired man snarled in anger but kept his silence. Hopefully the leader would contact them soon. If not, well, let's just say it wouldn't be pretty. Chapter 45, The Siege of Sakai. The air left Shikamaru's stomach as a kick slammed against him, which was followed shortly by another to his face, sending him smashing against the cold stone of the wall. What did that guy have for bones? Rock? Nah, that wasn't nearly hard enough. Steel maybe. "Shikamaru!" he heard Ino yell out to him. Looking back to her, he saw their opponent appear behind her, a fist already formed and headed for her face. She managed to sense him at the last second, ducking under the punch and spinning around with a kunai in her hand as she took a swipe at him. Lee, however, was far faster, both physically and in his reflexes. Lifting his left foot up, he slammed it against her forearm, causing her to drop the blade with the sharp pain. The taijutsu user then leapt up and delivered a spin kick across her face with his right leg, making her roll with the sheer force of the kick. Shikamaru pushed down the urge to go to Ino as she recovered from the brutal-looking kick and formed his shadow again, extending the tendril, hoping to catch the taijutsu specialist by surprise. As the black sliver approached, however, Lee, and subsequently his shadow, vanished from Shikamaru's line of sight. He felt a minor wind blow against his cheek, which was the only warning he received before a fist decked him right across the jaw, sending him rolling towards Ino, landing at her side in a heap. "Shikamaru!" she growled out. "This isn't really going well." "No shit." He shot back as he picked himself up and rubbed his now bruising jaw. He opened and closed his mouth a couple of times as he looked back to Lee, who stood in his fighting stance, the white clothing a stark contrast to the dull gray, light green, and black of the ninja around them. The cogs in Shikamaru's mind slowly turned as he began to come up with a plan. Finally, after a few seconds, his mind came up with something. "Ino," he spoke, not taking his eyes off of Lee. "I may have a way to beat him, just follow my lead." Ino nodded, knowing better than to argue with Shikamaru. He was smarter than her after all, she begrudgingly admitted. So it was quite a surprise when, instead of trying to attack what was obviously a taijutsu master from a distance, he instead rushed him, apparently intent on fighting high on his own terms. "Wait a minute, Shikamaru." She yelled after him before she followed. Toshiro screamed as he was bodily thrown a good 20 feet by his opponent. Smashing the nearby stone bench he was thrown onto as he landed. "Oh?" He groaned as he slowly rolled over to push himself up. Getting to his knees he spared a glance at the giant of a man now making his way towards him. The young Kirin took a deep breath before he lifted himself completely. His axes were on the floor, behind Chuji. They had fallen out of his grip when he was thrown. He had to get them back, seeing as how much of his fighting style and complemental jutsu revolved around those axes, each imbued with special seals to allow them to absorb and channel chakra better than normal blades, thus facilitating the process. If he didn't get those back well, he might as well be fighting with one hand behind his back. As Chuji approached, Toshiro settled himself in his fighting stance. Ducking under Chuji's fist, he tried to counter with an upwards punch into the man's stomach, only for the loud ringing sound of metal to reach his ears as his fist met the armor under Chuji's clothes. Biting back another painful grunt, he tried to punch Chuji in the face, only for Chuji to catch his fist in one hand and deliver his own punch with the other. Toshiro tried to block, but with Chuji's super strength it didn't do much good, and he was still smashed against the side of a nearby building. His vision swam and for a moment he couldn't really remember where he was or how he got there. But soon the disorientation passed and he managed to recall everything. So it was no surprise that the moment he noticed Chuji was near his fallen form he lashed out, moving to kick his feet out from under him only for his shin to meet with even more metal plating and an unyielding hunk of flesh. Grabbing him by his face, Chuji lifted Toshiro up with a single arm and began repeatedly slamming him against the building until the wall itself collapsed. When he released the Kiri ninja, and he simply crumpled to the ground, Chuji was only mildly surprised to see him collapse into a water puddle. As his ears picked up footsteps behind him, he spun around in time to block Toshiro's two axes with his armored forearm. Toshiro smirked and a water dragon, of relatively small size, exploded from the building behind Chuji, being formed from the water in the building's plumbing. Chuji snapped his attention back but wasn't fast enough to move out of the way as the water dragon crashed over him. Strangely though, it caused no pain, and barely even budged him from his spot. Chuji was about to disregard this as simply his opponent being weak when he noticed two things. 1. The water wasn't dripping off of him as it normally should, it was actually much slower, a scant few drops every 5 to 10 seconds, and when one is thoroughly soaked that is very odd. And the second thing he noticed was Toshiro's smirk. Soon the reason why he was smirking became apparent as lightning began to form over his axes. Chuji's eyes widened and he kicked the Kiri ninja off him before he leapt back to a relatively safe distance. Soon however Toshiro was on him again, his axes arching through the air as he swung, lightning trailing behind it. Chuji tried to dodge, not being nearly stupid enough to try and block, as wet as he was, but the lightning still jumped to him, making excruciating pain shoot through his whole system. He staggered for a moment, but had enough sense to block a follow-up swing to his head, though he was rewarded only with another painful jolt course through his system, followed by a kick to his stomach which sent him flying back, not being prepared to absorb the blow as he normally would. Toshiro smirked. His two elemental affinities was for water and wind. Any ninja with any of these two specific elemental affinities was considered a rarity. His adopted father, Guan, had been the one to discover his two affinities during one of their training sessions together. When it had happened, Toshiro didn't really know what to expect from his father, but he soon realized he didn't need to really worry. The look of veiled pride in the man's eyes was all he really needed. And shortly after, he had brought some scrolls on manipulating both lightning and water elemental chakra. He had only recently passed his Jounin exam, and this was really his first actual battle, but he was determined to make both his village, as well as his father, proud. He refused to openly lose to anyone short of the Tsuchikage himself on this battlefield. Chuji stood back up and ignored the involuntary twitches throughout most of his extremities as he stood up and glared at Toshiro. Looking at himself, he confirmed that he was still quite wet. Looking back to Toshiro, and the lightning crackling over his twin axes, he knew that he would be in for a tough fight. "Kaiten!" Hinata yelled again, scattering the IWA nins atop the wall, and sending them smashing against their comrades as the sheer force behind the spinning barrier threw them off like rag dolls. Coming to a halt, her Byakugan caught sight of two distinct blurs shooting towards her, before they were anywhere near her, twisting and contorting her body in a way that allowed both of the shadowy blurs to pass her by harmlessly. As they each came to a halt, she found two identical-looking boys standing behind her, though it didn't take long for her to realize that one was under a henge. It also didn't take her long to recognize the clan markings as those of the Inuzuka clan. The boy sniffed the air and snarled. "You, I knew it was you." Hinata paused as she took in the young man's features, her features twisted into something akin to recognition mixed with disbelief. After a long silence she finally spoke. "Kiba?" She questioned somewhat uncertainly, unwilling to believe that this was her old classmate. Just what on earth were the chances of that? The Inuzuka snarled again, his fangs lengthening even more than what was normal for an Inuzuka before he lunged at her, Akamaru not being too far behind. Hinata snapped out of her disbelieving stupor in an instant, catching Kiba's wrist as he tried an upward slash and using her free hand to strike at several pressure points along his chest. The Inuzuka male coughed up blood before he tried to swipe at her extended hand with his free one. Hinata was far faster than him, however, and simply moved back away before she delivered a straight kick to his stomach. Her leg still extended, she leapt over Akamaru as the dog attempted another Tsuga attack. She settled herself into the starting stance of the hack, ready to strike at the animal's exposed back when another attack above her caught her attention. Back-flipping 3 times, she settled herself on the edge of the wall as several wind blades cut down into the area she'd been standing on. Followed shortly by 2 kunoichi. One she recognized easily enough, if Kiba was any indication, that would be Sakura. The other she vaguely recognized, not from her class though. If she had to guess, she was most likely from another genin team from Konoha that was around before she graduated. That would explain the vague feeling of familiarity. Still, where she recognized these people from wasn't important. What was important was that she was now facing 3 opponents. For if you counted the dog, the Inuzuka was too headstrong and brash, and his partner, no matter how intelligent it was, still an animal. It would act only in the most basic of ways and would follow attacks that would fall into a predictable pattern after the first few strikes. But now she had 2 more kunoichi, as the girl she recognized as Sakura form a chakra scalpel in her hand. It made it abundantly clear that she was a medic nin, while the other was a long-range wind specialist, judging by the fan in her hand. Sakura began to slowly make her way to Kiba, one hand still with the bluish fire of the chakra scalpel, the other glowing green with healing chakra. Hinata narrowed her eyes. The injury she had given Kiba was a somewhat debilitating one, but also relatively easy to heal. If Sakura healed it, then that advantage was blown out the window. But she couldn't get to her without exposing herself to considerable injury from the other girl and Kiba's dog. Before Sakura made it to the Inuzuka boy, however, a voice made her pause. "I'm afraid I cannot allow you to do that." A swarm of Kikaichu suddenly condensed and made a shape between the two. Before Sakura could pull back, a blade was held against her throat, same with Kiba. The swarm took on more color, revealing none other than Shino. "Shino!" Hinata cried out in surprise. "But your dash. The colony will always repair the hive, Hinata-san." He interrupted respectfully and simply, answering her unasked question. Temari didn't take her eyes off Hinata as she settled herself between the Hyuga head and the Aburame head. Akamaru growled and snarled as he stood behind the boy, but did not dare to make a move while his master was in danger. Kiba snarled at the man, his teeth gnashing together as he did. You damn bastard, you sold us out to that monster, you traitor." Shino looked to the Inuzuka right in the eyes as he spoke. "If I recall correctly, Inuzuka-san, my father was still the clan head at the time. I had nothing to do with his decision. And if it were up to me, I never declared any vow of loyalty to you, so I have betrayed no one." Kiba's fangs lengthened before he barked out his command. "Akamaru!" The dog lunged at the Aburame, only for said ninja to burst into insects and stick to the dog's fur like ticks as they began to eat its chakra. Soon its henge dispelled, revealing the dog as it clawed and bit at the insects sticking to his fur. Kiba and Sakura used the opportunity to leap away from the bug user as he reformed himself. As Shino reformed, he let his eyes travel to Hinata. Silently he looked to Kiba, and then to Akamaru before looking back at her. She got the message. Those two were his. She would deal with Sakura and Temari. Tenten and Mika worked their way up the 3rd tower. They had already taken the first 2, rather easily in the initial attack. The 3rd, however, was giving them some trouble, now that the men were prepared to, and rather desperate to repel them. If they took all 7 towers, they would put the entire southwestern section of city under their thumb. Tenten's unit was known for their long-range skills, both with kunai and jutsu. The weapon mistress had requested this unit. It was almost completely experimental, and this would be their first trial by fire mission. As the two dispatched the ninja atop the 3rd tower, they spared a glance at the battlefield below. The fight along the northern end had spread out to the courtyard, but along the central part of the wall the men on the wall itself were only beginning to give ground. The red-eyed, silver-haired Kiri ninja looked to the next tower before she looked back to Tenten. "Let's keep mo dash. Look out!" The cry reached their ears and the 2 girls snapped their attention over to the side, only to find a massive shredding tornado approaching them. The 2 kunoichi rushed and leapt off the edge as the spinning form decimated the tower they had previously been standing on. Rolling with their fall, the 2 spun around. Weapons on hand, they found one massive wolf-like dog standing atop it, along with 8 other horse-sized similar-looking dogs standing over the rubble around it. A single woman sat atop the largest one, over his shoulders as she gripped its fur like the reins of a horse. "Alrighty boys," she growled, as her fangs lengthened. "Feeding time." Each of the massive beasts snarled, growled and roared, drool sliding down the edges of their mouth as they looked positively feral. Letting out a howl, 4 of them rushed the 2 girls while 4 more went after other random ninja. Tenten unrolled a scroll, removing a double-pointed spear staff. Grabbing it, she managed to place it between one of the dog's jaws as it tried to bite at her throat. Grunting with some effort, she threw the creature off her and jabbed one end of her spear staff into its side. The animal howled in pain as it reared back on its hind legs and tried to bite down on the offending weapon, but it couldn't reach. Tenten smirked, but soon the second dog helped his comrade, its jaws biting down on the wooden oak staff with enough force to snap it like a twig in a single bite. Tenten leapt back as the creature then tried to swipe at her with its claws. Unrolling another scroll, she took out 2 short, double-bladed sabers. She rushed the 2 animals, her weapons ready to cleave the flesh from their bones. The 2 creatures tried to bite her, but she avoided both of them easily enough before she slashed at them, trailing the blade from their front shoulder, all the way to their hind leg. The 2 dogs let out another howl of pain before they both vanished into clouds of smoke. Mika openly laughed as the 2 animals chased her around. Their snarls and growls were music to her ears, the blood pumping through her veins as adrenaline fueled her. She lived for this, the thrill of battle, the thrill of the chase, the hunt, the baiting. But most of all, she slashed at the creature's throat, slicing it wide open, allowing its life essence to pour over her. She loved the thrill of blood. The essence of all life. She loved to watch the shock, the disbelief in their eyes as they went all empty. It was almost orgasmic to her. Her silver hair was now matted down to her forehead, red with blood, her eyes shining with malice and barely restrained sanity as she looked to the second creature, watching how it cringed at the sight of her. Reveling in the instinctual fear she could feel coming from it, taking it all in. Her smile was slow and deliberate, her eyes opening to take in the beast's form before she vanished from its sight. The creature barely had time to move before the sword was plunged into the back of its head. Mika removed the blade with a sickening slice as she lapped up the blood with sickening glee, ignoring the beast as it vanished in a cloud of smoke. Hannah watched as the 2 girls finished off her summons. While those summons were not incredibly strong, the fact that they were able to do it so quickly was a testament to their skill. Tapping her mount on the side twice with her leg, the creature adjusted its position to look down on the 2 Konoha kunoichi. "Alright then girls, looks like I'm gonna have to deal with you myself," she spoke, smirking as the 2 took their fighting stances. It had been a long time, hopefully her place on the council hadn't gotten her too rusty. "Haha. Come on, is that all that you 2 legends got?" Yoshihiro spoke mockingly as he blocked one of Guan's strikes, though it was with some visible effort. The older man pushed the swordsman off of him before he rolled to the side to avoid Kakashi's kunai slash. Guan recovered quickly and rushed the Tsuchikage again. Yoshihiro got to his knees and flung the massive war hammer he wielded like a simple hand axe towards the swordsman. Guan, caught off guard by the unexpected movement, instinctively tried to bat the massive weapon aside, but the success was merely a partial one. The weapon had managed to knock him onto his back by the sheer size and weight. Yoshihiro then got to his feet, looking to Kakashi as the man completed his hand seals. "Katan, Karyu Enden!" the Sharingan wielder cried out before he blew out a massive fire dragon towards the Tsuchikage. "Doton, Hari no Tate," Yoshihiro spoke calmly, forming his own hand seals, before earth began forming around his arm in a rough circle. Hiding behind it, the sheer heat of the flames licked his skin but did no damage. When the attack died down, he had a scant warning before Kakashi smashed through his shield, with a chakra-enforced kick, connecting with the older man's chest, sending him rolling backwards from the impact. Yoshihiro got to his feet and began blocking a rapid series of more punches and kicks from his opponent. Kakashi was faster than him for certain, but Yoshihiro was much more physically built than he was and was able to absorb most of the blows that got trough with minimal effort. Yoshihiro was also patient, knowing that a little pain now for you can sometimes mean a lot more pain for your opponent later. Kakashi would soon get overconfident, thinking that because he hadn't tried to counter-attack once that he simply couldn't, and that would lead to a more sloppy defense. Add to that the legendary copy ninja hadn't even had the decency to remove his eye patch. Well, Yoshihiro felt somewhat obligated to show that even though he was old, he could still keep up with the young guns pretty damn well. Finally, he found a single glaring opening in the Sharingan wielder's attacks, and before Kakashi could react, delivered a powerful punch right to the man's solar plexus. Kakashi gasped as the air forcefully left his lungs. Still, Yoshihiro had to give the man some credit. That hit would have anyone else coughing up blood with the air. Kakashi had seen the counter at the last minute and managed to shift his body a bit better to absorb the blow with more ease. Coughing and gasping for air, Kakashi barely managed to raise his arm to block an elbow to his face, though it didn't do him much good as Yoshihiro's sheer size and weight broke through his guard and smashed against his face anyway. Yoshihiro didn't have a moment to spare however as he looked back to Guan who had recovered from his throw and was now ready to slash at him with that cleaver he called a sword. Looking back to his hammer he extended 2 chakra strings and latched onto it before yanking it towards him. Guan sensed the movement behind him and rolled forward in time to avoid the hammer which flew over his head. He didn't pause in his run however and continued undeterred. Dragging his blade behind him he swung in an upwards motion, only for the sound of metal against metal to reach their ears as Yoshihiro blocked the strike, shifting it so it passed over his head before he took a swing at Guan's legs. The swordsman leapt over it, coming back with another downward strike, using the added force of his jump. Yoshihiro stepped to the side, watching as the blade cracked and snapped the floorboards with its sheer weight. Guan tried to swing at his face, only for the Tsuchikage to simply lean back and block the next swing with his hammer. The sound of 1,000 birds reached their ears. Yoshihiro snapped his head back to look at Kakashi as the man rushed him, lightning trailing behind his hand, leaving a deep jagged trench as he moved. The Sharingan, now exposed, spinning wildly. The Tsuchikage moved with speed the 2 Jounins didn't think him capable of, pushing Guan straight into Kakashi's path and letting the lightning pierce his chest instead. Water, not blood, sprayed from the wound before Guan collapsed into a puddle. Yoshihiro wasted no time and smashed his hammer over Kakashi's skull, only for his opponent to vanish in a cloud of smoke. The 2 Jounin in question suddenly appeared from below and above him, Kakashi exploding from the ground below / behind him while Guan appeared above him. Kakashi driving a kunai into his spine, and Guan slicing off his head, which promptly was replaced with a wooden floorboard. Well now. The 2 Jounin looked to a slightly panting Yoshihiro as he leaned against his hammer along the other end of the room. "You two aren't half bad," he complimented. The 2 Jounin straightened and looked to the Tsuchikage. "Well, as you said, we are legends, da." Kakashi accented as he took out 2 more kunai. "Indeed." Guan spoke up next. "Today, Yoshihiro Shimazu, is the day you end." The Tsuchikage chuckled softly at that. "Yeah, you 2 kids are strong, you definitely have a good chance of beating me, even with my special techniques. Let's see if I'm right, shall we?" he questioned, smirking. Kakashi and Guan tensed as something that looked like steam began hissing up from the man's skin, and it turned a deep reddish color, as if he'd gotten a bad sunburn, and his eyes dilated slightly, becoming unfocused before they came back into focus, glowing an eerie green color, similar to his natural eye color. He, it's been a long time since I've had to use this technique. Let's see if you can figure out how to break out of it before I smash your skulls in." The 2 Jounins tensed as Shimazu's chakra flared. Chapter 46, The Siege of Sakai, PRT 2. As Yoshihiro's chakra flared, Kakashi and Guan didn't know what had actually happened, but the next thing they both knew, this indescribable pressure, a seething raw fear gripped them. They struggled to breathe as cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Kakashi felt his legs go weak and he actually had to kneel to avoid falling on his ass. His vision swam for a moment, and if it wasn't for his Sharingan he wasn't sure if he would have recovered as quickly. Guan himself was leaning heavily against his sword in order to keep himself upright. The 2 stared back to Yoshihiro, whose red skin and eerie glowing eyes increased the crushing feeling around them. The steam coming off the older man made it seem like he was being cooked, but that taunting, smug smirk of his still remained firmly plastered on his face. "This, kids," he chuckled, "is my special technique. You like it?" he questioned mockingly. Kakashi's Sharingan eye slowly started to spin, as he realized this was some kind of genjutsu, but to his shock and no small amount of increasing horror, he couldn't dispel it. Yoshihiro saw Kakashi's distress and laughed openly at the copy ninja. "Don't even try that Sharingan of yours, Hataki, it's impossible to break out this thing with cheap tricks." "Boo-how. That shouldn't be possible." Kakashi gasped out, struggling to push down his fear enough to get to his feet. Yoshihiro gave what sounded like a cross between a snort and a chuckle as he shook his head. "You kids, always trying to go over the top. If it's not a newer, flashier technique, it's a fancy eye technique that blows up a city block, never sticking to the basics." The older man sighed and shook his head. "Come on now, you're 2 Jounin, what, do you know of that has similar effects as this genjutsu?" Guan thought for a moment before he looked to Yoshihiro, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No. That's not possible, no one has this much killing intent, not even Naruto-sama." Yoshihiro smirked. Judging by the sound of your voice, you must certainly hold that Naruto kid in pretty high regard, either that or you fear him plenty. Anyway, yes kiddo, you are right. This is killing intent. That's not possible." Kakashi rasped out, as he mentally counted off the several techniques for shrugging off killing intent that he knew. So far, they had managed to get his legs to regain some of their strength but not much else. Yoshihiro's smirk still remained firmly planted over his lips. The fact that you're struggling to breathe says differently, copycat. Kakashi glared at him, but Yoshihiro ignored it before he looked to Guan and then back to Kakashi. No matter what you believe, this is killing intent, just a lot more refined than what you're normally used to. He chuckled. You see, the Shimazu clan, my clan, were the very first to discover the subtle projection which is known as killing intent. This was during the very early age of ninja and ninjutsu itself, so we tried to keep the technique a secret, thinking that we'd come up with something truly grand. Then when blood limits and ninja clans began to be formed in the villages, with various manipulations and selective breeding, we of the Shimazu tried to become a clan. The village at the time could only support one clan though, so our rivals, the clay wielders of IWA, moved to steal our secrets, and we tried to steal theirs. In the end, they got to our secrets first, and spread them. Showed our abilities to the members of their clan, so now they had both their clan techniques, as well as our own, so they managed to secure their place as the main IWA clan. Eventually, killing intent, as it is now known, far and wide spread to all other countries, not being guarded very well by the clay wielders. And so our clan faded into the background. But many of our clan members still sought to secure their place as a clan, so many of our clan heads and their heirs continually tried to refine and expand killing intent. Because we were the ones that discovered it, we knew some more specifics on how it's formed and how it affects the targets. So we were able to refine it further, making the effects of our killing intent up to 10 times as potent as it normally would be, eventually creating a minor genjutsu to enhance it even further. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he was about to say something when Yoshihiro turned to him and spoke. The reason your eye doesn't even detect that is because we already found a way to cancel out that little effect of your Sharingan. We lost many of our clan members to those eyes in the war, and so I dedicated much of my spare time to further refining our technique, eventually creating a ninjutsu to go along with it. This technique is, in essence, a ninjutsu, genjutsu hybrid, hence the change in my skin color, that's the ninjutsu at work, and my eyes, that's the genjutsu. This time, his smirk was laced with a palpable gloat. Something that is completely unique, your Sharingan is used to dispelling genjutsu and copying ninjutsu. But here it can do neither. When it tries to cancel the genjutsu portion of this technique, it becomes confused, because it's also trying to detect and copy the ninjutsu. But it can't do that neither, because of the genjutsu over that. Kakashi's features tightened. The effects of killing intent could be shrugged off, or ignored entirely, but at this intensity it was almost suffocating. Also the fact that it had been so long since killing intent had affected him for any long amount of time was something that had to be taken into account. Yoshihiro watched as the two jounin took their fighting stances as best they could beneath the crushing force of their own fear and smirked. He had also actually lied about one part of that story. He hadn't created this technique so early in his life. He had actually refined and perfected it to this degree, about 9 years ago, when the Naruto kid had taken Taki, Aim and Kusa. He realized that his people still needed him, still relied on him as their protector. He supposed he was partly to blame. He put up a very strong front, and used old tricks and experience to keep any upstart in line with seemingly minimal effort. But the truth of the matter was, that he knew he was getting on in his years, whereas about 15 to 20 years ago he could have probably taken on any of the Sannin in their prime with a solid chance of victory. Nowadays, he wasn't even sure if he could beat two jounin. He was getting slower, his bones becoming more fragile, his joints losing cartilage, making it painful to move around too much, muscles losing their strength, reflexes dulling, and other minor illnesses that were beginning to take their toll. For a close-range fighter like him, age was the worst enemy he could possibly face. When this Naruto kid had come along, he knew that he would never be able to beat the kid in an up-close one-on-one match. So he had visited his old clan Achieves, finding his predecessors' research and scroll techniques, and in the end had come up with this technique in the hopes that he'd be able to use it against Naruto to get some kind of edge over the brat. That way, even if he lost the fight, and he probably would, he'd injure the brat enough for someone else to take him down. Yoshihiro felt pressure building in his chest before he muffled some coughs with his fist. Using the opportunity, Kakashi and Guan rushed the Tsuchikage, the minor hesitancy in their steps practically screaming to Yoshihiro of their intentions before they were ever even close to him. Looks like he may win this one after all. Lee blocked a spin kick from Shikamaru as well as a drop kick from Ino before he pushed them both off. Before Ino even landed, however, another kick connected with her stomach, nearly sending her over the edge of the wall had she not managed to grab onto the ledge. Shikamaru had a spare second to see Lee vanish from where he had kicked Ino. in order to drop to the floor to avoid a spin kick that would have slammed into the back of his head. Moving to kick Lee's feet out from under him, he was not surprised when his attack didn't even make Lee stumble. It was only a second or so later a kick connected with his stomach, sending him tumbling until he reached the stairs, nearly falling down them in the process. Lee was about to continue his attack when he realized that he couldn't move. Shikamaru slowly stood up, Lee imitating his movements. The shadow user smirked and looked to Lee, confident that he now had the taijutsu master under his thumb. He had connected his shadow during the taijutsu exchange. It had been tough to concentrate with Lee's powerful attacks pummeling him, and even tougher to keep up with the taijutsu user's sheer speed, but he had managed it. Looking as Ino picked herself back up from the wall, he called out to her. "Ino, now." "Right." The blonde spoke as she formed a quick succession of hand seals. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, but she remained standing nevertheless. Shikamaru, however, then noticed something. Lee's mouth, it looked like, he had something in it. As Lee noticed that Shikamaru had recognized that he had something in his mouth, he spat out what it was, revealing yet another flash bang. Shikamaru's eyes widened. It was common knowledge that the shadow techniques only affected all extremities from the neck down, but he never expected his opponent to plan ahead like this. Like all scientists and strategists, he made a critical error, the error of ruling out the human element from the equation. Lee had planned ahead. Soon enough the weapon served its purpose, exploding in a bright flash and a loud bang that left their ears ringing. But worst of all, Shikamaru knew that his shadow had been disconnected to Lee. This time, being ready for the explosion, he was able to orient himself much quicker than before. He looked back to where Lee had been standing, but of course he knew that the boy wasn't there, and so wasn't surprised to find that he was right. He went to draw a kunai but paused as time seemed to slow. He realized, almost like an epiphany, that Lee wouldn't be aiming for him. In a split-second decision, the shadow user rushed back, towards Ino, tackling her, temporarily immobile, body to the ground as a kunai tore through his vest, and down his back. Shikamaru screamed in pain as blood gushed from the wound. Ino's eyes came back into focus, finding Shikamaru breathing heavily above her, blood flowing from his back, down his neck and dripping onto her. Grabbing him, she positioned herself so she would be kneeling, with Shikamaru resting on one of her knees as he struggled against the pain. She glanced back to Lee, who had a shallow cut on his arm where Shikamaru had tried to retaliate, swinging blindly with a kunai. The taijutsu user looked to her, a kunai in his hand, as he made his way closer. Those who fight and run away, live to fight another day. The thought was a bitter thing. Thinking fast, Ino took one of her own flash bombs and as the thing went off used a quick shunshin to escape. Lee looked around for his opponents, but realized soon that they were paid them no further thought. There was still plenty more fighting to be done. Chuji grunted in pain as his form smashed against the stone wall, cracking it slightly by the sheer force with which he hit. Landing on his hands and knees, his breath came in quick pants. Everything hurt, and he wasn't anywhere near dry enough to be considered safe from those lightning axes. Picking himself up, Chuji formed his own series of hand seals, and slammed both fists, elbow deep into the ground. Toshiro paused in his charge for a brief moment, before Chuji lifted his hands up, revealing them to be completely covered in hardened mud. The large Akimichi moved with startling speed, rushing the Kiri-nin with a desperate offensive. Toshiro spun his axes once before slamming them both onto the ground, sending huge lightning bolts through the earth, tearing it apart as they headed for Chuji. The Akimichi boy jumped high into the air, his trajectory bringing him closer and closer to drop right on top of Toshiro. The Kiri ninja threw one of his axes. The weapon flew with ease as well as accuracy, but Chuji merely batted it aside with one of his earth fists, ignoring the chunk that was blown off from the impact with its elemental weakness as he raised both fists above his head. Before Toshiro could really do anything to stop him, both fists grew to incredible proportions and were heading straight for him, intent on crushing him beneath their massive weight. The Kiri ninja ran, and he ran fast, lunging as he tried to escape the impact area. A scream of immense pain was ripped from his throat, however, as he was unable to escape in time, and one of his legs ended up beneath the very edge of Chuji's fist, pinned beneath an ungodly amount of weight. Soon Chuji's fists returned to their normal size as he landed on the floor and walked up to Toshiro. The Kiri ninja grunted in pain as he used a nearby wall to pick himself up, struggling to keep the weight off his injured leg. Chuji made his way over, ready to finish the fight before any other ninja arrived to help him. Of course, he had discounted one small factor: the axe Toshiro had thrown before. Quickly pulling and controlling the blade with chakra strings, the weapon found itself spinning through the air again, coming right back around, aiming for Chuji's back. The large Akimichi felt a slow chill crawl up his spine. Something was wrong, and he had learned to trust his instincts very early on in his life. The crackling of lightning chakra was the only warning he received. Reflexively rolling to the side, he watched in morbid, mildly sick fascination as the axe tore a huge chunk out of his upper arm. Strangely, he felt little pain the moment it happened, the pain striking him a few moments later as the lightning took its effect and sent another shock through his system, making him crumple to the ground in a heap. Then the pain in his arm hit. It now hung uselessly at his side, bleeding heavily. The red liquid dripping down from his fingers and to the cold floor beneath. Toshiro himself collapsed a moment later, not being able to hold himself up with one leg. The adrenaline that had been numbing the pain in his system was leaving him now, allowing the full effect of his injury to start taking effect. Fall back. Toshiro grunted as he looked up, finding that it was an IWA shinobi that had called out the order. He smirked as he looked back to Chuji. It appeared they succeeded in taking the northern wall. Now if he could just get a medic nin. Soon enough though, one of the IWA umbu appeared at Chuji's side. Akimichi-san. The man cried in alarm before motioning to others. Soon enough another umbu appeared and they both put Chuji's arms over their shoulders, hefting him up before they ran, leaving Toshiro face down in the dirt. The Kiri ninja groaned and hoped that one of his own men would help him out soon enough. If not, well, he was certainly in here for the long run. Shino blocked a claw swipe from Kiba, kicking the Inuzuka's legs out from under him before leaping straight up to avoid Atsuga from Akamaru. Kiba growled as he got back to his feet and leapt up after Shino, forming another Tsuga technique. The Aburame head formed the familiar bug-like wings on his back, using them to swerve out of the way. As Kiba came out of his technique, Shino threw a kunai, trusting Kiba's limited evasive ability in mid-air to carry the weapon to its target. Coming to the dog boy's aid however was Akamaru, shoving him out of the way with his own body weight. The Aburame boy judged the trajectory of their fall, launching yet another swarm of Kikaichu in their direction. Kiba snarled, getting to his feet, flexing his claws once before he slashed at the air, lightning chakra escaping his fingertips creating something of a static shield against the incoming swarm. Shino was unfazed. Kiba growled, his animalistic features making him look almost feral as he glared at the Aburame. "Tell me Shino, how does it feel to be licking that bastard's feet? Knowing that you sold us out just to be a slave to him." "I am no one's slave, Inuzuka-san," he replied levelly. "However I will say it is most preferable to be the right hand of the devil than in his path." The Inuzuka boy growled before he spoke again. "Right hand of the devil my ass, I'm gonna show you what a real devil is. Akamaru." He called to his partner before he threw the dog a soldier pill. The beast's fur turned bright red, its ears standing on end as its fangs lengthened. The dog leapt up before it started spinning. Shino held his hands up, becoming disgusted as urine sprayed over his form. And people said insects were unhygienic. As the dog landed, Kiba leapt up on top of him, formed a series of quick Han seals before the two were enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Shino waited for it to clear. When it did, it revealed a three-headed wolf-like dog, its fur red like blood, its eyes shining and glowing an eerie yellow. The drool that escaped its three maws bubbled and hissed like acid. "You like it? It's my own variant of my family's technique, much more powerful than the previous one." The head in the center growled out, its voice grating and bestial, not at all like Kiba's regular voice. Shino straightened his glasses on the bridge of his nose. "An improvement over your usual self, I'm sure." A faint buzzing noise reached Kiba's ears, steadily growing louder and louder. Finally the buzzing was so loud regular individuals could hear it. "What the look out!" was the only warning Kiba received before a huge swarm, locust-like Kikaichu flew up and over the wall, blocking out the sun with their numbers. "This is one of my ultimate techniques, it summons all my hives of Kikaichu to my aid. Soon, you shall be nothing. They will devour you, in both chakra and body. Perhaps your bones shall remain. Perhaps not." The three-headed dog roared once in defiance and tried to bite at the Aburame, only for Shino again to disperse into Kikaichu and join the swarm flying above. Kiba growled as his legs tensed, the muscles coiling back before he leapt high into the air, his form spinning and shredding through any of the bugs caught in his path, ignoring the ones that latched onto his skin, stinging, biting and tearing his flesh as he spun through the air. Temari growled as she sent another series of wind blades at the Hyuga heiress. Only for the girl to see the attack with her Byakugan and avoid it entirely, continuing her headlong charge without even breaking her stride. The Wind Mistress snapped her massive fan shut before she used it as a makeshift shield to block Hinata's Juken strikes. Pushing the girl off before she took to the air again, launching another attack to keep the girl from following. Hinata backflipped several times to avoid the attack before spinning around and batting away Sakura's attempted strikes with chakra scalpels. The medic nin was fast, a tad bit faster than Hinata herself but not enough to make any real difference. Finally Hinata latched onto Sakura's wrists, falling back before placing both legs on the pink-haired girl's stomach and throwing her back, over her. Sakura flipped in mid-air, landing on her feet before spinning around. Hinata watched as multiple chakra strings appeared from the girl's fingertips. Following them with her Byakugan, she watched as they attached themselves to numerous stones, bricks, and other pieces of rubble around her. With a strong yank, Sakura pulled the stones together, heading towards Hinata. The Hyuga girl again started spinning. Kaiten. The spinning cyclone of chakra demolished all that came near it, turning the projectile weapons into little more than particle dust. As dome of chakra dissipated, Hinata caught sight of another shadow, above her. Snapping her head in said direction, the Hyuga girl barely managed to catch sight of Temari's silhouette as the glare of the sun partially blinded her before the girl swung her fan again, sending a wave of air pressure smashing directly on top of the Hyuga girl, making her collapse onto her hands and knees. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura launched forward, a chakra scalpel formed in her hand as she moved to strike at Hinata's neck. The Hyuga girl latched onto the other girl's wrist, again, deftly avoiding the invisible blade. Sakura responded by delivering another kick to the girl's midsection, which Hinata blocked, using the force of the kick to add to her momentum, leaping up and onto the roof of a nearby building, on Iwa's side of the wall, a tad higher than the wall itself. Ignoring the shattering tiles beneath her feet, Hinata straightened, watching as Temari launched several more wind blades at her. Drawing some kunai shuriken from her pouch, she threw them, well enough to avoid the numerous little wind blades and head straight for the wind mistress. Spinning her fan in front of her, Temari blocked them all with its sheer size and weight, before she launched a second volley of wind blades at the Hyuga clan head, which Hinata avoided. Taking up her stance, the Hyuga kunoichi eyed the other two as they leapt over and landed on the rooftop she was on. They circled her slowly, inching along to each flank her. It would do little good considering she could see them regardless. She let them. Hinata. Sakura growled out, "Just tell me why. Why did you betray everyone to that monster? What could he have possibly offered you to do so?" The Hyuga shook her head slowly. "He didn't offer me anything, Sakura. I did what I had to do to save my sister and myself, from my father's tyranny. The losses you suffered were regrettable, but there was no way I could have avoided them. Quite frankly, it was between your lives, against the lives of me and my sister. I simply chose the obvious path." Sakura's eyes burned with a fury she hadn't long known. "You heartless bitch, do you have any idea what all of my friends, your friends, had to go through? Ino has been through hell, Kiba and his sister still can't look at a picture of their mother without tears coming to their eyes. Do you even have the slightest idea what you've put them through?" Hinata closed her eyes and sighed. "Like I said, it was a regrettable necessity, but if I hadn't done what I did, both my sister and myself would have had the branch family curse seal placed on us, and none of your parents would have done anything, or even cared to do anything to help us. I did what I had to do." Temari watched the exchange slowly. She wasn't sure what the branch family curse seal was, but she guessed it wasn't good. She could see both sides of the story, not having been truly involved in the events, but her loyalty was with her friends, not this stranger. Tenten and Mika each leapt away from each other, as the shredding mass of fur that was Hana's summon plowed through the area they had previously been standing on. Deep, jagged claw marks digging deeply into the cold stones. The animal barely even stopped for a scant few seconds before it lunged after Tenten, choosing to ignore Mika for now. The weapon mistress, as she continued to hang in the air from her jump, threw a kunai, a thin wire attached to the end, lodging it into one of the stones to the side before pulling herself in to avoid the attack. Hana smirked before she timed her leap from her mount, and finally lunged at the bun-haired girl, forming her own tsuga midway through her flight. Tenten, caught off guard by the attack, wasn't able to do much else other than brace herself before the blow hit her full force, smashing her against the stone floor, and into buttresses of the defensive wall. Coughing up a good deal of blood, the weapon mistress picked herself up off the ground, her scratches and bruises now marring her arms and knees from the skidding impact. Hearing a crash off to the side, she watched as Hana's summon lunged towards her, its jaw wide open and ready to snap shut over her form. The bun-haired girl rolled forward, barely avoiding the creature as its jaws snapped shut, unrolling a scroll as she did. In a puff of smoke, a naginata-like weapon appeared in her hand. Getting to her feet, she tried to swipe at the side of the beast's exposed neck. But it reared back before she had the chance to complete her strike. The creature was about to bite down where she was again when it suddenly reared back, with what could only be called a screech of pain escaping its lips. Tenten was confused by this, but as the animal turned, it revealed Mika. Her blade plunged deep into the creature's back, right between the beast's massive shoulder blades. The pain must have truly been excruciating, as Tenten could hear the blade scraping against bones as the Kiri Kunoichi twisted it harshly, the smile never leaving her face. Sensing movement behind her, Tenten spun around in time to see and dodge a claw swipe from the Inuzuka girl. Lashing back, she spun the naginata with the expertise and precision of a master of years. She managed to get the Inuzuka girl to back up a decent distance. Tenten then tried several quick jabbing motions with the weapon, the tip glinting in the mid-morning sunlight as Hana dodged them with deft, equally quick movements. Finally, after another dodge, Tenten swiped at the girl's face, followed by a swing to her legs. Hana leaned back, and leapt over each respectively, twirling in the air before she came down with a swipe of her claws, fire chakra trailing behind them, breaking through the weapon's hardened wood easily and digging into Tenten's shoulder, as the girl reflexively tried to block the attack. It wasn't a serious wound, but it was a painful one. Kicking Hana in the stomach hard enough to make her stumble, the weapon mistress then flipped back, unrolling another scroll and unveiling a three-pieced staff. Ignoring the blood that trickled down her shirt from the recent injury as she glared at the female Inuzuka. Guan's feet skidded back slightly as he blocked Yoshihiro's swing with his sword, the weight of the man's hammer throwing him off balance for a bit, barely giving him enough time to bring his blade back to block the follow-up strike. He momentarily saw an opening in Yoshihiro's defense, but the killing intent flared suddenly, just as he had seen it, making him hesitate, missing his opportunity, and leaving himself open in the process, allowing Yoshihiro to seize his own opening, punching the Kiri swordsman in the jaw, sending him tumbling to the floor before the Tsuchikage turned to face Kakashi. The silver-haired jounin ducked under the hammer aimed at his head before he tried to plunge a kunai into Yoshihiro's side, which was slightly exposed being that it was only covered by the leather straps of his armor. The Tsuchikage, however, caught his wrist, yanked his hand away, holding it so it was exposed, and then tried to swing his hammer down on it with his free hand. Only for Kakashi to form a sealless shadow clone to take the hit instead before he kicked Yoshihiro off, ignoring the flare of killing intent with sheer adrenaline. Yoshihiro released his grip on Kakashi's arm before he delivered a brutal straight kick to the copy nin's stomach, sending him flying across the room. Yoshihiro couldn't turn in time to block the massive blade that slammed across his back armor. Grunting in pain, he stumbled before spinning back around, swinging his hammer, aiming for Guan's legs. The Kiri nin went to jump, but Yoshihiro again flared his killing intent, intentionally this time, and again the man hesitated from the sudden fear that gripped him, managing to only leap up slightly after he caught himself. Still, the hammer slammed into his ankle, causing pain to flare up in the appendage. The Kiri nin grunted, stumbling as he landed, forcing himself to stand straight regardless, blocking the nerves with chakra manipulations to keep the injury from slowing him any further. With a yell, Yoshihiro raised the hammer high above his head before bringing it down over Guan, or at least attempting to. The man had rolled to the side quickly enough to avoid the bludgeoning weapon. Getting to his feet, he barely blocked another strike from Yoshihiro, but even so, his weapon was knocked out of his hand by the sheer force behind the older man's blow. Yoshihiro grabbed the man by his hair and slammed his face against his knee with a sickening crunch, which was soon revealed to be his nose as blood flowed freely down his face. The sound of 1,000 birds reached the Tsuchikage's ears. Yoshihiro spun around, expecting to find Kakashi with his signature Chidori technique. But as he turned around, he saw absolutely nothing. Momentarily confused, it only took him a brief moment to discover what had happened. Genjutsu. Kakashi suddenly exploded from the ground to his left, aiming to stab a kunai into his side. Judging by the trajectory, it would pierce through his ribs and into his lung. Acting fast, the older man barely managed to maneuver his body enough to change the fatal blow to a crippling one. "You're not the only one with skills in genjutsu," the copy ninja remarked, watching as the Tsuchikage coughed up blood, and his skin returned to its natural tan tone. He, damn kids," Yoshihiro muttered before he grabbed Kakashi's wrist with one hand. "Never paying attention to the basics, not even the most important of them." "And what's that?" Kakashi questioned dangerously as he twisted the blade into the man's side harshly. Yoshihiro ignored the pain as fire and earth chakra gathered in his palm, forming what seemed like a molten fireball. A ninja is sworn to give everything to his village. His grip over Kakashi's wrist tightened and the copy ninja's eyes widened as he realized what the older man was thinking. Especially, his life. The Sandaime Tsuchikage roared before he slammed the fireball into the floor at his feet. The battle outside was drawn to a sudden, dreaded pause as the force field covering the building that had been holding off all ninja from rushing to the place where they each knew their respective commanders to be was enveloped in a massive, fiery explosion. The shockwave of which knocked many off their feet and even made the wall itself shake from the intensity. As one, both armies rushed to the scene, each silently declaring a momentary ceasefire, desperate to learn the fate of their respective leaders. The sight that greeted them was disheartening to both sides. Two of Konoha's legends, Hatake Kakashi and Tatsuoki Guan, were face down among the wooden debris, several third and second degree burns covering their exposed skin. Both unmoving. With IWA, the sight of their beloved Sandaime Tsuchikage, a man that had been the one immovable mountain of strength and charisma above all others, was more crippling to them than any physical injury. Many hardened veterans felt tears beginning to form behind their eyes which they desperately tried to hold back, but failed despite their efforts. Suddenly, a cough brought all of the ninja within earshot out of their respective stupors before leaping down, hoping that it was one of their leaders that had been the one to cough. Numerous cries of Yoshihiro-sama, Hataki-san, and Master Guan cut through the air as each of them rushed to the fallen warriors. Hinata broke through the crowd, activating her Byakugan, and watched that the chakra flow within the two Konoha jounin was still flowing. She sighed in relief. They were both unconscious. Looking to Yoshihiro, as several of his umbu helped the man stand, hefting his arms over their shoulders, she was tempted to order the attack. But looking back at her own men, beaten and battered as they were, she held back, considering the pros and cons to her men's morale. If she declared an attack now, the IWA Nin would fight back tooth and nail without a second thought to their own safety in order to save their beloved Sandaime. Her soldiers wouldn't fight as hard and would surely be pushed back. No, now was the time to hold back. They would be able to come back on another occasion, when the full vulnerability of their leader would sink into the IWA ninja, making their morale plummet. That's enough fighting for today. Hinata spoke, her voice strong as she looked to the older man dead in the eye. Let both sides pull back for now. We don't attack you and you don't attack us. Yoshihiro chuckled dryly, ignoring the blood that dribbled down his lower lip as he slowly nodded. That sounds good to me, girl. Hinata watched as Kiba stepped forward snarling before he was held back by his sister, lip-reading the older girl. She managed to see what she was saying rather easily. Let it go, now's not the time, little bro, just let it go. We'll have our chance to gut her before this is done. Slowly, tensely, both armies began dispersing, each eyeing the other warily. No cheers of victory were cried out that night. Later that night, Yoshihiro lay, injured on the cot of their temporary hospital, many of his trusted ninja all standing around him. The medic Nins here, including that Suna girl Sakura, had done a remarkable job of patching him up. Oh sure, he could still feel the soreness, aches, dull and sharp pains. But the fact that he wasn't dead was certainly something to be grateful for. It was his armor. The heavy bulky piece of shit had actually saved him, absorbed much of the kinetic energy of the blast, and absorbing the subsequent impact. If it wasn't for that, he would have probably had much of his insides like goo and his ribs turning his lungs into Swiss cheese. He would imagine that Kakashi and Guan were not so lucky. They may have survived the blast, sure, but they would most likely never be in any real condition to fight as quickly as he would. In about 2 days he'd be back to his 70%, he estimated. The old man's thoughts were interrupted, however, as a cough, one of the many he had been suppressing, escaped his lips in his now weakened state, racking his form violently. Yoshihiro-sama. Many of the jounins called. Do you want us to call another of the medics? Waving their frantic cries of worry off, he grunted as his coughing finally ceased. Knock off, bring in those Suna Nin, in here Right away, sir. One of the men spoke before he stood and walked out the door. A few moments later each of the aforementioned Suna ninja was in the room with him. He looked them over once before he slowly began to clap. Each of the standing ninja looked at one another confused before they awaited his explanation. Well, I'm impressed. Plenty of those field reports say that many of you handled yourselves exceptionally well against the main Konoha commanders you faced. Quite impressive. You've been reading and listening to reports? Sakura almost shouted. With all due respect, Tsuchikage-sama, you're in no condition to dash. Hush, girl. Yoshihiro interrupted sternly. I know very well what my limitations are, and a few reports won't kill me. Besides, fearing death at my age is just plain old stupid. The pink-eat still looked uncomfortable but nodded nonetheless. Yoshihiro looked like he was about to say something else when an IWA Chunin burst through the door. Yoshihiro-sama. A large ninja force from IWA is approaching. What? Yoshihiro spoke startled, before he looked to Sakura. Girl, fetch me something I can use to stand with. You're going to dash. Now, child. Yoshihiro interrupted again, this time more firmly. He appreciated her concern, but goddamn it, he was 77 years old and no wet behind the ears medic from Suna no less was going to tell him what he could and could not do. Sakura bit back a curse before she stalked outside the door, grabbed the nearest cane and walked back in, handing it to the Tsuchikage. Yoshihiro grunted as his men helped him get to his feet, and used the cane to support himself as he made his way out the hospital and towards the gate. Finally, a few minutes and stumbles later, in which Sakura insisted he let her get him a wheelchair, the old man finally arrived at the gate. Only to come across the sight of his nephew. Toyohisa. Yoshihiro questioned. What are you doing here? The young Shimizu bowed. My lord, our men refuse to simply sit by any longer and allow you to face this threat on your own. We have come to fight at your side. Yoshihiro looked as all the Chunin and Jounin behind his nephew bowed lowly before they stood up straight again, saluting him. What are your orders, Tsukikage-sama? Yoshihiro looked over the gathered crowd, a smile forming over his lips before he allowed his eyes to land over Toyohisa again. You just didn't want to handle all the paperwork, huh? The younger man actually smiled and winked. Yoshihiro guffawed loudly before he enveloped his nephew in a fierce hug. Fine then. Men, prepare yourselves. In 2 days' time, we shall strike at Konoha's camp, and drive them out of Iwa for good. What do you say to that? His answer was the great roar of his men's cheers. Hinata watched as Kakashi and Guan were settled into the medic ward. The diagnostic was not looking good at all. Kakashi had 3 broken ribs, a broken femur in his left leg, a punctured lung and a broken hip bone. Guan had a ruptured spleen, several small cracks along his skull, a broken ankle, a hip bone fractured in several places, with the bone fragments causing even more internal damage as well as a severe case of internal bleeding. Obviously both were in critical condition. Shino walked up silently behind her. It appears that Yoshihiro-san has defeated us yet again. Hinata nodded slowly. Indeed. She sighed as she rubbed her forehead. He's not going to like this. Indeed, but we must still inform him. Yoshihiro is simply far more than we could handle, and my Kakechu tell me that he will soon be again ready for battle. Jesus, that man, he's a devil. Shino finished for her. I can see where he got his namesake. Naruto sat at his desk, going over the forms of a new trade agreement they were setting up with the Land of Waves. It was a tedious process, these political negotiations, but Naruto knew that they were all necessary, dreadfully so. He finished reading over one of the forms when a messenger bird suddenly flew into the balcony, perching itself on his desk. Grabbing the small scroll around its ankle, he unrolled it and allowed his eyes to pass over the encoded message. The blonde ninja took a deep breath, before opening his eyes again, and calmly reached for the intercom. Suzume. He called his secretary. Yes, Naruto-sama? A slight pause. Cancel all known appointments. When do I reappoint them then? She questioned, hiding her shock at the sudden request. Inform everyone that all appointments are cancelled until further notice. He answered again, removing his hand from the button, though he could still hear her startled screech of "What?" from clear down the hall. When Suzume entered through the door, however, she found that her Hokage was already long gone. His pace brisk and determined, the blonde seemed like a specter as he flew through the halls of his home, throwing the sliding doors to his armory wide open before he entered, walking towards the end of it where it revealed a metal container. Kneeling down, he undid the metallic locks, and ran his blood over the seal over the chest before opening it. He looked over the familiar contents, the same items that had not seen action in nearly a decade. He had them refitted and remolded so they could fit his current body structure many times over the years, but other than that, they were still the same. He let his eyes travel over them, before his hand slowly reached for the first one. Chapter 47, The Siege of Sakai, Akisho. 2 days since the Second Battle of Sakai. One of the guard currently on duty around Konoha's main encampment for the siege was startled as he felt a firm hand grip his shoulder. Looking back behind him, he found Toshiro, the axe-wielding Kiri ninja, standing behind him. The young Jounin gave a nod of consent as he watched the man lose some of his tension, the muscles in his arms and legs uncoiling as he allowed himself to drop his guard and place the kunai he had reflexively grabbed back into its proper holster. Go get some rest, it's my shift now. The guard nodded, yes sir. He spoke respectfully before he inclined his head in a slight bow. Toshiro sat down, preparing for the long shift, trying not to think of the wounded state of his father. While he knew that his father was not invincible, it was still very disheartening to see him so injured. His father was one of the strongest men he knew after all. He let his eyes travel to the sky above, judging by the coming dawn, orange and purple hues decorating the horizon over Iwa's jagged peaks. He could assume that it was somewhere between 5:30 and 6. He would have a shift until about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock where the next person would take up the shift. The crisp morning air, blanketed with the deep morning fog from the high mountains. Toshiro wasn't really used to fog. Mist was moist and could be warm in the right conditions, fog had a more dry feeling, more humid, and was just downright cold. The young Jounin oftentimes wondered how the Iwa shinobi could deal with it at this altitude. Though he must admit it must do wonders for endurance training. The air was much thinner here than what it was in Kiri, meaning that their endurance could easily be halved if they didn't know how to deal with such an environment. Most of the ninja that were assigned to this assault had received a crash course in breathing and minor chakra control techniques to assist them in managing the thin air while their bodies adjusted properly. Toshiro slowly sat back, leaning his head against the wall. For the last 2 days, there had been little activity on both sides of the wall, both merely patrolling their respective lines and making sure no one tried to pull one thing over the other's eyes. But, as Toshiro sat around for a bit longer, he noticed that just beyond the morning fog faint, shadowy silhouettes could be seen. His eyes narrowed as he slowly stood, forcing his eyes to pierce through the ghostly veil. As the sun rose over the hills, and light descended down, dispelling the shadows, Toshiro's eyes widened as he came across the sight of what must have been nearly the entire IWA army. Over the wall, and practically at their doorstep. He looked to the other guard towers and scouting points, finding IWA shinobi at them instead. He could even see the slightly distinguished forms of what seemed like gray lumps, possibly bodies near them. Sensing a presence behind him, he reacted instantly. Turning, and fluidly catching knife and wrist, the attacker having been aiming for his kidneys, judging by the angle his hand was at. Pulling the man forward, the Kiri-nin delivered a quick elbow to the man's throat, listening to him gag, before he delivered another elbow to the man's extended forearm, listening to it give a sickening snap. The man choked on his own scream before Toshiro delivered another backhand across his face, knocking him to the floor as his mask cracked. Taking out one of his axes, he plunged it into the ninja's chest as he was down, snapping his rib bones with the force behind his blow. The man gave a single jerk before he fell limp. Toshiro cursed before immediately rushing off to sound the alarm. IWA had caught them with their pants down. Definitely not a good thing. Yoshihiro smirked, watching the young Kiri ninja flee the scene. Heh, so we weren't able to get them all, then. Not a moment later, bells were rung throughout the leaf camp before them. He pulled the scope from his eyes. Looking to his jounin next to him, he spoke up. Well, they aren't just gonna commit suicide for ya. Move. He yelled out the order so that it was carried over the assembled group of ninja, and in silence they all vanished. A moment later, cries were heard coming from the Konoha camp, the sound of metal clashing against metal following shortly behind. He smirked, letting his eyes travel to Temari and Toyohisa. The two had remained behind, acting as bodyguards to make sure no one else attempted any other assassinations. You two really should join the battle. Surprise attacks are good for you. Seeing the enemy get out of their tents, confused, disoriented and sometimes but naked is certainly not a sight you'll get to see many times. Temari's nose wrinkled in distaste at the joke. No thank you, guarding an old man is just fine by me. She shot back, smirking at Yoshihiro's snort. Toyohisa shook his head. Uncle, you know very well that I didn't even want to bring you out into the field. I sure as hell am not going to leave you here alone for any other attempt on your life to be carried out. Yoshihiro shook his head and was about to tell his mother hen of a nephew that he was perfectly capable of taking care of himself when pressure built up in his chest and he released a hacking cough, placing a fist over his mouth as he tried to suppress more coughs as they flowed up from his lungs. After about 10 seconds, Temari started to get a bit concerned, placing a hand on the older man's armored back. Hey, are you alright? Uncle? Toyohisa questioned. I cough fine. The older managed to gasp out unconvincingly as more coughs escaped his lips, becoming violent as he hunched forward, placing his free hand to grasp Toyohisa in order to hold himself up. Hey, Toyohisa-san, I think we need to get him back to the medics or something. Temari cried out in alarm as the older man's coughing got visibly worse, and he actually sounded like he was hacking up something a lot redder than mucus. Yoshihiro fell to one knee, Temari and Toyohisa grabbing him by his armpits to stop him from falling completely. Finally, after almost another 30 seconds of the older man's violent coughing, it finally died down, allowing both the Tsuchikage and the other two to breathe easier. Uncle. Toyohisa began uncertainly. You haven't been taking your medication, have you? Medication? Temari thought in silent question, having never heard, or having any inclination at the older man having any condition that required medication. Yoshihiro glared at his loose-tongued nephew before standing. No, I haven't. Those damn cough pills of yours cloud the mind, make me drowsy. Can't afford that in a battle. Budash, the younger man moved to protest when Yoshihiro grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt, pulling him so they were face to face. The old man spoke firmly, and with an edge of graveness to his voice, but with an underlying hint of softness. This is a battlefield, Toyohisa. You just think of the enemies around and in front of you. You can worry about my carcass later, got it? Slowly the younger man nodded and Yoshihiro released him. Looking to Temari, he sent her a silent glare, asking for her to remain very quiet. Catching the older man's look, she understood it and decided it was the interest of her health insurance if she did as he wished. Hinata screamed out a curse as a kunai sliced open the back of her knee, thrown from one of the passing IWA nin. Growling as her knee gave out, She blocked the incoming strike from another ninja with one hand, delivered a quick palm thrust to the man's stomach with her other, forcing him to cough up blood, then she used the same hand to grab one of the kunai from his pouch. The ninja behind her at this point had tossed another kunai, this one aiming for the back of her head. She spun around, throwing her newly acquired kunai at her long-range attacker while simultaneously placing a minor genjutsu over it, his kunai and hers passing right by each other. Catching the kunai aimed at her, she watched as the man tried to do the same, only to see his features twist into one of shock and horror as the kunai sliced open his throat. Spinning back around, she plunged the kunai in her hands, upwards into the other man's jaw, watching him give a quick jerk before he fell dead. The Hyuga heir cursed again as she performed what little medical abilities she had over her wounded leg. She had barely fallen asleep 3 hours ago, having been going over the battle plans with Shino, Tenten, and Mika. They were scheduled to attack the IWA ninja tomorrow, near dusk. She had not expected IWA would ever launch an attack. Their Tsuchikage was injured, and if the condition of Guan and Kakashi was anything to go by, he wouldn't be back in fighting condition for at least another month. Judging by how strong Yoshihiro was, losing him, even just temporarily, would be an utterly demoralizing blow to the IWA ninja. Everyone knows that an army whose morale is low is not one that can lead an attack with a great chance of success. They must be desperate to drive them back. And as Naruto had sometimes said, desperation breeds determination. She had made the critical error of underestimating them, and it was costing her. She was merely armed with a single kunai pouch, being the only thing she had been able to put on, and it was no surprise many ninja were in a similar condition. Finishing her healing technique, she moved to stand, growling as her knee shook in weakness as it struggled to hold her upright. She could not afford any handicap, especially one this damning, at this point so early in the battle. Her Byakugan flared and immediately she caught sight of a very familiar ninja. Leaping back, she fell to one knee as she landed. A spinning, shredding cyclone crashing down onto the spot she had been standing on a few minutes earlier. The dust soon cleared, revealing the snarling Kiba, though he held the hints of a smirk on his lips. Heh, no bug-loving freak to save you now, eh? Who says I need saving from a mongrel like you? Hinata shot back in a bored tone, but carried an edge to it. Whether that was from anger, or from worry due to her injury wasn't really known. A voice behind her startled her, however. That would be me. Hinata spun around, barely managing to catch a scant glimpse of another spinning form before it smashed into her at a downward angle. Her arm, which had taken the full brunt of the impact, released a sickening snap as claws slashed it open, rivulets of blood pouring out. Hinata screamed bloody murder, pain racing up and down her arm. She did manage to notice, however, that by the angle her attacker came from, they had used the Byakugan's blind spot to get in that close. She had gotten careless yet again. The fact that no one had used that weakness against her during the recent battles had led her to believe no one in IWA knew about it, and the fact that Kiba, Sakura, or that other blonde-haired girl she had fought had used it had also led her to believe none of the Konoha refugees knew about it either. Another foolish mistake on her part, especially using Kiba of all people to compare the rest of the Konoha nins that were here. The attack had sent her in Kiba's direction. The Inuzuka boy's hands reared back as he prepared to tear her open with the sharp, natural weapons that were his claws. Fighting through the pain, she righted herself in mid-air, catching the boy's upward slash with her one good arm, blocking the other with her left leg, and driving her right foot into the boy's throat, kicking both him and herself away, as she used him to gain leverage to backflip so she landed on her feet. While she was in mid-air, however, another form suddenly exploded from the ground that was previously beneath Kiba. Hinata's eyes widened as she came across the sight of a second Kiba, no doubt Akamaru, as he lunged for her, claws extended. Spinning around quickly, the familiar, signature barrier of her clan formed around her. Kaiten. Akamaru's henge dispelled as the animal was forcefully thrown away, the creature's sharp yelp reaching the ears of those within earshot as he scraped and skidded to a stop on the harsh gravel covering the floor. Hinata groaned from the stress placed on her injured arm. As the barrier around her dissipated, however, she caught sight of Hana, behind her, a kunai already aimed to strike at her ribs. Hinata struggled to turn, knowing already that it was too late, but refusing to accept defeat lying down. Hana smirked, certain of the Hyuga girl's death, and at least a part of their revenge being accomplished, when Hinata suddenly vanished, and she felt her wrist caught in an iron, unyielding grip. Cursing, the Inuzuka girl froze as her eyes found red and black before her eyes. The slight click as the hand, clad in a metallic, segmented gauntlet, tightened its already powerful grip on her wrist brought her back. Slowly her eyes traveled up, to the form that towered above her. Blood-red cloak billowing in the cold, harsh wind of the high mountains. Sharp, metal face mask covering the bottom half of his features, while the veiled shadow, formed by the hood of his cloak, covered the other half. Burning red eyes stared back into her own as they glowed eerily from the darkness. Hana growled, hiding the fear gripping her chest as she stared upon this man after a decade, behind a veil of anger, a much more secure emotion by comparison. Kiba's eyes widened, and for a moment, all seemed to freeze, holding itself perfectly still at the sight of him. Hinata, from her place on the ground, gasped when she saw him. Her commander, clad in his old battle garb. It had been nearly a full 7 years since she had last seen the imposing sight of him in that armor. She had to admit, it was a somewhat strange, bringing both relief and unease. Hana growled as she slashed with her other hand, a trail of chakra flowing from her claw tips, heading for his face. Naruto released her wrist, and with the same arm blocked her incoming strike, meeting his fist with her forearm. Hana screamed as the tough bone was cracked, the sickening sound reaching Naruto's ears. He followed up his attack, with one powerful blow young woman's chest. Hana froze for a moment, before she coughed up blood, hunching over as she fell to her knees, blood escaping her lips and pooling beneath her. Naruto faintly heard a horn being blown in the distance but paid little attention to it. "Sis!" Kiba cried out in fear and alarm before he snarled, rushing the hooded ninja in a blind fury. Naruto looked over his shoulder, red eyes glowing eerily as he spoke. "Worthless." Hinata's eyes traveled down to his hand, widening in alarm as a familiar ball of chakra formed and spun rapidly in his right hand, red creeping over it before it burst into flame. "Get back!" she cried to all within earshot before she herself used Shunshin in her attempt to get as far away from the area as possible. Yoshihiro's eyes snapped open as he stood up, a slow feeling of dread creeping down his spine as a chakra, controlled, but certainly powerful, reached his highly tuned senses. Toyohisa turned, sensing the distress in his uncle, something that was very odd. "Uncle, what's wrong?" he questioned, watching as Temari tensed and placed a hand on her fan as she too sensed the heaviness that settled over the air. "Toyohisa." The older man spoke slowly, pausing as he weighed his next words. "Call the troops back." The young Shimazu looked visibly startled as he spoke. What? But uncle, we have the ad-dash. I said call them back, don't argue." The Tsuchikage roared, knowing that now was not the time for his inexperienced nephew's premature assumptions of their victory. Toyohisa unconsciously stepped back before he nodded once, vanishing in a cloud of smoke, and a second later the horn for the retreat call was blown, and in a scant few seconds IWA ninja began rushing towards them, most visibly confused and outraged at being ordered to retreat when they held the Konoha ninja at such a key disadvantage. "Tsuchikage-sama!" one of the Umbu cried out as he landed in front of him. "What is the meaning of this?" As if waiting for the man's question, a huge explosion shook the ground beneath their feet, and flames roared to life as they engulfed a wide area within the outer city. Buildings crumbled and glasses shattered as the shockwave passed over them. Yoshihiro's eyes narrowed as dust and debris was kicked up, some scant few particles and pebbles smacking against his face as most of the ninja's cries of shock and alarm. "That is." Yoshihiro answered rhetorically as Toyohisa appeared next to him, visibly shaken from the degree of destruction that occurred so unexpectedly. "Toyohisa." The older man spoke calmly. "Take the men and retreat, pull them back behind the wall, I'll stay and act as the rear guard." "No, uncle." The young man spoke. "Let me, I will stay and you lead the men, you're still too. I'm old, you're young." End of discussion. Toyohisa. Yoshihiro interrupted again, not giving the young man more time to speak. Soon enough, however, next to Temari, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino and Chuji soon appeared. Each in a puff of smoke and each visibly confused over the situation. "What's going on?" Ino questioned her fellow blonde. Temari shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure, but we're pulling back for now." Looking around, she spoke slowly. "Where's Kiba and Hana?" Their question was answered, however, as Akamaru landed next to them, Hana hunched over holding onto Kiba and Kiba himself, draped over his dog's back, burns covering much of their forms. Hana was visibly struggling to even keep herself upright. "Hana!" Sakura cried worriedly at the sight of the older girl so injured. Rushing over, the group helped them get off of Akamaru. Ino and Temari, who were grabbing Kiba, froze, not due to the sheer amount of blood covering his body, or all the burns sustained by the Inuzuka, but by the fact that his right arm was no longer there. From the shoulder down, Kiba was missing his right arm. The two blondes glanced at each other, their gazes filled with a shock and pit forming at the bottom of their stomachs. They both knew that at this point, Kiba's career as a ninja was undoubtedly over. The others, who had also noticed Kiba's dismemberment by now, barely caught the sound of Hana's strained voice as it was breathed from between the older girl's lips. "It's him, cough, he's here." She wheezed out, nearly falling over as Sakura all but held her up. The others looked confused for a brief moment before a dawning realization settled over their eyes. Then, another explosion shook the ground at their feet, the heat making them wince in discomfort as it bit at their skin. "Go Toyohisa!" They heard Yoshihiro bark. Looking to the older man, they watched as the young man nodded before he turned and began barking out orders. His voice faded out into the background however as Yoshihiro turned to them, an understanding passing between their eyes as the IWA shinobi did as instructed and rushed back over the wall, a scant few remaining behind to act as the rear guard. They looked to the roaring wall of flames, a distance away, watching, waiting for the opponent they each knew was coming. They saw a shadowed figure slowly making its way through the fire, each tensing as the orange and red heat obscured his form. To their surprise however, an IWA Umbu came stumbling out, holding the bleeding stump of his arm, his face mask, shattered, the mouthpiece hanging by a small black strap around his neck. Blood flowing down from his forehead, covering his face in the red liquid as he stumbled towards them, his eyes wide with fear as he looked around, seemingly disoriented or looking for someone, or something. Bumping against buildings, debris and overall junk, they could faintly hear the man muttering something, the words becoming clear as he neared them. Akisho. Akisho. He repeated as he tripped over himself, rushing to get to the Tsuchikage, the one man who could help him, who could defend him from the monstrosity that was behind him. Temari watched the man approach, but soon her eyes drifted back to the flames, watching them flicker for a split second. Her eyes widened as she saw what caused it. "Get down!" She screamed out, but the man either didn't hear her, or was simply too delirious to register the command. As if sensing his approaching fate however, he turned sluggishly, his face contorting in fear and horror for a brief second before he was cut to several hundred pieces by what was most likely an equal number of wind blades. His bloods and innards exploding over the area. Yoshihiro's eyes narrowed at the display, having barely noticed where the attack came from. Once again, a shadowed figure appeared, morphing out of the flames like a specter, the harbinger of their deaths, several more shadows soon appearing at his sides, the red hood and mask becoming visible as multiple yellow eyes glowed next to him, the silhouettes of their slithering bodies becoming visible soon after. Yoshihiro gritted his teeth. Taking hold of his war hammer before he stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the scarlet-covered ninja before him. "Stay calm boys, he's human just like the rest of us. Charge in and take him down." "Yes Tsuchikage-sama." The Umbu guard that had remained collectively spoke before they each drew their blades, rushing forward. Naruto stepped past the flames, his form now fully visible, obscured only by the slight distortions in the air caused by the heat. Looking back behind him, he grunted before he looked in front of him, extending his hand in the direction of the enemy. Receiving their master's signal, hundreds of snakes, most 3 times the size of a man rushed forward, their hissing and screeching easily carrying themselves over the roar of the flames as they tore into the IWA ninja. Snapping jaws, piercing fangs and powerful tails smashing their ranks apart. Fire and water techniques easily deflected by scales stronger than steel. Earth, lightning and wind, easily evaded with sheer speed, belying their huge size. Tearing men in half with a single snap of their jaws, crushing them beneath their weight, gold eyes flashing menacingly as they searched out their next target before they even killed their current one. Naruto ignored the chaos around him however, his blood-red eyes trained on just one individual, who seemed just as impassive to the battle as he was. That was his target. Far behind the roaring flames the Konoha ninja all stood, over the rooftops, getting as high as possible in order to see beyond the flames and towards the battle now taking place. There was confusion amongst most of the rookies in regards to who this man was, but that confusion was quickly dispelled by others who confirmed the man's identity. Many of the younger generation, those of 14, 15, 16, and so on watched the battle with rapt attention. They had heard stories, tales of the sheer force of nature that this man was said to be, told by their parents to get them to behave. Each of them wanted to see the legend that was Konoha's Akisho, the Devil King, the man that could supposedly not be killed, up close and personal. And this was their best chance to see it, without being at the wrong end of the line. Hinata watched on silently, it had been so long since she felt such heaviness in the air she had almost forgotten. She had expected for his skills to have somewhat dulled, having been behind a desk for the last 7 years. But he had certainly proved her wrong. His chakra, his mere presence was 10 times as oppressive, 10 times as intense as it had been before. She swallowed her sudden fear, but did not turn away. Whether the fear was of Naruto, or for him, she was not certain. She could never be certain with him. Never know whether she served him out of loyalty and respect, or simple fear. He always treated her and all of those he knew fairly, and with the respect each of them deserved. But here, on the field of battle, he changed. It was an obvious change yet a subtle one as well. And no matter what side of the line you were on, the heaviness in the air was all the same, just as oppressive, and just as fear-inducing. Akamaru whined as he prodded the unconscious Kiba with its snout. The boy remained unconscious, his face pale and his breathing shallow as Sakura and Ino worked on closing the injury. The massive dog turned its head and growled at the sight of the red-clad man, easily recognizing him as the one who had harmed his master. Teeth flashed as he let loose a howl of fury and rushed into the fray. Hana's eyes widened, yelling as best she could with her broken ribs causing her more pain by the use of her lungs. Akamaru, stop! The beast ignored her however, rushing past ninja and snake alike. Dodging and weaving between fangs, masses of flesh, bones and jaws. It was like a tunnel vision, his only target being the man in red. Powerful jaw muscles coiling beneath fur-covered skin as he prepared to snap down onto the man's head with as much crushing force as he could manage, which would easily be enough to make it explode like a melon. The beast movement was brought to a sudden and brutal halt however. It choked, releasing a strangled whine. Naruto's fingers tightened around the animal's throat. His voice apathetic as he spoke. Worthless. Before he threw the dog to the side, its head smashing against a brick wall with a sickening crack, blood slowly forming a pool where its head fell on the floor, the red liquid easily mingling with others around it. Damn you! Ino suddenly roared before she too rushed into the fight. No wait Ino! You troublesome woman! Chuji and Shikamaru called after her before they too ran. Temari watched each of them go, keeping her head in the fight and not allowing her emotions of fear, of both the individual approaching them, and for her friends to cloud her mind. She was willing to wait for the right time, when he was distracted in which to strike. Hana felt her stomach lurch at the sight of her brother's longtime companion get tossed aside so callously. She grit her teeth, fighting against the pain burning through her chest as she looked to their pink-haired medic who had just finished stopping the blood flow from Kiba's arm. Sakura. She called to the girl. Yeah? Sakura questioned back as she moved to her side, already running a diagnostic jutsu over the older kunoichi. Wincing silently at the damage. 3 snapped ribs, with 4 more cracked ones. Luckily, even with all the movement the Inuzuka girl did, none had punctured a lung. She was about to order the older Inuzuka to pull back and retreat with the rest of the IWA shinobi when Hana's voice interrupted her. Sakura. I need you to repair my ribs. The young pink-haired medic looked back to Hana seriously. I can't do that here. That sort of procedure is extremely delicate. You have to isolate the bone fragments, make sure the marrow doesn't reach your bloodstream, make sure the bones themselves don't shred your insides. Not to mention the pain would be almost unbearable without morphine or something similar. This isn't something that can be done in the dash. You either do it now and get me well enough to fight that monster, or you don't do it and I fight him anyway. The woman ground out through her teeth, wiping some blood from her mouth. Sakura shook her head. I don't even know a medical technique advanced enough to do this procedure here. You need the proper facilities. Bullshit. Hana roared as best she could, smelling the lie on the younger girl. Sakura cursed, she did know a technique, Kyuubi-sama and herself had come up with it. It combined medical chakra and puppeteer artistry. They would channel healing techniques into the body through chakra strings, and use those strings as little feelers to repair damage or snap bones back into place with precision. It was truly a brilliant piece of work and both Sakura and Chio were currently looking for a way to apply it into an offensive technique that would be able to destroy the insides of the person instead. But it was difficult, because chakra strings themselves were a brittle thing at best and needed complete and total compliance from whatever it was they were trying to move, hence why they were only used in inanimate objects, which offered no resistance except that of their own weight to any proposed movement. Still, Sakura knew that using this technique, which when it began to take effect would be extremely painful, on a live patient would be difficult unless Hana moved as little as humanly possible. She could end up doing even more damage than what she already possessed if she moved around too much. Still the girl looked determined, so Sakura nodded hesitantly. Fine, but you have to remain perfectly still no matter what. The Inuzuka girl nodded before she took a deep breath, and braced herself as green gathered around Sakura's hands. Naruto's slow trek through the chaotic, fiery battlefield around him was brought to a sudden halt as a shadow connected with his own, his eyes glancing down slowly, following the blackish trail to its owner, a face he could easily recognize as the son of Shurkato. Nara. He whispered as his chakra slowly started to spike. Shikamaru breathed heavily, sweating in exertion as he felt as if he was holding back a hurricane with an umbrella. Never in his life has he ever felt such a sheer magnitude of power. He wasn't even sure how much longer he would stand if he kept this up. Soon enough however, there was a blur of movement next to the red ninja, and a kunai moved to pierce the very center of his chest. Before it could however the Jinchuriki's eyes flashed a deep shade or red before his killing intent soared. Shikamaru lost control of his shadow technique, the thin tendril retracting to the shadow user who fell to his knees, along with many of the IWA shinobi around them, turning them into even easier targets for the snakes still feasting over their corpses. Ino, who was closest to the man, felt the full force of the powerful wave of killing intent. She collapsed, her stomach contents spilling to the ground at their feet, her eyes momentarily losing their focus as she fought to retain her consciousness. A knee was planted firmly in her face, sending her falling onto her back in a daze. "Ino!" was the cry of worry that reached Naruto's ears. Glancing up, he found a massive fist, nearly twice his 6'3" size, heading straight for him. Holding out his hand, the blonde didn't even form hand seals before he spoke as Chuji's hand was about to reach him. "Futon, Shoha." A shockwave tore through the area, buildings collapsed, the ground shook at their feet. The dazed Ino was easily blown away by the attack, Temari barely reaching her in time to catch her. The shockwave of compressed air vibrated up Chuji's arm, the sheer air pressure exerted by it was enough to slow his fist to a near-crawling pace, barely managing to feel the cloth of the Devil King's red cloak before the sounds of crunching and snapping bones tore through the air. Chuji's eyes widened before he howled in agony, his technique dispelling itself as he clutched his now thoroughly broken arm. Several of the shattered masses of calcium piercing out of his skin, blood flowing down his limb and dripping off his limp fingertips. Naruto's hand returned to his side, before he again continued on his singular path towards the Tsuchikage, who still stood silently at the other end of the road. "Dai Kamikachi!" Temari yelled out, swinging her fan in wide arc, sending hundreds of tiny spinning wind blades towards Naruto, hoping the attack would at least distract him enough for someone else to take any opening he might leave. Just before the attack connected, the 20-year-old Kage vanished, allowing the tiny crescent-like blades to cut apart one of the snake summons behind him, the creature vanishing a moment later in a puff of smoke. Temari felt a cold chill run down her spine, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as her highly trained ears picked up the faint sound of breathing behind her. Her eyes barely catching the edges of his red coat from her peripheral vision. She drew a kunai and in a lightning-fast motion tried to swipe at him. Only for Naruto to backhand her across the face, sending her tumbling to the floor, her fan knocked out of her fingers and disorienting vertigo settling over her mind. Naruto drew a kunai, rearing his arm back as he prepared to throw it and end the kunoichi's life, when something gripped his wrist firmly. Slowly he turned his head to find the form that towered over even his own. The smirk over Yoshihiro's face was one that spoke of confidence, there was still a veiled uncertainty within it. "Now that's not very nice," he said before he quickly formed a fireball in his free hand, smashing it into the blonde's chest. Shikamaru, who had been watching from a bit of a distance, was forced to cover his eyes as another explosion sent dust and debris flying through the air. A blackish blur flew from the dust, smashing into a building with bone-breaking force. As the dust around the initial area settled, it revealed Yoshihiro, looking towards the area where Naruto had been blown into, his gaze serious as he unsheathed his hammer. Soon enough Shikamaru regained his bearings and made his way back to the Tsuchikage, Chuji joining him a moment later along with Temari and Ino, the Wind Mistress being supported by the other kunoichi as she had not yet recovered from the brutal hit she had taken. "You didn't get him, did you?" Shikamaru questioned after a moment of brief silence. "If I did, I'd be very disappointed." The Tsuchikage spoke with a partially false bravado as he smirked. "I wouldn't." Temari groaned, rubbing her head in pain. A crash brought their attention back into the opening in the building as the crimson-clad body emerged, a single blade held loosely at his side as he stepped over the shifting debris at his feet. Yoshihiro eyed the burn on the boy's body armor, slightly below the ribs, he could faintly see through it, to the skin, which was healing rapidly. Yoshihiro's eyes narrowed. That would most certainly be a problem judging by the near-regenerative speed it was healing at. Naruto's red eyes passed over each of them as he stepped forward, calling out 3 specific names as he approached. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. He sidestepped another attack from behind, allowing his attacker to pass him and land near the group of assembled ninja, revealing Hana, Sakura appearing next to the group a moment later as well as she formed another healing technique over Chuji's arm. Inuzuka. He finished, before his wrist twitched, and flames formed over the entire length of the blade in his hand. He stopped, the group surrounding him in a semicircle. "Isn't this a somewhat familiar setting?" "Don't expect it to have the same outcome," Hana snarled. Naruto's shoulders rose in a shrug. "It won't. I killed them quickly." Zhuge Liang slowly unrolled the scroll delivered to him by his scout, his eyes traveling over the kanji within with a measured patience, as he did with all the scrolls in his library, the same one they were currently standing in. "I see, so he is in IWA then." He handed the scroll back to the scout and spoke. Very well, tell the commanders to assemble the men, then find Yujito and Akina, they are to be ready to march tomorrow along with everyone else. Very well, Raikage-sama. The man spoke before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Zhuge Liang then walked over to the balcony, watching the sun as it rose above the horizon. Uzumaki Naruto, you have made your first mistake, and this one shall cost you more than just your village. Chapter 48, The Siege of Sakai, Final Cut. Naruto stood before the ninja, each with their eyes fixated on him, a burning fire of revenge burning within most of them, the silent promise of killing him, ever visible. He looked to each of them, waiting for one of them to make the first move, and he wasn't soon disappointed, as the pink-haired one threw several kunai, each moving rather quickly through the air. Turning only slightly, he carelessly batted them away with a wave of his armored hand, the one holding his flaming sword, using his free hand to catch the Inuzuka's kick to his ribs a second later. He threw the girl off, ducking under Yoshihiro's hammer swing as he simultaneously spun back around, swinging his blade to strike the large man's leg, only to watch as sparks flew as his blade, wrapped in red-hot flames, his sword met tempered steel plate instead of flesh. Yoshihiro growled, moving to kick the boy only for Naruto to leap up, landing behind the Tsuchikage before spinning around again, only for his sword of flame to be caught by a fist of stone. Yoshihiro spun around, keeping his grip firm as he swung his own weapon with his free hand in a wide arc, aiming for Naruto's side. To his and everyone else's surprise, however, the blonde merely raised his own hand and caught the hammer's head, letting out a small grunt of effort as he tightened his grip over the weapon. Yoshihiro's eyes narrowed. He knew the boy was strong, but this was getting ridiculous. The Tsuchikage then noticed a few, however slight distortions in the air surrounding Naruto, and it only took him a second to recognize what they were before he was cut to pieces. Vanishing in a cloud of smoke a moment later, revealing a log. Naruto went to move, but a shadow held him in place. His eyes traveled to the shadow user, Chuji appearing above him a moment later, his shattered arm held in a tight sling. Sakura had made quickly to get him back in the fight. The Akimic visibly fought against the pain as his enlarged fist headed straight towards Naruto. The blonde allowed his eye to travel towards Shikamaru, who was again visibly struggling against the strain of keeping him still. The blonde's eyes flashed a brighter red again as his killing intent flared. Shikamaru offered a moment of resistance before he collapsed again, leaving Naruto with only a single split second of time left to escape Chuji's attack as the Akimichi's massive fist slammed down into the area he previously occupied. His speed made him seem little more than a blur as he made a mad dash towards the shadow user, ready to destroy what was most likely the most problematic of his opponents. Shikamaru! He heard the faint cry of worry reach his ears but paid little attention to the fools behind him, and focused solely on the Nara. When he was close, however, he saw the shadow wielder smirk before he leapt straight up, the earth exploding beneath him a moment later, revealing the Yamanaka girl, a dark smirk plastered over her own features as she looked straight into his eyes. She threw her arms wide open, letting out a loud screech, one that made Naruto stop his charge, clutching his ears in pain, and even the nearby Shikamaru wince as the scream reached a level that would burst eardrums. There was a pulse of chakra from the girl before she collapsed, being caught by Shikamaru before she fully fell. Naruto felt her presence enter his mind, growling as he struggled to fight her off, watching as his hand slowly went down to his kunai pouch. The others of the group watched on, as Ino's face contorted with pain as the last vestiges of her subconscious mind displayed the struggle her conscious mind was currently waging with the Jinchuriki. Each hesitant to attack, not knowing if this technique was like other Yamanaka techniques where the damage received in the vessel would damage the user's actual body. Naruto fell to one knee, his growls growing in volume as his hand tightened into a tight fist, and slowly, ran his metal-covered thumb over the golden wristbands, releasing a bit of his blood through special openings onto them, watching as one of the 5 seals glowed and burned off before he gathered chakra, the burning feeling forming the pit of his stomach and spreading out, a visible red haze forming over his body before it exploded outwards. Ino's eyes flew open and she let out strangled gasp as her mind was forcefully pushed out. She arched her back before the tense muscles relaxed and she fell against Shikamaru, panting and sweating as her eyes, still smoldering with deep hatred, passed back to Naruto, who stood back up, red chakra receding back into the seal. He glared at the 2 shinobi before he shot forward, the rest of the ninja behind him giving chase a moment later as they tried to catch up. Shikamaru drew 2 kunai, throwing Ino behind him as she had not yet fully recovered from the backlash of her own technique. Close combat and speed were never the shadow user's strengths, however, and Naruto was soon upon him. Red flashed before his eyes as he put up whatever resistance he could. In seconds the Devil King systematically disarmed him and delivered 5 solid punches to the boy's face, stomach and chest before he grabbed him, and held him up by the scruff of his shirt, rearing back his blade as he prepared to impale the shadow user. Shikamaru! Chuji roared, the fear for his friend almost palpable as he rushed forward even faster than before. Sakura appeared at the Jinchuriki's side, chakra scalpel in hand as she moved to thrust it into his kidneys, only for her to catch sight of a minor distortion in the wind and pulled her hand back in time to merely receive a minor cut on her arm, instead of having it lobbed off entirely. Kamaichi! Temari suddenly yelled, launching her attack at Naruto's back, hoping to stop him. Naruto calmly turned his head, before he turned around fully, hefting Shikamaru by his neck so the shadow user formed a type of human shield. He could easily kill the shadow user himself and get out of the way, but using him in such a manner would not only anger his comrades, making them clumsy and careless, it may also make the wind using kunoichi hesitate in the future. Temari's eyes widened. "No," she yelled, looking at each of her wind blades. She extended her hands, forming what little chakra strings she could and intercepted 5 of the wind blades, 5 that she knew would hit vital spots on the shadow user's form. Sakura, since she couldn't see the blades as well as she could, merely vague distortions of the air wouldn't be able to help. And so she, along with the others, could do little more than watch as the blades rush headlong towards the wrong opponent. Naruto waited until he was certain the full gravity of what happened had sunk in, before he callously threw Shikamaru to the side, watching as he rolled to a stop, unmoving. Blades had sliced open his thighs, back, arms and legs, each wound bleeding horribly. Ino stumbled to her feet and rushed to his side, Sakura, giving the red-robed Kage a wide berth as she did the same, leaving Naruto to face the remaining 4 ninja. Chuji looked at the limp, unmoving form of his best friend. Bile rose in his throat as he felt like throwing up. That feeling was soon replaced however by rage. Blinding, bubbling rage which rose from his stomach, extending to every extremity of his body as he glared at the ninja. His anger growing with every passing second as he simply stood there, blade held firmly in his hand, completely uncaring, devoid of emotion, a blank slate, a void, a monster. Chuji could barely see straight as he growled, slamming his hand into the ground. Earth gathered around it, forming numerous spikes throughout his whole fist. He rushed the blonde, not even registering Yoshihiro's cry for him to stop. Naruto easily weaved around the attacks, watching as the large Akimichi swung his club-like fist around in his wild attempts to hit him, leaving several glaring openings in his defenses, one of which he swiftly took advantage of, appearing behind the Akimichi, his still flaming sword held firmly in his grip, held across his chest before he let it fall back to his side. Chuji paused, frozen for a brief moment before blood slowly began dribbling from his lips, down to his chin, and down his neck, staining the clothing beneath his armor, which soon fell away, revealing dozens of large, cauterized gashes across his chest, stomach, ribs, and back. Injuries that did not take a genius to deduce what produced them. The large ninja fell to his knees, before he fell to the floor entirely, his eyes closing as darkness overcame him. "Foolish," Naruto muttered. "Yeah you are," came a familiar, cold voice from behind him. Turning he found Yoshihiro, before the man swung his hammer, intending to crush his skull with the blunt weapon. As the weapon smashed his head to bits, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere, it was no real surprise to anyone that the blonde vanished in a cloud of smoke a second later. Katan, Kaze no Ryu. The earth shook beneath their feet, and the ground beneath Yoshihiro slowly began to glow red-hot, slowly growing in size, and the old man only had a scant few seconds to react as he realized what was happening. Forming his hand seals and slamming his hammer onto the floor, creating massive spikes to form all around him before they each convened over him, forming a tight cocoon, a massive dragon exploded from the ground beneath his feet a moment later. The heat from the creature was by far the most intense any had felt before, and nearby wooden buildings nearly 50 feet away combusted along the edges closest to the rising flame dragon. Wind distortions along its length around it made it obvious to Temari's trained eye that it had also been imbued with wind chakra. She swallowed down her fear, watching as the beast coiled and twisted in the air as it hovered over the city, the stone cocoon caught within its jaws, visible cracks forming along it as the heat dried the earth until it was brittle and the wind cut into its shell. Hana, Temari, Ino, and Sakura watched in fear as more cracks and snaps reached their ears, each praying that Yoshihiro's shield would hold against the assault, but to their horror, the dragon's jaws snapped shut. Earth, burning red-hot, fell like the crumbs of a cookie from its mouth and smashed against the floor, picking up dust and crushing anything unfortunate enough to be beneath it. The dragon of flame and wind roared again before it finally dissipated, but the heat did not. Much of the nearby buildings had been lit and the flames were now spreading throughout the city. Footsteps reached Temari's ear and she looked to where the dragon had initially rose from, and found the form which would now forever be one with her nightmares, rising as if from the depths from hell itself, the blade still firmly gripped in his hands. Naruto's hand suddenly reached out to his side again, stopping Yoshihiro's hammer strike with his bare hand. Turning his head, he looked at the face of the Tsuchikage, a large chunk of the right side of his chest plate missing, along with several other deep gashes along his arms, legs, and one across his cheek, along with several burns marring his tanned skin. Naruto roughly shoved the man off, making him stumble. As the Tsuchikage regained his footing, he turned to Naruto, ready to defend, or deliver an attack, but it was to be for naught as the boy raised his sword and cut the air between them. Bankure no Shuha, he spoke the name of his jutsu, watching as Yoshihiro's eyes widened and his mouth opened, releasing a cry of shock and pain before flames swept over him, an explosion tearing up the earth at his feet a moment later, sending him flying back. Earth met sky as the man felt the war hammer slip through his fingers, the heat making his heavy metal armor feel as if it was cooking him for a moment before his form was finally thrown from the blast radius. He slammed against the side of a building, wood, brick and clay collapsing over him as darkness consumed him utterly. Temari grit her teeth, settling herself in a defensive stance as Naruto turned his attention from Yoshihiro back to them. She spoke to the Inuzuka girl over her shoulder. "Hana, we have to pull back, summon your nin dogs to get everyone out of here safely." Hana let out a growl, shoving down the disgust in her throat at the thought of having to retreat from this monster again, but realized that indeed, as they would be killed, and her brother still needed medical attention, as did Chuji and Shikamaru. Biting her thumb, she formed her hand seals and soon 3 large, horse-like dogs appeared around her in plumes of smoke. "Get them out of here, I'll hold him off." Temari spoke again, taking a small, unconscious step back as Naruto began walking towards them again. "I'm not about to lead a dash. Just do it." The Wind Mistress yelled as she grabbed a scroll from her pouch. Unrolling it, its contents appeared in a plume of smoke, revealing another fan which the girl used to take to the skies. Hovering several yards above before she let loose with another volley of wind blades as Hana and her summons vanished. With a wave of his hand, the Jinchuriki manipulated the air around him, dispelling Temari's own wind blades before they ever got close. Allowing his eyes to travel skyward, finding her standing above another of her fans, the first one which she still held firmly in her hands, ready to release her next attack if need be. The Kitsune Jinchuriki growled lowly in his throat, forming his hand seals while the blade was still firmly gripped in his hand. "Hasiba." He finished his hand seals, spinning once to his right, followed swiftly by another spin to his left, his blade dragging across the floor around him. Sparks rose from the ground around him, a perfect circle. He shifted his stance, spreading his legs wide apart, holding his blade somewhat behind him as his clawed hand was held in front of him. Faint wisps of chakra visibly flowing from his palm, down to the earth beneath his feet. Temari watched, a slow feeling of dread crawling up and down her throat from her stomach. It can't be, she thought with horror gripping her heart as the chunk of earth the Jinchuriki was standing on was visibly pulled loose from the rest of the soil. A perfect, semi-circular chunk of earth rose slowly, picking up speed the higher it got, and she was forced to accept that it was being held up by wind power alone. Her fan was built for this sort of use. Wind chakra flowed through and around it easily. It also caught the wind easily, providing lift with relatively minimal effort. It was also very light in comparison to its size. To lift a chunk of earth, which depending on the density of the stone could have weighed anywhere from 50 to 120 pounds with just wind pressure, it shouldn't even be considered remotely possible. The sheer chakra and control over the wind necessary for that type of raw, brute force power was not even human. Not to mention the fact that he was not cutting the stone he was standing on. Naruto rose high above the ground, never stopping in his ascent until he was standing at eye level with the still shocked Wind Mistress. Temari gritted her teeth, unrolling another scroll, making her large fan, which she used as her primary weapon, disappear, before she unrolled another scroll. 2 plumes of smoke escaping this one, revealing 2 smaller bladed fans. These weapons provided a quicker succession of attacks, but much less power. It seemed her opponent was quite determined to meet her up close and personal, so she would have to hold her own with these. Naruto stared at the Wind Mistress, glowing red eyes meeting fierce silvery blue before his form streaked through the sky. Temari waved both her fans, sending more wind blade, which were again dispelled by the blonde Jinchuriki. For Temari, at the sight of such a thing, her hope of any victory at all was growing bleaker and bleaker. If he could still dispel her long-range wind techniques while manipulating such an extremely advanced wind technique to keep himself levitated, then this man was beginning to seem less like a human and more like the demon everyone claimed him to be. So fully giving up on long range, she snapped both fans shut, shifted them into a reverse grip, and formed 2 clearly visible blade-like extensions. She allowed herself to glance briefly towards her friends, who were placing Chuji, Shikamaru and Kiba onto Hana's summons, and could only pray that the Inuzuka girl would listen to her and run. The blade-like extensions to her fans were nearly a foot long each. She tightened her grip on them before she met his charge with her own. Naruto unsheathed his second blade, and cut off his fire chakra from the first, channeling wind chakra into both blades as he met Temari in mid-air. Their chakra-formed blades clashing with howling sounds instead of the usual metal on metal. Temari looked from the corner of her eye as Hana and her summoned dogs leaped over the buildings and made their escape. Hana, with Ino's help, heaved Chuji's massive form onto one of her summons, Sakura placing Kiba onto another. Shikamaru was already on his own animal. She walked over to the animal who carried Kiba before she gripped his mane, and leapt onto him herself. "Get on, we're leaving." "But what about Temari?" Sakura questioned with worry as she allowed her eyes to travel up to said wind mistress, as the Jinchuriki also rose up above the ground, standing on a floating stone platform. Hana growled, feeling torn between helping her friend and doing as she had been ordered. As she looked at the wind mistress, seeing her bravely stand her ground against the monster that had all but demolished them. She wanted to, oh gods how she wanted to stand besides her. But she knew that if she did not leave now, they would most likely be witnessing their last battle. And so, turning, she ordered her mount to ride off, at full speed, praying that her wind-wielding friend would indeed be able to catch up to them later. Temari let out a startled cry as Naruto swung both blades. She raised her own wind blades, gritting her teeth against the force of the attack. She tried to hold her ground, but soon, the sheer power behind the Jinchuriki's swing threw her off her standing platform. "Katan, Ryoka." Naruto spoke before he blew out a stream of fire through his mask, which quickly took up the form of 3 fire dragons which dived straight down to the ground, dispersing as they made contact in the unwavering surface, spreading fire throughout the whole courtyard at their feet. Temari's eyes widened in momentary panic as she beheld the sea of flames she was currently falling towards. But she soon recovered her level-headedness and opened her 2 small fans before throwing them away, manipulating their trajectory with a mixture of wind manipulation and chakra strings, placing them beneath her feet where she manipulated the air again and was soon hovering safely above the flames. She threw out another group of chakra strings towards her other larger fan which had also been falling to the inferno below before she yanked it towards herself, catching it from the air, snapping it open before she replaced it with the fans at her feet and looked back above to where she Naruto should still be. But to her surprise the blonde was not there anymore and she merely found the now falling stone platform. She didn't need to wonder where he went for very long as she felt a weight which forced her fan to shift suddenly. Cold sweat dripped down her face as she swallowed a lump that rose in her throat before she hesitantly turned her head, daring to steal a glance behind her. Only to find the familiar red cloak and hood standing directly behind her. Temari ducked, narrowly avoiding the blade that passed over her head as she did. She spun around on her heel, her foot approaching the rather precarious edge of the fan as she did, attacking with an upward slash with one of her wind blades, which was blocked by Naruto's own. The Jinchuriki raised his other blade over his head, and swung, bringing it down on the wind mistress, who quickly raised her own blade to block. The force of the attack forced her blade down however, eliciting a scream of pain from the woman as the razor-sharp edge sliced deep into her shoulder. She didn't have too much time to focus on it however, as a kick connected harshly with her side, throwing her off her fan and into the tiled roof of a second-story building nearby. The Suna Kunoichi rolled onto her stomach, painfully picking herself up, ignoring the blood that escaped her lips as she painfully gripped her side. Her ribs were probably bruised from that last hit, breathing was becoming painful and the blood loss, from her shoulder, which was nearly twice as bad as it would normally be due to the extremely razor-like sharpness of the blade, was beginning to make her vision swim. There was a crash next to her, and she painfully turned her head, finding the familiar, leather boots standing above broken and cracked roof tiles. Naruto watched the Kunoichi for a moment, observing her labored breathing and trying to identify the vague familiarity he felt as he looked at her. He really couldn't place it. But decided that because she fought and showed such familiarity with those escaped survivors of the genocide 9 years ago, that she was most likely from one of those families. Paying it no more mind, the Jinchuriki raised his blade above his head again, ready to bring it down on the girl one final time. But as his arm came down, there was a rumble beneath him. Shortly before the roof exploded from beneath his feet, a pillar of earth throwing him high into the air, disoriented from the sudden attack. Yoshihiro suddenly appeared above him, his battered, bruised and burnt form breathing heavily. Nonetheless he reared his hammer back and with a mighty swing, slammed it into the flying form of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, sending him plummeting towards the earth, or rather towards another building which the blonde plowed right through. Yoshihiro formed several quick hand seals, strapping the hammer to his back before several fireballs formed in the palms of his hand. pitching them into the hole the Jinchuriki made into the building, watching as a glow from within grew brighter and brighter before it exploded outwards, crumbling the building to dust as the attack enveloped it in a massive fireball. The Tsuchikage landed next to Temari, ignoring the pain coursing through his body as he lifted the girl to her feet, holding her until her legs again supported her standing form. "Get out of here, kid, I'll hold him off." Boo-dash. "No buts, this was Iwa's fight, never yours to begin with." The old man spoke firmly. Temari nodded weakly before she unrolled the scroll holding another spare fan. Stepping onto it, as she sent one last glance to the old Tsuchikage before she took back to the skies, leaving the trade city of Sakai behind. Soon after she was gone, the Tsuchikage was forced to shield himself from flying debris as a massive, freak tornado blew through the area where he had thrown the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Yoshihiro tensed as he unclasped his hammer from his back again, taking up his fighting stance as he prepared for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to emerge from the smoldering rubble. But Naruto did not emerge from the collapsed building. Instead, the blonde exploded from the floor behind the Tsuchikage, wood and shattered tiles flying everywhere as twin, wind-empowered scimitars were already mid-thrust. Yoshihiro's eyes widened in alarm, realizing too late that the ninja had merely used the tornado and debris as a diversion. He wouldn't have time to dodge or replace himself with something. Gritting his teeth, the Tsuchikage closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable pain. He was not disappointed, as blinding, white-hot fire exploded from his back and chest as two blades pierced him through and through. Coughing up blood, the Tsuchikage tried a blind swing behind him with his hammer, only for the weapon to be kicked out of his now feeble grip as Naruto twisted the blades within him. The blonde, though he would never admit it, was impressed with the Kage. Unlike what he had previously seen from the Kage of Kiri and the leader of Kusazaraki, this man was not only strong, he also placed the lives of his ninja before his own. He reminded Naruto of Sarutobi somewhat, who would also rather be the first to die than to abandon any of his ninja. He had seen him let the blonde Kunoichi escape, opting to stay behind himself, and even when he ordered the retreat, he could have easily left his top umbu or some other lieutenant behind to pick up the slack. Instead, he had chosen to stay behind himself. Not only that, for a man his age he was incredibly durable, being able to withstand two of his more damaging techniques, as well as two swords in him, and he still was not dead. Yoshihiro let out a dry chuckle, blood spilling from his lips, down his chin and onto his chest. "Damn, ain't this a bitch? I developed a technique in preparation to face you, but I never got a chance to use it." He looked over his shoulder, his bloody teeth making themselves known as he smiled at the Jinchuriki. "Well, I guess, if I gotta die, it's nice to know I'll be killed by the man who sought out to conquer the world." Pulling out his blades, Naruto let the old man fall to the tiled floor in an armored heap, groaning slightly in pain. Naruto walked forward, placing himself to the old man's side where he'd be able to cut his head off easier. But before he ever made the attack, a battle cry behind him brought his attention away from the downed Kage. Spinning back around, he blocked a spear thrust delivered by another IWA ninja, this one with similar armor to Yoshihiro, but certainly much younger than the Kage. Several more umbu arrived around him, each throwing down smoke bombs. Naruto knew what they were after, and let them have it. It made no real difference now. IWA would be his in a matter of days. As the smoke cleared, Naruto watched the IWA umbu leap back over the wall, their leader carried with them before he turned and began walking back to his own camp. This battle was done, he was the victor, and even though Yoshihiro put up an impressive last stand, he too fell, and Naruto was now one step closer to fulfilling his ambition. Yoshihiro chuckled some more, coughing up even more blood as he was carried over the rooftops. A slow drizzle of rain beginning to fall over the city. "Don't worry, uncle, we'll get you back to IWA soon." Toyohisa spoke at his side comfortingly. Yoshihiro looked to his nephew and was about to chastise him over his stupidity when he saw the boy's eyes. Soft brown eyes that grew hard with determination as he rushed forward, spear held firmly in hand. He looked every bit the shinobi Yoshihiro had always wanted him to be. The old man smiled, nodding to himself before he let his head to slump forward, darkness creeping over his vision as he allowing himself to close his eyes. He could rest now. Meanwhile in Kumo, Yujito sighed in contentment as she laid along the length of a tree branch, one arm hanging limply off the edge as she rested her head on the other. "You know, for someone who claims they're nothing like their tenant, you certainly don't make much of an effort to live up to that," came Akina's voice as she finished her warm-up exercises, walking over to the tree and standing under Yujito. The Nibi Jinchuriki scoffed. "Oh, shut up." Indeed, her likeness to her tenant was a sensitive subject to her. Her ears were pointed, and her green eyes held a strange edge or glint to them which could seem very similar to that of a cat, as well as her larger-than-normal fangs. These distinguishing features, which to many men would make her seem exotic and all the more beautiful, were often subjects of children's teasings when she was younger, and so were a very sensitive point for her. But still, resting above treetops and, essentially catnapping was one of the few indulgences she would admit most likely came from her feline tenant. Akina smirked, ready to tease her a bit more when a messenger suddenly ran up to them, breathing heavily. Yujito-san, Akina-san. Raikage-sama requests your presence immediately. Yujito groaned, leaping off the tree and landing next to the other two as she looked to the messenger. Did sensei say what he wanted? Is it another scavenger hunt or training regiment? Akina questioned as she bit back a groan. Zhuge Liang had a very interesting way of training them both physically and mentally. He would not allow them to eat unless they completed the training. The scavenger hunts were a series of riddles, which were all made by Zhuge, and so were very, very complicated and difficult. Sometimes the two girls would have to go 3 days without food by how difficult these riddles were. His training regiments, whenever he came up with them, never had them starving, but it made them beg for a scavenger hunt when he gave them. Obviously, neither option was one the girls would be overly excited about. The messenger shook his head. No, I don't think it dash. His statement was cut off as a 3-pointed scythe skewered him through and through, entering through his upper back and exiting through his chest, spraying blood in the two startled girls' faces as the scythe was savagely yanked out his side, cutting the man nearly in two from the chest up. The two girls snapped their attention over to the direction the scythe was pulled from, finding 2 men with black robes, red cloud designs engraved into them. Fuck, I was hoping I'd be able to take out 2 of them with one swing. The one with white hair spoke, loudly to himself. His partner saying nothing as he looked to the 2 girls. Yujito and Akina's mouth suddenly felt dry as they each quickly identified their attackers. Akatsuki. Naruto arrived shortly at the slightly damaged Konoha encampment, ignoring the rain that began to fall over them, slowly growing in intensity. The wounded were being treated on portable bedspreads along the street, under some cloths that served to shield them from the cold rain, by whatever medics they had, the recruits still fit to fight standing guard, all parted to make way for him as he entered. Many of the younger recruits staring at him in awe as he passed, mutters passing over the crowd, their voices drifting through the air and into his ears, unbidden by the distance. It's him. What power, he just forced IWA to retreat over the wall on his own. They say he's the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I don't care what he is, with that kind of power it's no wonder Kiri, Taki, Kusa and Aim are under him. They say he's the strongest ninja since the Yondaime Hokage, they say he can't be killed. I don't doubt it, I mean did you see the dash? Naruto ignored the foolish muttering of the green chunins, coming to a stop in front of Hinata, whose injuries were being treated by a medic, who was now staring upon him, frozen. Shino stood at her side, uninjured. Hinata looked back up to him, her blank pale eyes serious as she nodded once in greeting. Naruto-sama, thank you for saving me earlier. Your thanks are not necessary. He spoke calmly, the deepening effect of the face mask making his voice, once again seem all the more hollow, sending chills down Hinata's spine. It had been so long since that cold flat voice was heard in such a way, even Shino seemed to shift from one foot to the other in unease. Naruto turned his eyes to Shino, or at least seemingly did since one couldn't really tell without his eyes being red. Aburame-san. Are you uninjured? Shino nodded. Yes sir, from what my Kakachu have gathered, Mika-san and Tenten-san are also uninjured, Toshiro-san is taking care of a minor injury along his arm. Naruto nodded. Good. Take your men, and advance over the wall. Now that Yoshihiro is defeated, I want you to break their stranglehold. He paused for a brief moment. Then break their necks. Before he turned, making his way out of the camp. A few minutes later, several hundred yards outside of the camp Naruto stopped, allowing his yes to travel skyward, the dark gray clouds blocking out the sun, the black smoke from the flames rising to the heavens as cold rain fell from it. How strange. The Jinchuriki spoke to himself, pausing as he reflected on the situation. It rains, the very same day I return to the battlefield. Just as it rained the eve of your deaths. He looked down to the blood-soaked gauntlet that covered his hand, as the rain slowly cleansed it from its crimson taint. Is that you? Weeping for me once again, Yoshino? He lowered his hand, reaching into his kunai pouch as he took out a butterfly pendant and redwood prayer beads, the gifts he had given them so long ago. Flames danced before his eyes as he blinked. The same words he spoke to himself, and to their spirits nearly a decade ago returning to his mind, drifting through it like an echo in the wind. Flames consume only what can be touched. Your souls shall remain with me. Turning with his blood-red robe sweeping behind him, he placed the items back in his pouch as he made his way back to the camp. I alone shall shoulder the sorrow. That is all. the rain fell harder. Chapter 49, The Dragon Awakened. Yujito and Akina tensed as they stared upon the two Akatsuki members, the bloodied scythe held firmly in Haiden's grip as he wiped it clean, smirking as he spoke. Hey Kakuzu, looks like the Nibi ain't alone. Wanna have some fun with her once we've dealt with the Nico? He questioned, licking his lips in a way that made bile rise in Akina's throat. She snarled, brandishing her three-pieced staff as she prepared to fight the silver-haired immortal. Kakuzu grunted. Haiden, we are here to do a job, kill the girl while I subdue the Nibi, that's all we need so I can get paid. Besides, unlike you I actually have some morals, I will not, and neither will I allow you, to rape anyone, you disgusting pig. The silver-haired Yuki Nin growled. Whatever, moron. With looks like yours you probably can't even pay for sex, so I don't know who you're trying to fool. Kakuzu snorted, having heard hundreds of insults like that in his lifetime. It was too bothersome and tedious to make another cheap comeback. Don't even bother with those ridiculous rituals of yours, Haiden. Kill the girl and get it over with quick. I should be able to finish up the Nibi quickly as well. You overestimate yourself, Akatsuki. Yujito growled in anger to him. Her mind was wandering in another direction, however. If he's telling the other guy to kill Akina, then that means Akatsuki still knows nothing about her. I have to protect her, keep her away from them. They can't find out about the Kyuubi yet, and if she fights she may have to draw on its power. Akina. She spoke suddenly, catching the other girl's attention, even though she never removed her eyes from Haiden and Kakuzu. Go, get sensei. Bring him back to Hell Dash. I'm not about to leave you here alone to defend yourself against these two. She hissed back, tightening her grip on her three-pieced staff as Haiden and Kakuzu began circling them. The older girl's eyes flashed a dangerous blackish purple as she glared at her fellow blonde. Go, damn it, I can last here for the 5 minutes it'll take you and sensei to get back. Akina hesitated for a moment, looking very conflicted about her current situation. She looked as if she was about to say no when she saw Yujito forming 3 distinct hand gestures. Enemy, not no. It confused the younger Jinchuriki for a brief moment, but she soon deduced their meaning, gritting her teeth even harder. They didn't know about the Kyuubi. And if she helped her friend, and had to call upon the Biju's power and they escaped, then next time they would come with 4, maybe even 5 Akatsuki members, and the losses gathered from a conflict like that would weaken Kyuumo to a degree it could never hope to afford at this point in time. Still, forming several quick hand seals, the girl threw her staff, spinning towards Haiden. The immortal smirked, raising his scythe as he prepared to cut the staff in half, only for the three-pieced staff to shift in mid-air as it came down, flaring with lightning as it pierced his chest, pushing him back until he was quite literally pinned to a tree, the staff at an upwards angle, and so would be difficult to both remove and or step out of to simply have the blade come out of his back. The lightning in the blade shot straight through his entire body, causing his muscles to spasm and his whole body to jerk a few times as his scythe fell out of his hands and he slumped forward, seemingly dead. Akina and Yujito looked absolutely shocked. There was no way a simple javelin-style throw had killed an Akatsuki. Still, ignoring the strangeness, they did not look a gift horse in the mouth, Akina looking to Yujito again. There, that should make things easier. But judging by that guy, it should be pretty easy to beat his partner. Before she vanished in a cloud of smoke, rushing towards Kyuumo, full speed in order to find Juga. Yujito watched her leave, sighing in relief before she turned back to Kakuzu, who watched her with apathy. Well, looks like it's just you and me. Wrong. Was the bored drawl that escaped his lips before Akina's three-pieced staff, still charged with a bit of her lightning chakra, was plunged through her shoulder, forcing a scream out of her throat before she jerked forward, pulling the staff out of her in the process as she stumbled. Turning back she found Haiden, blood pouring down his chest from the previous wound as he laughed. Right, now the party can get started, he said as he licked some of her blood, ignoring the black flames that gathered around the Jinchuriki of the Nibi as her eyes turned purple and her hackles rose. Kakuzu watched it all from the sidelines. He'd get paid either way, there was no need for him to get involved. Haiden could cut himself all he wanted. Hana, Sakura and Ino each made their way through the jagged, rocky peaks of the mountainside, their feet, legs, arms and palms scraped and bleeding freely as the sharp stones cut into their flesh, their lungs on fire as their limbs felt heavy. They had been running for nearly 3 hours now, the smoke, rising from the burning city of Sakai still visible as they glanced behind them, the orange hue over the horizon bringing horror to them as they realized that it was not coming from the setting sun. Hana's summoned wolves whining as the rocks did not spare them from the pain of having to hike over their sharp edges. The 3 females leapt down, to a small outcropping, finding a cave at its base. They made their way inside, the 3 quickly dismounting their summons and then moving on to helping remove the injured, Kiba, Shikamaru and Chuji from the summoned beasts' backs, placing them as gently as they could along the side of the cave, where Sakura and Ino immediately began what medical treatment they could in their exhausted states. Hana looked over the 6 summoned wolves, bowing her head as tears stung the back of her eyes. "Thank you for everything, all of you." The head of this particular group of summons nodded slowly, breathing heavily but managing to stay strong for his summoner, who was visibly distressed by the situation. "We are yours to command, my lady, there is no need for thanks." Hana bit her lip rather nervously, looking away from her summon before she spoke. "It is difficult, but I must ask one last thing of you. You speak of the wind user." The summon finished nodding slightly. "I understand, we shall search for her and lead her back here when we find her." "Thank you." Hana nodded, offering each of her summons a grateful hug before they each made their way out of the cave, leaving the humans to recuperate from their crushing defeat in more ways than one. Hana made her way to her brother's side, his pale features and erratic breathing, even as Sakura worked on him, making the already bleak light of her world diminish all the more. She stared as she wept bitter tears of pain and frustration, taking Kiba's head in her lap and cradling him close to her as her emotions poured from her. Her tears falling down onto her brother's placid face as Sakura managed to stabilize him before moving on to Shikamaru. She let her tears fall even as her mind wandered, giving way to the hopelessness of the situation they found themselves in. If even the Kage of IWA, who had fought to a dead draw with the legendary Hatake Kakashi and the second in command of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri Tatsuoki Guan, couldn't hold a candle to this man, even with their help, then what hope could they possibly have of ever besting him? She allowed herself to remember a poem. An old poem she read while scanning over a book in some of Suna's libraries. "The Dark Lord rides in force tonight, and time will tell us all. Oh, throw down your plow and hoe, rest not to lock your homes. Side by side we wait the might of the darkest of them all." Meanwhile in the Konoha camp, the men were currently making repairs on the city, bolstering its defenses in case IWA decided to attack again. Most of the injured moved to the local hospital, where the resident doctors worked on them as best they could, their faces filled with fear under the watchful eye of their recent conquerors. Naruto had quickly established his hold over the city, enforcing martial law and removing the standard government of the merchant city. Quickly sniffing out and removing any homes that provided refuge to IWA means, capturing these wounded ninja and dragging them off to prison camps under armed surveillance. Toshiro, the Kiri ninja, and son of Guan, was placed in charge of repair duty over the walls of the city, while Tenten and Lee were placed over the guard duty of said walls. Mika was in charge of scouting and securing the far outer perimeters of the city. Hinata meanwhile, injured as she was being assisted by the recently conscious Hatake Kakashi as well as Guan, in public security, relations, and the newly established police force. Naruto meanwhile, secure and confident over his hold over the city, marched, with a small contingent of bodyguards as well as Shino onto IWA, ready to open negotiations to Iwa's surrender. Meanwhile, at IWA itself, Toshiro had taken up the mantle of leadership, bolstering Iwa's formidable mountain defenses, as he prepared the city to withstand the coming storm. The armies of IWA marshalling full force as they awaited the final, hardest hammerstroke from Konoha, their defiance and willingness to fight, coming only from the desire to protect their homes, their families. Toshiro stood along the walls of IWA, carved from the mountains themselves, the nearly 12-foot thick and 70-foot tall stones, allowing him to look across the entire valley between their walls and the high, jagged mountains along the horizon that defended them from all foes. Until now, where the enemy marched upon their doorstep. The young man sighed, his worry over his uncle finally taking hold. He was in the hospital, the medic Neens working on him almost 24/7 trying to keep his condition stable. There was not just the wounds from the battle to worry about, but the stress from the travel, the injuries themselves, and the fact that his uncle had not taken his medication since he entered the battle had allowed his long-time standing tuberculosis to flare up again. It was difficult to treat his disease in this condition. The medication they used to treat his disease decreased proteins and also thinned his blood. Two things that hampered the natural healing factors of the human body. Toshiro-sama. One of the IWA scouts ran up to him, breathing heavily. The young, newly instated IWA commander turned. "Yes?" he questioned warily, his heart dropping in worry as he envisioned Konoha to already be there. "Sir, our scouts have reported sighting the Hokage with a small squad of Umbu making his way here. Sir, he carries a white flag. He calls for a negotiation." Toshiro paused, growling as the thought reached him. "Negotiation? That bastard wants to demand our surrender." He snarled as he looked back to the scout. "Go, tell the commanders to ready the soldiers. We will not cower at that tyrant's feet, we will honor the Kages of IWA and defend our homes to the last man." The scout bowed, a glint of determination entering his eyes at his new commander's words. Yes sir, right away. Before he ran off, the young IWA commander sighed. He wondered what his uncle would tell him at a time like this. Even though he truly wanted to defend his people, he had seen the might of the Kage of Konoha, and he held little hope of victory. What should he do? What would his uncle do? He thought on that question for a long time, the answer finally coming to him as he remembered when he questioned his uncle a few weeks ago when he made his way out of IWA to defend Sakai. He had caught up to him at the gates, asking him to allow him to go with him. Yoshihiro had again said no, only for his nephew to question why. Because, he sighed, if something happens to me, it will be up to you to lead our people. The older man paused, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. You always remember, many times you have to make tough decisions, decisions that some men will agree with, and others will not. But you always do what you think is best. What will protect the people and what will help them, always them. The man had then put his helmet on, turning to his men and giving them the order before the army marched, leaving their home in order to fight for it. Toyohisa stared up to the starry sky. Okay then, like you say uncle. I will do what I think is best. He nodded to himself before he made his way down the stairs, ready to oversee preparations of his men. Zhuge Liang made his way through the halls. He could feel Yujito's chakra of the Nibi flaring up. Now, normally because Yujito and Akina constantly trained together. And so, they trained often using their demon's chakra. But at this point Yujito was pulling out more of the Nibi's chakra than he had ever felt before, and strangely enough, he had felt nothing of Akina pulling out the Kyuubi. He was beginning to get worried. Could it possibly be that Yujito had lost control and possibly killed Akina? He thought he'd trained her better than that and he had faith, but still, accidents did happen. The only other thing it could be was some kind of new Sensei! Sensei! He heard Akina's voice, turning around as he found her running towards him, her face set into a slight panic as she rushed up to him. Akina! He said, visibly surprised. Sensei! She gasped as she came to a full halt. Akatsuki! Two of them! Zhuge's expression turned visibly grim. Why now of all times? Then his mind came to another thought. Did they mention anything about knowing you hold the Kyuubi? He questioned quickly, a slight fear coiling around his chest at the thought that Kumo would have the eyes of the Akatsuki fixed solely upon it. They could not afford to enter a war with Akatsuki while Uzumaki would no doubt be setting his sights over them very soon. Still, his worries were abated as Akina shook her head. No, that's why I left. Yujito didn't want me to use the demon's chakra. She answered, turning back around ready to leave. Come on, we have to hurry back and help her. She moved to leave when Zhuge caught her wrist. Looking back to him, she yelled in outrage. What are you doing, sensei? We need to go now. Within the Raikage's hand his white feathered fan appeared, gripped tightly as he held it in that familiar way that Akina knew was nothing good. Sorry Akina, but you will not be joining this fight. He threw the arm he was gripping upwards, before he swiftly used his, now free, hand to strike 8 distinct points, the chakra gates of the human body. Akina felt her whole body grow heavy and she fell to her knees, breathing harshly as an invisible weight held her down. What? She gasped out as she struggled to stand back up. What the hell are you doing? Zhuge Liang nodded, admiring his work as he spoke. You are within one of my more powerful genjutsu. It makes you feel as if the gravity around you is nearly 7 times higher than normal. The human body can only withstand 3 times normal gravity. But because this is merely an illusion you will receive no physical damage. I will deal with this. Kumo cannot afford an enemy such as Akatsuki discovering you here. I shall remove this illusion once I am done with this threat. His words spoken he turned, walking down the hallway as he made his way to save his second student. The feel of Kyuubi's chakra licking at his back staying with him as he left. She would break out of his illusion soon enough, he just hoped he would be finished by then. Toshiro and Mika stood along Guan's bedside. The older man's injuries had not fully healed, but he was well enough to attend some minor administrative duties. So, Naruto-san has left for IWA then? The large, bearded man questioned the other two, who nodded in response. Mika, who was leaning along the doorframe, spoke up. Yes, so far everything has been quiet, but we do need to keep a tight surveillance over the area. There might still be some IWA nin masquerading as civilians, ready to sabotage our defenses if IWA ever manages to launch a counter-attack against us. They will not with Naruto-sama present here. He spoke firmly, a thought occurring to him as he looked to his adopted son. Toshiro. He called, catching his attention, tell me, what do you make of Naruto-sama? The young man visibly hesitated before he spoke, remembering that image of the man, standing in full blood red robe as flames and blood danced around him in a horrifying display, the hissing of snakes and the glow of his piercing red eyes. I don't really know what to make of him. He spoke slowly, worried his father might disapprove of his hesitancy. But the older man's voice reached his ears after a moment, a knowing timbre in his voice as he hummed. Not alone in that, my boy, not alone at all. But he is the only one that can possibly bring order to this chaotic world. Toshiro and Mika nodded, though the kunoichi's thoughts were quite different, her red eyes gleaming as the thought passed through her mind. And that is why, I must destroy him. Naruto allowed his eyes to travel over the assembled army of IWA Nins. He could safely assume they numbered around 300 to 400, much larger than his rather modest group of 35. The high walls of the city itself behind them, a constant reminder of what they were ready to throw down their lives to defend. He felt quite confident in his ability to escape should the need arise. But he highly doubted IWA had the nerve to strike out at him, not after the display he put up in Sakai. He knew that there was always the possibility, he was not arrogant enough to dismiss that entirely. But fear would hold them back, make them hesitate, and if they truly did decide to attack him, their intent would long be revealed, and he would be prepared to make his escape. A small tent, no doubt where their commander sat, stood between him and the imposing army. Naruto-sama. I do not like this, it could easily be a trap, and if IWA tries something it will not be easy to defend you, sir. Shino drawled in his usual calm, stoic tone. Naruto nodded. Noted. His deep, empty voice reached Shino's ears. Despite his response, however, the blonde ninja, regardless of whatever danger, began making his way to the tent, throwing a quick, "Wait here," over his shoulder as he never paused in his stride. He entered the tent moments later, finding the spear-wielding IWA Nin that had saved the Tsuchikage from his death back at Sakai, flanked by 4 Umbu, as well as 4 standing behind the blonde. He let his eyes lazily travel from one to the other, finally settling on what he assumed was their commander. Toyohisa glared right back, staring with all the bravery he could muster into the fiery red eyes that burned into the memories of all those they came across. He took a deep breath before he stood. Haiden breathed heavily as he removed the blade from his chest, purple, black flames dissipating as Yujito's bleeding, unconscious form laid before them unmoving, as crimson pooled beneath her. The platinum blonde locks matted down to her head, back and shoulders as green eyes stared unseeing to the world before them, her breathing heavy, erratic and shuddering as her form shook from the cold that crept over her, gripping her down to the marrow. Kakuzu grunted as he walked next to the girl, using his foot to roll her over. Took you long enough, you're pathetic. Shut up. Haiden growled, falling to his knees as he began praying to Jashin, raising the 5-hearted Akatsuki member's annoyance. You fool, we don't have time for this, soon people will come to investigate. Let the fuckers come. Haiden snarled. I don't give 2 shits. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Whatever, stay here if you want, I'm taking the girl. As he reached down to grab her, however, she suddenly burst in a cloud of black, coal-like smoke, right in Kakuzu's eyes. He reeled back, and in the same motion the back of his head was impaled by a kunai. Haiden stood up as his partner fell, but soon found that he could not move as, cold, decaying arms rose up from the ground, gripping his legs as they forced him to fall. He looked momentarily disturbed until he realized what this was. Placing his hands together he spoke. Kai. He looked around as the illusion dissipated, revealing Kakuzu still on the floor with a kunai in his head, now in the process of removing it, and a white-clad form cradling Yujito close to his chest as he stood off to the side. Sansen. They heard her wavering voice as she struggled to speak to the new arrival. Shh. He quieted her as he placed her down. Rest for now, Yujito, you did very well. I'm proud of you. She finally allowed the darkness to claim her, visible by her body going limp in his arms. He formed a quick mud clone, who took the girl and ran as he turned around. Who the fuck are you? Haiden snarled, angry that this one had taken their target. Silence, Haiden. Kakuzu growled, finally removing the kunai from his head, a shadowy mass leaving his body as it seemingly melted out of him. Su. He drawled. You are the Yondaime Reikage of Kumo, sleeping dragon of the moon, Zhuge Masong Liang. So you know of me. The Reikage said. Kakuzu, of Taki, and Haiden of Yuki, the immortals of the Akatsuki, correct? He asked as he used his feathered fan to, well, fan himself. That's right, you fucking faggot. Haiden growled, hefting his scythe back onto his shoulder as he prepared to swing. I see. Liang drawled as he lowered his fan slightly. Well, allow me to put that name to the test. Chapter 50, Iwa's Surrender. Zhuge Liang, arguably the most intelligent man in the land, knew that he was standing before one of the greatest challenges he would ever face. While he held great confidence in his abilities, he knew that this would be one fight where a single mistake would cost him the whole thing. Luckily, unlike their previous opponents, he knew who and what these men were, and what they were capable of. It was difficult, extremely so, and he had lost many spies and assassins in his quest to understand them and many of the other Akatsuki members, from those who did not keep secrets like Uchiha Itachi, and to those who guarded them like the greatest treasures, such as Sasori. Only the leader remained a mystery to him, no known village, no previous affiliations, nothing. Heh, so this is the supposed sleeping dragon then. Haydn sneered at the man, placing his scythe over his shoulder. Zhuge Liang allowed his eyes to take in the circle at the man's feet, and the blood cascading down injuries upon his form, places where Yujito as well had her injuries. So it appeared the reports from his spies was true. He would have to keep an eye on that scythe. Yes, be careful Haydn, he will be much stronger than even the Nibi Jinchuriki. Kakuzu warned as he eyed the man. Haydn scoffed. Whatever. He growled before he swung his scythe, the three-pointed weapon flashing once as it sailed towards the rakeage. Liang's eyes narrowed as he swung his fan, Daikamakachi. He spoke in his usual calm voice before he released hundreds of wind blades upon the Akatsuki members. Doton, Doryuheki, Kakuzu placed his hands on the ground, erecting a large wall of mud and stone between themselves and the wind blades. Watching in apathy as it was torn to shreds, but nonetheless completing the task of stopping the blades in their tracks. As the dust settled and he looked upon Liang's white-clad form and sharp, piercing eyes like that of a hawk, he knew that they would be in for a tough fight, one that they would have to win quickly, before any more trouble arrived. Blood-red eyes burned through all they laid upon, fearsome crimson billowing over his single, powerful, oppressing form as he stood before an army, each fearful yet brave as they charged headlong into his jutsu and blades let loose as they attempted to fell him, the great power that he was. Blood fell like rain as fire consumed his second blade, making those terrible eyes glow all the more as more men fell to him, flames escaping the boundaries of his sword, burning the flesh off the IWA ninja's very bones, spreading all around them, basking him in their orange glow. Throughout all this she watched, held to the terrible scene by horrified rapture, the screams of the dead and dying reaching her ears, dimly piercing her haze-filled mind as she watched him approach her, his clawed hand releasing one of his blades as it gripped her throat. She tried to scream, her fear escalating as she stared into the fiery pits of his eyes. But no sound escaped her lips, no great cry for help, of defiance, or even fear able to escape her as she struggled fruitlessly to escape his hold. As the demon reared back his blade she could finally hear herself scream. As her eyes snapped open, Temari reached for the first thing within reach, grasping desperately as she tried to pry herself from the grip of darkness that clawed at her consciousness, feeling a firm hand press against her chest as she screamed, and another grip her own as she thrashed, her screams faintly reaching her own ears as a familiar voice called her name. Her breathing was erratic, she was trying to calm herself, trying to remember her training as she felt coppery liquid rise up in her throat and spill out from the side of her lips, hacking, strangled coughs rising from her throat as a cold chill ran up and down her spine, a shudder making her teeth rattle as her eyes shut tightly. Temri, you have to slow your breathing. The voice, echoing as it was reached her ears. Ino. She's having a panic attack. Damn it. Temari faintly noticed a soft green glow pass over her eyes as the hand pressing down on her chest and darkness began to grip the edge of her senses, its hold growing stronger and stronger as she tried to shake her head. She didn't want to go back, she didn't want to see those eyes again, those blood-red eyes. Lightning fell from the heavens around them as Haydn and Kakuzu tried with varying success at dodging. God damn it, where is he? Haydn yelled in anger. Already his left arm had been struck by one of the lightning bolts, a deep jagged burn going all the way down to the bone, showing where the lightning had cut. He had been unable to drink any of Zhuge's blood yet, and so was forced to dodge the attacks lest he be made useless, since you couldn't necessarily kill him. Silence, Haydn. Kakuzu snarled before a massive lightning bolt struck between them, its roar drowning out all other sounds for a moment as his ears started ringing, kicking up a great deal of dust as the ancient shinobi had to shield his eyes lest the dust get into them. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Spinning around he caught sight of Zhuge's white robes, as he began to fall towards him, passing his hand over his fan. Kakuzu saw as it transformed into a single Chinese straight sword. Bringing out two kunai he blocked the blade, releasing several tendrils from his back he lashed out with them at the rakeage, only to have the ninja leap back, vanishing a moment later into the dust that surrounded them from the lightning bolts that he realized had just ceased. The dust however did not settle. He saw various shadows shift all around him as his extra four hearts, in their masked forms, gathered around him as he prepared to unleash his assault with all the combined elemental affinities in his arsenal whenever he caught sight of him. He heard the sound of clashing blades and snapped his head in its general direction. Haydn, move! He yelled as he charged up some wind and fire-based chakra before he released them. In truth, he didn't care whether Haydn moved or not. The man had an amazing healing capacity. He'd seen him get burned before, and while taking time to heal like a normal human, he always did heal with no scarring to speak of. So if Haydn moved or not, it was really no never mind to him. The dust scattered in wake of his wind-empowered flames, revealing Zhuge Liang for a split second as the man leapt up, above the flames, his clothes barely singed. Kakuzu acted quickly, forming wind, lightning and fire before he unleashed them in a massively wide-ranged attack, making sure that this time he wouldn't miss. The dust parted again, revealing the rakeage, his face slightly panicked as he formed hand seals before flame and lightning crashed over him. There was a cry followed by another deafening roar before his attack was forcefully dispersed, a shield of bright yellow lightning crackling around the rakeage, his blade held firmly in hand. Kakuzu snarled, but a blade of lightning suddenly piercing his chest had him coughing a bit of blood. Looking behind him, he found Liang standing there, the blade held firmly in his grip as he glared at him with those cold eyes. Wrong, Kakuzu said as he melted into mud. Liang, who was still hovering above the ground, held by the static electricity of his shield, heard a crash behind him. Snapping his head around, he found several large earth dragons moving towards him. Disabling his shield, he turned and released several more wind blades which cut the dragons to pieces. When he landed, he was forced to block another strike from Haydn's three-pointed sickle spear, grunting in exertion as he staggered back. Kakuzu watched as his breathing was a little heavier than before, the sweat dabbing his forehead as he held his stance. Haydn stepped slightly in front of him, sneering at the man as he placed his sickle back on his shoulder. Is this all the great sleeping dragon has to offer? You really are a wimp, Kakuzu. That bitch was a lot tougher than this. At this rate it'll be over before their umbu are even halfway here. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. While those lightning techniques were powerful, a man of Liang's reputation shouldn't be this easy to tire out. Something was wrong, he could feel it in his bones, something was prickling at the edge of his senses, warning bells going off from his years of experience. But as Liang formed more hand seals, the clouds overhead gathering once again with thunder and lightning rumbling over them, he gave it little more thought as he prepared himself for whatever the rakeage had to throw at them. Naruto's eyes stared with apathy towards the sitting IWA commander, taking in the young man's veiled nervousness, and the tension visible in his umbu guards before he spoke. Where's the one known as Yoshihiro Shimazu? Though he knew the answer already, it would be good to make sure over the older man's fate. Toyohisa's eyes narrowed in fury, but he hid his distaste well as he spoke. Artsukage is soon to be recovered from his injuries at Sakai. I am in charge until he does. It was a bold-faced lie and they both knew it, especially Naruto. No man, no matter how powerful, could recover from the injuries he inflicted that quickly, unless of course they were a Jinchuriki. Yoshihiro, however, was not. We both know that is not true. He drawled, causing the newly appointed IWA commander to bristle at the emotionless man that spoke of how badly he had harmed his uncle as if he was discussing some child's mischievousness. If you have come here to demand Iwa's surrender to you, then my answer to you is to leave now. IWA will not surrender. Naruto stared at the young man in his late 20s, standing before him with a glare of defiance before he looked around the tent, a void-like air surrounding him, making him seem like some strange, inhuman creature that had sprouted from the darkest of shadows merely to taunt and torment them. If you do not surrender your city, then it shall burn to the ground. Toyohisa knew that it wasn't a threat, it was a promise, and from his actions at Sakai, it was a promise he knew he could keep, but he would not be intimidated, he would not surrender his city without some semblance of a struggle. IWA was not so helpless. If you attack this city, if you bring your armies here, you may succeed in destroying us. But I swear to you, for every IWA ninja that has lost 10 of yours will fall before him. And before you are able to take this city, so much blood will fill these streets that it will sicken even you. I swear upon the gods that taking this city by force will be the end of you and your reign upon our lands. For Kumo and Suna will not hesitate to destroy you as they did all those years ago. Naruto tilted his head slightly. You truly believe that, at this point, the other two countries can fell me? Toyohisa shook his head, a smirk finding its way to his lips. You are powerful, but with your power has come the attentions of many who wish you to fail. Eyes, that will gladly slit your throat when your army is bleeding itself white within my city. There was a silence then, one which many in the room found very uncomfortable as they watched the two leaders stare each other down. Toyohisa knew that the truth of the matter was that if IWA faced this man in the field and within their city, they would most likely be slaughtered, and the city taken within a day, 2 at the most. What he was trying to do was make his fighting spirit, and the spirit of that of his men, seem strong enough that the Kage would be more lenient in the terms of their surrender, and that they would be able to get something out of it. His uncle had always said to do what's best for the people. If they were treated fairly and with the respect they deserved from Konoha, then what did it matter what name they served under? to fight and die a useless death, was not something he would subject his people to. Naruto tilted his head. It is in your best interest to listen to the terms. Then offer them. He snarled. I'll make my own demands afterwards. Naruto smirked. The boy, despite all his bravado, was intelligent enough to recognize surrender as his best option. He reached slowly into his cloak, revealing a scroll and unrolling it on the table before he spoke. IWA will be treated the same as Kiri. Your leaders may be of your choosing, however, these leaders must report to overseers of my choosing every month on all actions, economical, military or otherwise. If these reports do not arrive within 2 months at the most, an investigation shall take place. If any of your men are found guilty of harming the overseer in any way, then they will be executed. If the leader of this village is involved, and discovered to be so, then he too shall be executed. You must provide military relief whenever called upon. A strict state of martial law shall be enforced for a period of 6 months. Your civilian and ninja shall each hold the same rights and privileges of every Konoha, Kiri, Aim, Kusa Odo and Taki civilian, including free travel between the aforementioned nations. Free trade is encouraged as well. Every one of your ninja must be registered in the archives, with a monthly update on their skills, rank and classing. There will be a strong Konoha military presence within IWA for a period, minimal of 6 months. And finally, anyone convicted of treason, attempts at treason or abridgment of such shall be executed in a public display within IWA itself. These are my demands. Toyohisa thought for a long moment before he spoke. Very well, but all trials of IWA needs must be held in IWA. Your military presence is not allowed to harm our civilians. And should IWA ever be attacked by another nation and we request assistance, you are to send it as well. And finally, my uncle suffers from a very bad lung disease, the beginnings of tuberculosis, which he developed approximately 5 years ago. In exchange for our surrender, you are to provide rare herbs from Kiri, which are able to cure this disease. You forget, IWA is now my territory. If they attack you, they are attacking me. I shall send forces if I perceive the threat to be great enough. He looked down to the scroll and gestured to it with his metal-covered hand. If that is all, sign the scroll with your blood. Toyohisa nodded and bit his thumb enough to draw blood and so slowly wrote his name onto the parchment, next to Naruto's who had already been placed there. Before his thumb left the scroll, however, the parchment glowed a bright red and Toyohisa pulled his hand back as fast as he could, only to gasp as a painful, burning sensation rose up his arm, eliciting a scream of pain from the man as he fell onto his knees. The Umbu each drew their blades, pointing at him as they were ready to fight him for his treachery. The glow of the scroll fading, Naruto rolled it back up swiftly and placed it back in his cloak. What have you done? One of the Umbu snarled at him. This is a blood scroll, a scroll embroiled with hundreds of seals formed within the parchment itself. It is my own creation. If you, willingly, and knowingly break any of the agreements on this parchment, then you shall die. You bastard. Another of the Umbu snarled, watching the seals snake up Toyohisa's arm and settling over his chest as they burned into his skin. You did not seriously expect for me to simply take your word at face value, young Shimazu? Words are meaningless in the world of shinobi, as are treaties. This one, however, I know you shall follow, as will your uncle. Placing the scroll back in his pocket, he turned his back to the ninja as he began making his way out of the tent. Yo dash. Stop. Toyohisa yelled to his Umbu as the pain momentarily increased in his chest as the thought of allowing the man to follow through with his attack passed his mind. Naruto cast a glance over his shoulder. You can expect the herbs you have requested to arrive in a week's time. Inform your uncle, and your people. IWA is now mine. With that said, he walked out of the tent, the hateful glares at his back. He glanced to the cloudy sky before he spoke. One step closer then. Glancing at his hand, he seemed contemplative for a moment before he spoke. The new world approaches. An explosion tore through the landscape of Kumo, soon revealing Zhuge as he leapt out of the flames, his clothes and hair singed before he released another volley of wind blades into the flames, which rose even higher for a moment before Haiden rushed after him, his scythe in hand, his skin visible with burns but quite uncaring to them as he snarled, his eyes alight with fury as he swung, trying to kill the Raikage for what felt like the 100th time. Only for the man to block the strike once again with his blade, his palm charging with lightning chakra which formed a long spike which he used to try and impale him, only for the silver-haired immortal to swerve out of the way before he backhanded the Raikage across the face, causing him to stagger back as he spit out blood. Taking his stance again as he glared at the silver-haired man. A crash behind him had him breaking his stance as he spun around, only to find nothing. He tried to spin back around as he realized he had been tricked, only for Haiden's steel stabbing rod to plunge through his back and out his chest, coughing up blood. The Raikage didn't have much time to feel pain before his head was torn cleanly from his shoulders, his body falling to the floor in an unmoving heap. Kakuzu, his tendrils receding back into his form, spoke. "So, you got him then?" Hayden's answer was a snarl as he spit on the Raikage's dead form. "Yeah, I did. Damn bastard was a stubborn one." Kakuzu nodded, but before any more words were exchanged, Hayden spun around and with another quick jab of his spike rod plunged it into the ancient ninja's chest. Kakuzu's eyes widened before he batted the rod away and leapt back. "What the hell do you dash?" he began, but stopped as Hayden's form began to fade and become hazy before it vanished, revealing Liang, a wind blade extending from his palm, Hayden's headless body now in place of where Liang once was. His curses now fluidly reaching his ears from his severed head. "Genjutsu," he growled out. "It was Genjutsu this whole time. When did you cast it?" he questioned angrily. "During my first Kamachichi, when you erected that rock barrier to protect yourselves. You little shit stain, I'm gonna fucking kill you. You hear me? Fucking kill you. You are dead. Da-. Hayden's cries of anger were stopped as a ball of condensed lightning chakra was tossed at his head, exploding a moment later in a gruesome display of blood and brain matter. The immortal could enjoy the rest of eternity in pieces. The Raikage then turned his attention back to Kakuzu, his raven black hair whipping in the gust of wind that came through the field. The power of suggestion, the power of deception. The greatest weapon of a ninja. You two have no one but yourselves to blame for this defeat. So few male ninja focus on the art of genjutsu, you automatically assumed I was a close-range Rai-ninjutsu specialist. He glanced slightly behind Kakuzu. And now, you have sealed your fate. Releasing the second genjutsu he placed over the man, Kakuzu's senses were suddenly assaulted by rage, bloodlust and killing intent, and before he could do much of anything, a clawed hand tore his back, wide open, blood spraying forth as he staggered, glancing behind him. His eyes widened in shock and fear as he came across the sight of a young girl, with shoulder-length blonde hair, standing over him, three tails of malicious red chakra whipping behind her, as Tsunade of the Sannin, and another woman he recognized from the bingo books as Yuang, Zhuge Liang's wife, stepped through the tree line. "Kakuzu of Taki, for your crimes against Kumo, I the Yondaime Raikage, hereby sentence you, to death." The man spoke as his feathered fan was still held firmly in his grip. "May the gods have mercy on your soul." Chapter 51, A New Dawn. Suna Hospital, 3 days after Iwa's surrender. Temari groaned, opening her silvery eyes slowly as she took in the white ceiling that hung above her. Wincing as the bright lights made themselves known to her sleep-filled irises, eliciting a second groan as she threw her arm over her eyes. "Oh, tell God to turn the lights down." "Heh, sorry sis, you're not dead just yet," came her response to her left. She turned her head, finding her little brother, Kankuro, sitting on the chair next to her bed. He stood, grabbing the pitcher and glass that rested on the table next to him before he poured it. He gently placed his hand behind her head, cradling it slightly upwards so she could drink properly. She gave him a grateful smile, still too weak to move as he put the cup to her lips and waited for her gesture to stop. Placing the cup back onto the table, he sat back on the chair. "So, how you feeling?" Temari smirked. "Like the morning after Jounin promotions." She answered truthfully, making Kankuro choke back a snort of amusement. But soon her gaze turned to worry as she looked around the room. "Where are the others? How did I get here?" Kankuro sighed at this. He knew it was coming, but the news was not good. "They are all in other rooms nearby. Each suffering from some mild exhaustion, dehydration, among other things." He finished, trailing off uneasily as he shifted his gaze away from her. Temari knew she wasn't going to enjoy hearing what he had to say. But nevertheless, she needed to hear it. "Kankuro," she said, her silent order quite clear. But still, he wouldn't look at her, his nervous, uncertain shifting from foot to foot, increasing the wind mistress's nervousness until she finally spoke again, her tone hard and demanding. "Don't make me pull rank, little brother?" He sighed as he slumped forward, his shoulders dropping ever so slightly as he began to rub his head. "Sakura, Ino and Hana are in the best condition out of all of you. Like I said, just some mild exhaustion and dehydration. You're pretty well off yourself, apart from a few torn muscles, 3 bruised ribs, some blood loss and a twisted ankle. You're perfectly fine." Chuji. Another sigh. "Chuji's stable, but one of the blades that cut him damaged a nerve along his arm. We weren't able to do much over the scars either, having been formed by some kind of mixture of wind and fire chakra. The nerve damage is also irreparable. He'll have to retrain that arm to mold chakra properly all over again with that handicap. Shikamaru too has suffered some very serious nerve damage along most of his extremities. Unlike Chuji's though, his can be treated, and eventually fixed with a few months of intense physical therapy." "And Kiba?" She questioned as he paused. He took another deep breath, his eyes taking on a look of sadness as he turned them onto her. Kiba's been forced into a chemical coma for now. He answered grimly. What? She questioned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she struggled to sit up, her breathing becoming ragged with the effort, before Kankuro stood up and held her down onto the bed. Why Kiba dash? Kiba has suffered a complete nervous and mental breakdown. Kankuro interrupted her shocked rambling, silencing her with the grim tone of his voice. The loss of his arm, by circumstance his ninja career and position as clan heir, and finally Akamaru's death has hit him very hard. We've forced him into a chemical-induced coma to keep him from hurting himself, as well as any around him. Sakura and a few other medics are attending him physically, and Ino has been trying to restore his psyche through use of various Yamanaka techniques and scrolls. It'll take a while, but there is hope that he will recover. He spoke flatly, knowing that it was a bold-faced lie. There was little hope that Kiba would recover from this, only with someone with extensive medical knowledge, like the legendary Tsunade, who was said to have been able to heal some victims of mental trauma, did they have a hope of doing such a thing. But no one had seen or even heard of Tsunade for nearly a decade. So finding her wasn't really an option. Still his lie worked, seeing as Temari's worries were abated somewhat by the look on her face as she sighed in mild relief. That's good, where's Gaara? Kankuro paused at that, chuckling to himself after a moment. Gaara's been at your side since you guys got here. It was about an hour ago that I managed to convince him to head home and get some rest. The puppet user chuckled. You should have seen him, just standing here, looming over you. Kinda creepy really. Temari smiled at her brother's story. To know that Gaara was worried made her feel good. Thanks, still, I'm gonna go to sleep now, 'kay? She muttered, her eyes beginning to droop as the medication took its full effect. Yes sure, sweet dreams sis. Kankuro said as he stood up, running his hand once through her hair before he hefted Karasu back onto his shoulder, making sure not to put too much pressure on his recently operated spine. He strode out the room, moving to tell Gaara Temari had woken up, as per the redhead's request. Meanwhile, Gaara sat in his living room. Before him was a table with the map of the continent, in one hand his kage hat, in the other a saucer with sake in it. While he wasn't one to drink, even he needed one with the current situation. Iwa had fallen, one more territory under the Devil King's possession. One more village fell before his might. Now, only 2 of the former 5 great shinobi villages remained along with several, smaller, independent factions, such as Yuki in the north. But still, the time for contemplation, and the time for debating was over. It was time, right now, to decide the fate of Suna. Walking to the nearby window, he attached a message to the messenger bird, and released it. It would head to Baki, who would gather the military heads of the village for one last meeting to finally decide just where or how Suna would stand in face of this threat. He could only hope they were not too late. Kumo Hospital, 5 days since Iwa's surrender. Zhuge Liang and his wife Yuing stared through the glass at Yujito. Tsunade and Shizun were currently treating her. He had sent Akina back to her home, after having to calm her down from her worrying, as well as her anger at the genjutsu he had pulled over her. Still nevertheless, this interference from Akatsuki was a major deterrent to his plan to attack Konoha while the Uzumaki was away. She was not healing as quickly as she should, and it was quickly deduced that it was due to the sheer nature of Haiden's jutsu. It is entirely possible that he not only injured Yujito, but the Nibi as well, and so the demon was struggling to keep them both alive. A most unfortunate turn of events. Yuing glanced at her husband from the corner of her eyes before she looked back to Yujito. What will you do now? When have you ever known me, my dear, to rely solely on one single strategy? He answered blandly. It is true, that without Yujito, launching an attack on Konoha would be too large of a gamble for my liking. But I have another strategy prepared just in case one, or more of us were incapacitated, and another in case that fails. Yuing shook her head, allowing a smirk to grace her features. It never ceased to amaze her how her husband could meticulously plan such things and prepare for such outcomes. She stared at him for a long while, quickly growing impatient with his silence. Well, my dear husband, do you mind sharing? Liang hid a smirk. He enjoyed getting a rise from his wife. It tended to prove entertaining later. You will know soon enough. He responded, smirking as he received his expected answer. A snort of frustration and mild anger. Still, all joking aside, he turned to his wife. Yuang. She questioned with a sidewards glance. He paused, measuring his words before he spoke. The truth is that very soon, there is a great, and very real possibility, that Uzumaki Naruto shall march upon our city. When he does, the defenses have to hold. Yuang smirked a little, though it held great uncertainty at her husband's unease, something that was rarely evident in the man. Husband, no one, in over 300 years has ever been able to enter the city, much less the great keep and temple that stands at the top of the mountains. What has you dash? Yuang. Liang interrupted gently. The defenses have to hold out, Kumo itself must hold out. She looked up at him uncertainly, but soon, nodded. Liang closed his eyes nodding back. This was a rather precarious position he found himself in. It would have to be handled very carefully. He looked to Yuang once more, who had returned her eyes to Yujito. Inform me when she wakes up. I must attend to something. That said, the man turned and proceeded down the hallway, ready to set his second plan into motion. Meanwhile, Akina, who was currently training out in one of the simpler training grounds. Her thoughts troubled as she went through the motions with her weapon. Ever since she had arrived here, with Tsunade and Shizun, Yujito had quickly become something akin to a sister. Seeing her laying there, so injured, so vulnerable, so weak. It was a hard thing. She continued to play the battle over and over in her head, wondering if, had she decided to stay instead of do what Yujito asked, would they have managed to beat the Akatsuki anyway, with Yujito not having to suffer such? Then there was the situation building in Konoha. News of Iwa's surrender had reached many ears by now, and the entire village felt this oppressive feel in the air, like the storm brewing over the horizon. Her own feelings of anticipation, anger, uncertainty and fear growing all the more as she dared to look forward to the coming conflict. At the chance to finally put all her years of training, all her years of preparing, of studying, all the years put to reach this one goal, this one purpose, it would finally be time to put all these years to their test. As she stopped her light training, she looked westward, the high mountain peaks that guarded Iwa's borders visible even from this great distance. A storm brewing ever so slowly behind them. Hospital room, Iwagakure, 1 week since the surrender of their city. So, this is the seal he placed on you? The tired voice of Yoshihiro reached Toyohisa's ears as the old man was examining the seal etched onto his nephew's chest. While many of the doctors had protested, he had demanded to see his nephew the moment he woke up, and what Yoshihiro wants, Yoshihiro gets. So here he was, in one of the hospital's spare rooms examining the seal that would assure Iwa's cooperation. I'm sorry, uncle. Toyohisa said as the silence dragged on, lowering his eyes. It always happened, every time his uncle would have to pull him out of the fire. He felt so inadequate sometimes as he tried to live up to his uncle's expectations and the village expectations, only to fall short every time. Do not apologize. Yoshihiro sighed gently. The Uzumaki boy said that he created this seal and I don't doubt it. If it was me in your place, I would probably be the one with the seal, not you. There was another silence between them, before it was finally broken by Toyohisa again. Did I make the right choice, uncle? In surrendering? His voice carried a definite edge of uncertainty, like a child confessing to his parents he stole some candy from the store. Yoshihiro looked at his nephew's downcast eyes and regretful expression before he sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. Toyohisa, look at me. The young man did so. When you decided to surrender the city, was your primary concern that of the village? He nodded and Yoshihiro smiled. Then yes, Toyohisa, you made the right choice. He spoke before standing. That seal, I believe, will do exactly what he says it will do. I'm no expert, but I recognize some of the characters. None of them indicate this can be remote activated, only through the different synapses of your brainwaves I believe will its effect take place. The older man wiped his hands before he spoke again. Well, there's nothing more we can do for now, kid. Head on home, give a kiss to your wife and kid. God knows they're probably worried after all the commotion and rumors floating around. Toyohisa nodded before he stood and walked to the other end of the room, where his shirt and other equipment lay around the table. Placing them all back into their proper place, he began making his way out the door. He gave his uncle one last hug. Thank you for everything, uncle. Don't mention it, Yoshihiro said simply, watching as the younger man left. His thoughts traveled to their current accord with Konoha. While he wasn't happy with the deception, he understood it, and was willing to work the rest of his days to pay off his nephew's imprisonment. He held no delusions of the Uzumaki boys' deceptive and underhanded tactics. As the peoples were calling it. Those two things practically defined the ninja world. And he would have done the same thing if the shoe was on the other foot. So no, he wasn't angry, but he knew he needed to establish some rapport with the Uzumaki boy. With these new medications that would be arriving from Kiri soon, he would soon be back on his feet, and his disease cured. But still, while he had witnessed the boy's skill and sheer power firsthand, he could tell that a storm was brewing, a storm that, even Naruto's great power would not be able to hold off alone. Yoshihiro smirked. Sounded just like his kind of fun. Sunagakure, Kazekage Tower. 12 days since the fall of IWA. Gaara sat in his office, looking at the document that had long been in the coming. The council had long been in the deliberation of this matter, for an entire week even. But it had finally been decided, and now, all that remained was his seal of approval. As the Kazekage was about to reach for his calligraphy brush, however, a messenger bird suddenly perched on his windowsill, catching his attention. Especially, with the insignia around its neck. Kyuumo. Sakai. 12 days since the fall of IWA. Naruto stood along the wall, overlooking the city he had recently taken. Reinforcements had arrived the other day from Kusa and Aim, bringing their numbers back up to standard. Some more forces had arrived from Odo, which he quickly dispatched onto IWA, to enforce their military presence. All in all, his men were prepared to march into battle again, to bring about the final stages of their plans. He heard the shuffling of feet approaching him. Turning, he found Hinata approaching him. Her pale lavender eyes staring back into his own blood-red ones. Naruto-sama. She bowed respectfully. Hinata. He greeted back with a slight nod of his head. She turned her head back to look over the city, awaiting his instructions. You are to head to IWA, assume command of the situation there. Until a suitable overseer can be stationed there, you are to remain as the temporary overseer, as well as the commander for our Northwestern Defense Forces. You may take Rock Lee and Tenten with you. Shino, Toshiro and Mika are to remain here, overlooking the repairs and security of the city. Hataki, Kakashi and Guan shall march with me. His voice drawled out, somehow managing to make his bored tone sound fiercer than the angry voices of many. She nodded. As you command. However, my lord, may I question where you are marching? Suna, or Kyuumo? His response was merely a sidewards glance. I see. She answered before she bowed. Very well. Naruto watched her turn and leave, never removing his eyes from her until she was out of sight and her footsteps fading from his ears. He allowed his eyes to travel skywards. This land shall be mine. Chapter 52, It is time. Naruto currently made his way through Iwa's mountain borders, his armies trudging along as they did their best to traverse the jagged, cutting stalagmites that made up the mountain face, like a great wall of razor-sharp spears, guarding Iwa's boundaries against any who would dare invade. Naruto-sama. The voice of Kakashi reached him as the copy nin made his way up along with Akiri Chunin, bowing once before he continued speaking. Naruto-sama, Guan's found a pathway, it leads down the mountain, and appears to place us near the border. Naruto nodded. Very well, tell the commanders of this route, give them the coordinates and tell them to lead their men through it. Kakashi nodded and then looked to the Kiri Chunin. You heard him, get to it. Go to the commanders of Squad Alpha and Sigma, I'll head to Beta. Yes sir. The man bowed once before he vanished in a cloud of smoke, Kakashi following shortly after. Naruto allowed his eyes to travel up skywards, where rain clouds ahead had thankfully begun to part. Soon, very soon now. The echoing sound of Liang's and Tsunade's footsteps seemed to echo down the hallway as they made their way up to the Raikage Tower. You sent a message to Suna? The legendary medic questioned with a raised eyebrow as she continued to walk up the stairs. Do you think that they'll cooperate once you speak with them? Liang didn't answer for a moment before he took a breath and spoke. Whether they cooperate or not does not matter, they will soon attack Konoha regardless of their Kazekage's initial decision. I don't think I follow. Tsunade said as she raised an eyebrow. Liang merely closed his eyes for a brief moment. You will soon enough. He clarified in his own way before he came across the door of his office, opening the wooden obstacle before he entered. Jiraiya the Toad Sannin stood on the balcony of the tower. His stewardship of the lands while Naruto was away was going fairly smoothly. Still, the older man couldn't help but be vastly impressed with Naruto as each day passed. The sheer amounts of paperwork one had to shift through every single day. It was enough to drive him mad if he knew he was stuck doing this forever. Economies that needed to be balanced, supplies that needed to be sent, missions that had to be overseen, military divisions that needed to be rounded and stationed, upstarts and political revolutionaries that needed to be silenced, and not to mention, last but not least, the organization of the new campaign that was being led. While Naruto had arranged and fixed the vast majority of it, what little Jiraiya did have to do was enough to make him cringe. Still, the vast amounts of paperwork weren't what he was worried over. There was something wrong, he couldn't explain it. But he had a gut feeling, and these tended to be proven right most of the time. There was some strange chill in the air, a change of sorts. Something was certainly wrong, and whatever it was he had little doubt it would all come to a head soon. Centering around Naruto. The boy was strong, unbelievably so. To the point where if Jiraiya was posed a question over who would win between all of Konoha's military generals and him, he truly couldn't give a definitive answer to that. But with that strength came something that even Naruto was not immune to. Arrogance. The boy planned, he prepared, and he did research on his enemy as all good shinobis do, and as was imbued to him during his training as a child. But, more often than not recently, as his raw power felled all those who had risen against him with little to no trouble, despite even the best and most elaborate of schemes to defeat him, the boy had simply begun, overlooking his opponent, so to speak. He would simply not care over what plans they could develop, or what elaborate schemes they could put together. Simply because he considered, and in most cases was above anything their skills could accomplish, even with the advantages of plans. Oftentimes, Naruto wasn't even truly aware he did it. But Jiraiya knew, he had seen a great many ninja fall to such petty things, his old teammate, Orochimaru, having been one of them. Having the audacity to show up at Konoha itself with just a few ninja as his escort, he was struck down by a power even he held no chance against. The Toad Hermit could only sigh. Whatever happened, happened, and he did not have the authority to advance any troops anywhere unless it was an absolute emergency, and one of his hunches, or gut feelings didn't count. Naruto currently stood on a small hill overlooking the camp his men had set up. Already a perimeter had been established and patrols were circling the place. He heard footsteps. Turning his head slightly he found Guan approaching him silently. When he finally reached him the man stood at his side for a brief moment before he spoke. "Lord, do you not think it is dangerous to be standing in the open like this?" Naruto did not answer, his eyes traveling over the scenery before him, the silence stretching about. Guan was used to these silences, and so took no offense in it. Instead he merely crossed his arms over his chest and stood at the blonde's side, his slightly taller form standing like that of a bodyguard. "Strange, isn't it?" was the sudden remark that Guan had to do a double take to make sure it had come from Naruto. "Lord?" he questioned. "All these years, they seem to have gone by so quickly. It seems like only yesterday, you and Jinchiko were surrendering Kiri, and now we stand here, upon this threshold into a new world." Guan was struck speechless. Never before had Naruto spoken in such a strange tone. No, not strange, human. Clearing his throat the man regained his composure before he spoke. "It may seem that way sometimes, but indeed, soon this world of war and death shall be finished. And we shall enter a new world, one of peace." The man nodded to himself solemnly. Naruto spared a glance at the older man from the corner of his eye. "Guan, I never did apologize," he said, ignoring the man's startled look, "for the loss of your eye all those years ago." The appointed second in command of the Seven Swordsmen was rendered quite mute for a long time, his eyes visibly wide with shock as he stared down at the man that had set out to conquer the world. "My lord," he stuttered uncharacteristically as he bowed low. There is no need for such a thing, it was my own carelessness that brought this wound about. Please, do not apologize to your loyal servant. HN. Naruto grunted softly, not denying but not admitting his correctness on his statement. "You and Lady Jinchiko have served me loyally for many long years. Once this chaos is over I will see you properly rewarded," he stated firmly. "There is no need for such, lord. You are the one that will bring about an age of peace in this land. It is as Hidetada would have wanted." It had been a long time since Naruto had heard the name of the Kiri swordsman he had led to his death nearly a decade ago. It was something scarcely talked about, even among Jinchiko and Guan themselves, the two people closest to the late shinobi. Naruto looked to Guan once more, a loyal servant indeed. Slowly the blonde turned and began making his way down to the camp, Guan following after him a moment later. Gaara sat in one of the various lounge rooms of the tower, a thoughtful look in his eyes and a contemplative frown on his face. Kankuro paced beside him, angrily muttering under his breath. "Damn it, Gaara, I don't have enough patience for these bullshit meetings of yours." Gaara ignored his brother's crass remark as the door to their room opened, Temari stepping through it a moment later, her fan strapped to her back once again. "Where have you been?" her brother snapped. "You're not in the best shape, sis, you need to rest, not go parading around this tower." Temari was about to respond when Gaara spoke. "Kankuro, she said she was going to go for a walk. It's understandable that she took the time she took." "But Gaara," the older boy said before he snorted, crossing his arms. "Fine, whatever, when one of the messengers shows up saying that they find her passed out on the side of the street, don't complain to me," he huffed. Gaara ignored his annoyed older brother and turned his eyes onto Temari, who approached one of the chairs, setting down her fan and falling onto the selected piece of furniture. "Temari," Gaara called, bringing her eyes onto him. He noticed the slight bags under them, as well as the tired haze within them. "Are you certain you should have left the hospital so soon? You look exhausted." She shook her head. "I'm a little tired, but no. You need help in order to get a handle on this situation." She smiled. And what kinda sister would I be if I just left my little brother to rot under all this paperwork while I get to sit by and enjoy hospital food and bedding? Gaara smirked, but it soon fell. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you if you've spoken to Hana? I would have liked to have checked up on her myself, but I didn't get the chance before this situation needed to be attended to. Temari sighed as she nodded. Yeah, I managed to speak to her once, before I left. She really doesn't look well. I think that once you get a chance you should give her a paid leave of absence, have her rest up, get her head clear. Gaara nodded. I'll see to it. Before he looked to the door and stood up, several footsteps reaching his ears from down the hallway. Good, they've arrived. We can get this meeting underway. Hana groaned in discomfort as she felt the feeble grip of sleep become even weaker under the insistent and constant shaking of another. Her bloodshot eyes opened slowly, weakly from the recent strain on her mind and body. Tear streaks ran down her face and the table beneath her head was wet with salt water. Hana. Sakura's hesitant voice reached her ears, bringing the Inuzuka girl's dough-brown eyes up towards her. She questioned as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. Oh, Sakura? What is it? She questioned, wiping her eyes as she looked away from the pink-haired medic as she began shifting through some of the documents on her desk. Ever since the attack and subsequent return to Suna, Hana had thrown herself into her work, trying to bury herself in her duties as a council member and clan head over what remained of the Inuzuka clan. She had scarcely slept or eaten in the last few days since their arrival. They had decided to leave her to her own devices, allowing her the freedom in order to clear her mind and get herself together, recover from both their physical and emotional defeat, as well as Kiba's condition. Looking at her now, Sakura could tell that had been a mistake, a very bad one. Hana's once healthy and tan skin was paler, her features sickly and seemingly thin from lack of food, her hair matted down and limp, black bags gathering under bloodshot eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. Hana. Sakura spoke slowly, carefully. Have you been eating, or sleeping at all for that matter? Hana released a dry laugh, filled with forced humor. Of course Sakura, I'm fine. Why would you say something like that? Because complaints from your clan members have come in, saying that you've been cooped up in this office for 2 days. Hana paused in her motions, but soon recovered. I've been busy, Sakura, work's backed up with my leaving, you know. I can't just let it keep on. Hana. Sakura interrupted gently, grasping Hana's shoulder and turning the girl to face her. Watching as she avoided her gaze as best she could, her downtrodden expression and moistening eyes pulling on Sakura's heartstrings. Hana, don't do this to yourself. Come on, come with me and let's get you something to eat, a change of clothes and to get some rest. Hana shook her head. No. I have to. Hana, don't punish yourself for what happened, it's not your fault. Now please, let's get out of here, huh? The Inuzuka girl weakly shook her head. No. It should be me laying there, not Kiba. Sakura moved forward and wrapped the Inuzuka girl in a comforting embrace, feeling the older girl wrap her arms around her weights from where she sat. The Inuzuka woman's hands tightening into fists, almost desperately clinging to the pink-haired medic, her sobs growing in volume as the dam over her emotions crumbled. She felt Hana's clenched fists repeatedly, weakly hit her back. Her muffled words. It should have been me. Repeating themselves through her sobs. Sakura held the girl close, letting her tears moisten her clothes. Shoo! She cooed. It's all right. No, it wasn't your fault, Hana. Kiba wouldn't want you to do this to yourself. As her whispered words left her lips, Sakura forced her own tears back. To see such a strong Kunoic fall like this was something that truly hurt, and Sakura couldn't help the pain that bloomed in her chest as she wondered just how much more pain Hana, Kiba, and the others would have to suffer at the hands of that devil before he was finally brought down. How much more sorrow? Zhuge Liang sat in one of the many rooms of the tower, currently attending the foreign delegates that were currently in Kumo when one of the Chunin practically tore down the door. Breathing heavily, eyes filled with fear. Keiko dash. The man never needed to finish his sentence before an explosion was seen out the balcony, along the southern wall. Liang's eyes narrowed minutely as he stood up from his chair. So, they have finally come then. Naruto stood along the wall of the city, the battle around him beginning as Kumo Jounin and Umbu that guarded the wall fought to hold them off. Akina's form could be seen running from rooftop to rooftop, making her way to the wall as fast as she could, dozens of Chunin, Jounin, Umbu and even Nin, hot on her tail as they too moved to defend their city. It's time? Chapter 53, The New World. The sound of hundreds of bloody screams and cries of death tore through the air like a weak, hungry beast, clawing at the rotting corpse of another's kill. The coldness of death, and the rank smell of blood hung over the city like flies, it gripped it with an iron hold. Naruto now walked among the streets of the city, his troops having torn past the unprepared defenders on the wall long ago. Specks of blood were visible along his form, as well as his gauntlets, his 2 scimitars in their sheaths as he still did not need them. Behind him was a literal trail of bodies and body parts, red soaking into the cold stones of Kyuubi's streets, flowing like a river due to the city's downward slope. There he is. The Jinchuriki heard a voice behind him. Turning, he found what he assumed were 2 Kyuubi jounins as well as 4 chunins. They looked upon the trail of death left behind by him, their reactions ranging from disgust, to horror, to outrage. With a cry of rage, one of the jounin took out a kunai, charging it with lightning chakra until it formed a sword of sorts. He rushed the kage of Konoha, the others following after him a moment later. It was quick, unbelievably so. With a flutter of crimson and metal, claws tore flesh from bones, snapping limbs, tearing and slicing, until the only one that remained was a young chunin, his throat gripped in the iron fist of the Konoha Jinchuriki. He was young, no older than 16, his fearful green eyes staring back at him, reflecting the cold look of apathy within his glowing red orbs, blood flowing down from a gash on his forehead, flowing down his eyes and lower to his cheeks. Naruto seemed to look the boy over once, his crimson pools never leaving this child's eyes. Then he felt it, a presence, approaching him very fast, very familiar. Stop! The cry reached his ears, bringing his attention to the person it belonged to. His ruby-red eyes gleaming as they traveled to the roof of the 2-story building at his side, his grip never leaving the gasping boy's neck. He recognized her instantly, even after a decade. That face was still burned into his memory. He watched her eyes glance down worriedly at the young man in his grasp, and he allowed his own eyes to turn to the boy's, who was now looking at the new arrival with hope and pleading. Without a second thought, Naruto's fingers twitched and a sickening snap broke through the air and reached each of their ears, and Naruto watched as the shock of the boy's gaze, the disbelief, slowly faded, leaving nothing but sightless orbs that feebly grasped at life, until the faint light within them too went out. No! The girl's cry reached him. Naruto threw the lifeless form aside before he turned, catching the girl's weapon in his clawed hand. He stared down at her then, her eyes turning from crystal blue to blood red in a second, red chakra beginning to form around her as she glared up at his taller form, the glow of his own red eyes visible clearly as he looked up to her. So, it is you. The one-eyed swordsman of Kiri tore past another squadron of Kyuubi, sprays of crimson falling around him, his single hazel brown eye taking in the other battles going on. The Kyuubi ninja were losing ground, and they were losing ground fast. Almost too fast. Soon Kakashi appeared in a plume of smoke next to the man. I've taken care of my side. Do you need any help with yours? Renewed cries caught both men's attention. Turning their eyes, they found more Kyuubi and jounin making their way into the fight. One of the new arrivals in particular catching his eye. Soft, shoulder-length black hair, deep blue kimono and a chakra scalpel in one hand. Oh yes, he recognized that one. No Hataki, I do not require your. The man paused and soon both jounin leapt back, a moment later the earth shattering beneath where they had previously been standing, a loud boom making their ears ring as they landed on a rooftop of a now dangerously unstable building. As the dust finally settled, they found the form of the legendary medic and granddaughter to the first Hokage standing amongst the rubble, her fist near the ground as she glared at them. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he removed his hitayate from his eyes. Tsunade-sama, so this is where you've been hiding all these years. Please, do not make this more difficult than what it must be. The blonde Sanin's eyes narrowed. Hataki, still so scrawny Why don't you go back and take your men with you? I'm not someone you want to mess with. No doubt. Kakashi nodded. But we have a job to do, and if we have to, we will go through you, isn't that right, my one-eyed friend? Take care of her, Hataki, I have other business to attend to. The swordsman spoke offhandedly, making his way towards where he could see Shizen fighting some aim and Taki ninja under their command. Wait, what? Was Kakashi's startled query as his partner began to leave. While he was pretty certain that they could defeat the legendary medic together, alone he wasn't so sure. He's certainly not going to put it past the medic to still be in shape for a fight at her age, especially with that little incident with Yoshihiro. Hey, wait a second. You can't just leave me here. The copy nin trailed off uneasily as his eyes turned back to the, now smirking, Tsunade. Well, Runt, you don't seem so confident now. She grinned, loving his slightly troubled expression. While she knew she was far from her prime, she was still confident in her chances of defeating the copy nin. Kakashi let out a small curse, promising himself that if he survived this he was going to kill Guan. Settling himself in a straight stance, his hands held in a seal. All right then. Before he began the rest of the seals. Shizun, who was currently attending one of the wounded, had just finished deflecting some kunai aimed at her and her patient when she heard the sound of fluttering clothes behind her, approaching quickly. And so, thinking fast, she rolled forward, in time to avoid the blade that tried to take her head clean off her shoulders. Spinning around on her heel, she found a large, and very familiar form standing over her patient, the man's throat crushed under his boot, his dying gurgles sickening to Shizun's ears as she watched him writhe in pain before his gurgles finally ceased, as did his movements. "Impressive," came Guan's voice, bringing her attention up to him. "You seem to have grown well, girl." The man placed his blade to rest on his shoulders. "Allow me to see if this assumption is correct." Shizun swallowed the lump of fear in her throat. She certainly remembered this man, and while she had grown in strength since those days, she was sure he had as well. She could only hope she would be up to the task. Naruto's form exploded from the side of one of Kumo's various homes, wood and stone debris flying through the air in his wake, another form exploding out of the dust a moment later, revealing Akina, her three-pieced staff already in mid-swing. Naruto landed on the adjacent rooftop, raising his hand and blocking the incoming swing with a loud sound of metal against metal. He saw the girl growl before she delivered another strike with the other end of her weapon, this one aimed at his knee. Naruto, in response, did a swift spin jump, pivoting in mid-air so that his form was parallel to the ground before he lashed out with a kick, connecting with the girl's throat, causing her to stumble and choke. Naruto landed once again with billowing crimson around him as he stared at his sister's choking form as she struggled to loosen her now sore throat. Akina glared at him for all she was worth, her angry snarls and growls reaching his ears. His infuriating voice drawling slowly from his lips as he spoke. "Is this it? All that you have to offer, girl?" Her anger rose, a lone bubbling tail of crimson chakra forming behind her as she summoned more of the fox's strength from within herself. Naruto allowed his eyes to travel down to the golden bracers along his wrist, watching as they sizzled with smoke rising from them. It appears his own demonic chakra was reacting to her presence. Interesting. The eldest of the siblings was forced to tear his attention away from the wristbands as his sister released a roar, lashing out with a single claw of red chakra that rushed him. Raising his own arms, he coated them with blue chakra as he crisscrossed them in front of himself, bracing against the impact which arrived a moment later. Channeling chakra to his feet, he managed to stay attached to the floor. That did not mean the roof tiles did, shattering and cracking as he skidded down the length of the roof, coming to a stop at the very edge. Naruto's eyes pierced the veil of red, once again meeting his sister's as the claw of chakra attempted to overpower him, a flash of the fox's face, smiling with gleaming white fangs and eyes dancing with hellish amusement flashed before his mind's eye. "Most interesting. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu," was Kakashi's cry before a large earth dragon went charging straight at Tsunade, only for the beast to meet the woman's fist and be smashed into the rubble from whence it came. The woman's victory was short-lived, however, as Kakashi appeared from the ground behind her, kunai in hand as he thrust it to the back of her head. Tsunda ducked, spinning on her heel as she formed a chakra scalpel in her hand and thrust it towards the Sharingan wielder's ribs, only for Kakashi to grab hold of her wrist and plunge his kunai into the juncture of her neck and shoulder. His smirk died on his lips, however, as Tsunade formed another chakra scalpel in her free hand and this time, succeeded in cutting some tendons in his leg. He cursed before leaping back, falling onto one knee as he was unprepared for the weakness in the injured leg. Tsunade meanwhile pulled the kunai from her flesh and formed a healing technique, breathing heavily due to the pain as she looked at Kakashi with a smirk on her face. "Careful, runt, I can afford to get injured, you can't." Kakashi cursed, he should have guessed. Tsunade was renowned as both the strongest and fastest of the Sannin. He had read some of her books, in which she advised all medics that, they, above all others in the team, must not let themselves get injured, made that obvious. He should have anticipated that she would allow an injury to come to her just to injure him. She could heal it, he could not. She had probably positioned her body so it wouldn't hit a vital area. He, meanwhile, was crippled. Oh, he was definitely gonna kick Guan's green-wearing ass when he saw him next. Shizun meanwhile was in the exact opposite situation. While she was holding her ground valiantly against the swordsman of Kiri, his greater experience, chakra capacity, and sheer raw power was beginning to wear at her. The only edge that she held over him was in speed and in ranged techniques. That sword, however, was proving to be a capable shield as well as its obvious use. She was breathing heavy as she stood across from him, grime and sweat marring her normally porcelain skin. It was with a heave of determination that she found the strength to rush him again. Pulling back her sleeve, she revealed a small mechanism on her arm which shot several poison Sanban needles at the man, as well as several Sanban needles which she launched from her mouth. Guan moved to place his blade in front of him again to block the incoming projectiles when he heard Shizun's voice. Sanban Kage Bunshin no Jutsu followed shortly after by Kyu. There was a minor cyclone of wind that formed around him and Guan soon found himself surrounded by hundreds of Sanban needles caught in the spinning vortex. Shizun's hands closed tightly together, and it was with no small amount of satisfaction that she saw the needles and air currents come crashing down around the area Guan had been standing. When the dust cleared, however, she couldn't stop the look of shock and the curse that escaped her lips. Guan stood, in the exact same spot, completely unharmed, a spinning shield of water around him, holding the needles within it as if the water were made of jelly. Impressive, Guan said slowly before he dispelled his water shield, allowing the needles to fall around him with numerous little clatters. Zhuge Liang walked slowly towards the edge of the roof of his tower, watching as the Konoha Nines came deeper and deeper into the city, their greater numbers cutting down all those who stood before them. He could see them charging up the main road, heading straight towards the tower. "Someday, my fair city, I hope you can forgive me for what I must do." He spoke solemnly before he raised the white-plumed fan high above his head, releasing a great burst of lightning that shot up into the sky. Seconds later, dozens of massive explosions tore through different sections of the city. Those on the main road were blown to bits, since the bombs were under the street, the orange glow of flames rapidly beginning to spread throughout the city as embers slowly rose towards the heavens. Liang didn't turn away from the scene, but instead stared upon it with apathy before he too raised his eyes to the sky above. "For sacrifices are necessary, if we are to survive this war." Naruto leaned back, avoiding another of Akina's swings with the three-pieced staff, which was now charged with lightning, before he stepped forward, into her follow-up swing and slashed her with his claws, tearing the flesh in great chunks from the left side of her abdomen down to her left hip. She released another cry of pain before she was silenced by a backhand delivered across her face, which threw her off the rooftop, falling to the ground bellow in a heap, the wound already healed as she moved to stand once again. Naruto stared at her with cold boredom. Her breathing heavy as sweat and blood matted her hair down onto her forehead and the back of her neck. It was then a golden glow behind him managed to catch his attention. Turning, he found several bright flashes of white lightning shooting skywards from the very top of the Raikage Tower. His eyes narrowed, but soon he felt Akina's presence begin to get farther and farther. Turning, he barely managed to see the faint trail of red chakra before it too vanished around the corner. He only had a moment to wonder why she ran when the building beneath him began to shake, and a moment later he was engulfed in a massive fireball, his roar drowned out by the explosions that followed. Kakashi didn't know what had happened. 1 second he was dodging punches and kicks from the greatest medic to ever walk the earth, launching as many long-range jutsu as he knew in order to try and hold her off. The pain and muscle weakness in his leg, however, was putting him at a severe disadvantage. But the next thing he knew, a bright flash came from the top of the tower and Tsunade ran, just ran. He saw as she passed right by Guan and grabbed an injured Shizun before she bolted down the corner, several Kumo ninja hot on her heels, leaving a very confused coalition army behind them. Then the explosions came. Naruto's eyes slowly opened, pain burning through his abdomen as he tried to get back to his feet, observing the scene of carnage and destruction around him. Hundreds of buildings blown to bits, charred corpses, some whole, some missing several body parts depending on how close each one of them was to the explosion. He himself had barely had any time to use a kawarimi, and if it had not been for the fact that he required no hand seals for it, he was certain he'd be dead. Alas, it was only a few buildings and areas that remained mostly intact, no doubt where the Kumo ninja had hid. He clutched his abdomen, which he now realized was bleeding horribly, chunks of burnt flesh and skin hanging from the gaping injury which was only now beginning to heal. He hissed as he finally managed to get to his feet, stumbling slightly. He took his blood-covered gauntlet and ran it over one of the seals on his wristbands, welcoming the familiar burn of Yuki coursing through his system, the red wisps forming an outline around him. Soon, however, he heard footsteps approaching him, and felt the familiarity of her presence. He turned slowly, finding his younger sibling, staring at his injured form with a look that was crossed somewhere between satisfaction and hatred. "I see that you're not invincible after all." Naruto allowed his eyes to travel away from her back up to the sky, before he began circling her, his steps measured yet seemingly careless, as if he was strolling. "So," he drawled, his deep resonating voice reaching them both as he looked upon the sight of the devastation. "Is this what you desire, child? You hate me this much? Such that you would destroy the city that took you in?" Akina growled. "I would see 100 cities destroyed if it meant seeing your corpse at my feet." Naruto let loose a few dry chuckles, strange sounds which sent ice running up and down her spine. "Truly? Then tell me, dear sister, how does that make you any different from me?" Akina growled. "Don't you dare ever call me your sister. Just because we share the same bijou does not mean I am related to some cruel monster like you in any way." Naruto had looked at her as she spoke, finding no recognition in her eyes at his statement, just affronted anger and hatred. "You mean you truly don't know then?" He remarked lowly, almost to himself, but Akina had heard it, her eyes narrowing in mild confusion before she shook it off, dismissing the strange statement as best she could. Naruto chuckled again at that point, his hand traveling to the hilt of his sword. If you want me dead, dear sister, then, you had better come at me with your best. Gladly, she growled, red chakra exploding outwards, forming her second tail before she rushed him, the three-pieced weapon flaring with lightning as she swung at a downward angle, aiming for the left junction of his neck, when he batted the piece away with his own blade, before he brought it down from left to right to block the second swing aimed for his right leg, and then another for his left side before he delivered a thrust aimed for the girl's stomach, only for Akina to backpedal while spinning rapidly, twisting her weapon so it was folded up, the three sections behind her back. She continued spinning as she leapt up, Naruto rushing forward to get in range again when she stopped mid-spin, launching her weapon in such a way so that the tip of one end was aimed to hit right between his eyes. Naruto reacted quickly though as he raised his sword above his head and brought it straight down, the ringing loud in his ears as the two metals clashed together. As the impact ignited a small spark, Naruto used it, launching a wind attack with his swing and empowering it with flames that exploded in his younger sibling's face. Naruto was disappointed however as he felt the girl replace herself with an item behind him. Spinning around he saw her swing the three-pieced staff again, this time with her gripping the very end of the weapon, which would make it wrap around Naruto and hit him on the side she was swinging from, as well as his back and his other side. He acted quickly, bringing the sword in his right hand to go along his left side, blocking the attack. He then felt the hard impact against his lower back, grunting in pain as he felt the shock from the electricity burn his back and run up and down his spine. His movements now a bit more stiff and sluggish, he coated his left hand with chakra before bringing it to his right side and catching the weapon in his grip, thereby locking it in place around him. His sword however remained free as he pulled it up, free of Akina's as he tried to swing at the girl. Only for her to lean to one side and then ducking under the follow-up before she formed a chakra scalpel in her hand, this one too laced with lightning chakra before she thrust it towards his throat. Only for Naruto to vanish in a cloud of smoke when the attack connected. Akina didn't have much time to react before a sword suddenly went through her, coming out of her stomach, right below her ribs. She stumbled as she coughed up copious amounts of blood. The third tail beginning to bubble to life as she growled and glanced behind her, glaring at the form that stared back. You can never compare to me. He spoke coldly. Dear sister. Before he savagely yanked the blade out of her and delivered a quick, brutal hit to the back of her head, knocking her completely unconscious, her weapon clattering noisily to the charred earth. He walked to her side, nudging her roughly with his boot to roll her onto her side. He looked at her for a moment before he pressed the tip of his blade against her throat, his eyes gleaming with an unidentified emotion before he raised the blade above his head and brought it down to cut her throat. Before he was able to complete the task however, a surge of chakra behind him had him leaping away, just before a lightning bolt flew past the area where he previously stood, above Akina, leaving her unharmed. Landing a few yards away from his previous position, he turned slightly and found a man, dressed in white with trimmed mustache and goatee staring at him, a white feathered fan in his hand. Naruto-sama. He greeted with a small bow. His eyes traveling a bit to the side where three umbu landed. Naruto ignored them however and focused his attention on the white-clad man. I assume that you would be the Raikage. Zhuge Liang, the sleeping dragon. Liang nodded. Yes, I am. And you would be Uzumaki Naruto, the so-called Devil King. Naruto was about to respond when he felt a tingle at the back of his mind. Kai. He spoke, and for a moment the scene appeared hazy. When it cleared it revealed Akina, being carried away by two medics. The medics looked upon him in fear but didn't get far before several wind blades tore them apart. Naruto then allowed his eyes to travel back to Liang, who held a visibly troubled expression on his face. Apparently, the so-called sleeping dragon's genjutsu were not as strong as fabled. He had barely noticed it, true, but still, it fell like all before him. Liang made a quick hand gesture, which Naruto caught, and the blonde was forced to raise his blade to block the assault from the three umbu that had previously arrived. Two of them appeared to be long-ranged specialists, and the largest one obviously being a close-range specialist. Naruto dealt with the close-range individual swiftly, blocking his upward swing with his blade before he formed a single Rasengan in hand and smashed it against the man's stomach, watching as blood exploded from his back as the swirling sphere tore right through him. Naruto grunted in pain as a kunai soon found its way into his side, thrown from one of the long-range specialists. He attacked him next, appearing in front of the visibly startled man in a second. He tried to turn and run, but a swift kick to the small of his back stopped him, in which Naruto could feel and hear the man's spine snap. Either he was dead, or paralyzed for the rest of his life. Vanishing again, he appeared next to the third, who only had a split second to react before his claws tore through the Umbu's stomach. He clutched the injury, hacking up what must have been blood as he crumpled down to the cold stone of Kumo's destroyed streets. Before he fell forward completely, face in the dirt. Naruto then turned to Liang, but found something on the man's face he did not expect. A smirk. And it was with that smirk that the man's voice reached him. "Congratulations, Naruto-sama. You've just won me this war." "What?" was the blonde's confused reply. His confusion left him, however, as Liang waved his fan. "Kai!" came the Kage's bored voice. The entire scenery became hazy for a moment before it fell away, revealing the three Umbu to have never been Umbu at all. The close-range fighter was not even human, but several broken pieces of wood resembling splinters more than any real form. If he had to guess, it would be a puppet. But there were no known puppet users in Kumo, only Suna held them, so what was one doing here? He then allowed his eyes to travel to his second opponent, this one garbed in black, with purple face paint, used by Suna's puppet users. Then he looked to the third. This one, he recognized instantly as the girl he had fought back at Sakai. But this time, around her arm, he recognized the Suna headband. Then another presence became known to him. This one he too recognized. The vessel of Shikaku, the Kazekage. He looked to Liang then, the man's slight smirk still on his lips as he began circling Naruto, speaking with his familiar, bland tone. "You underestimated me, Naruto-sama. The illusion you dispelled was a weaker one, and so you never bothered to look deeper, to look underneath the underneath. You sent a message to Suna?" The legendary medic questioned with a raised eyebrow as she continued to walk up the stairs. "Do you think that they'll cooperate once you speak with them?" Liang didn't answer for a moment before he took a breath and spoke. "Whether they cooperate or not does not matter, they will soon attack Konoha regardless of their Kazekage's initial decision." "I don't think I follow," Tsunade said as she raised an eyebrow. Liang merely closed his eyes for a brief moment. "You will soon enough," he clarified in his own way before he came across the door of his office, opening the wooden obstacle before he entered. He found the three currently sitting forms of the Kazekage and his siblings. "Kazekage Dano, welcome." Liang continued to speak as he circled the young Kage from Konoha. "I called the Kazekage here, to discuss an alliance with him, in order to defeat you, as per tradition," he responded, and came to the village. However, his council from Suna had finally settled on a decision, the decision to surrender to you. Thus, leaving Kumo to be the only one left that could challenge you. He straightened and took a deep breath. Zhuge Liang sat in one of the many rooms of the tower, currently attending the foreign delegates that were currently in Kumo when one of the Chunin practically tore down the door. Breathing heavily, eyes filled with fear. Keiko dash. The man never needed to finish his sentence before an explosion was seen out the balcony, along the southern wall. Liang's eyes narrowed minutely as he stood up from his chair. "So, they have finally come then." Liang turned, facing the Kazekage of Suna and his siblings, forming an unseen hand seal. "I would ask your assistance in this fight, Kazekage Dano." Gaara sighed. "You see, when it was clear they would not assist me, I was forced to take some measures to ensure their cooperation. I placed all three of them into an illusion. Forgive me, Reikage Dano. But Suna must not become involved in this fight." Gaara spoke solemnly. It was Temari who startled him, however. "Gaara, I think we should help them, even though Suna has agreed to a surrender. We should not allow innocent people to die here." "Very well, Reikage Dano. We shall assist you in this fight," came Gaara's statement, surprising Temari and Kankuro, his eldest sibling, voicing her objections. But Gaara, Suna can't become involved in this." Gaara nodded. "Temari, I want just stand by and watch this destruction if I can prevent it, assist me, or don't." Caught off guard by her brother's authoritative tone, Temari couldn't bring herself to object further on the subject and merely nodded. "And so it is that, Suna has aided us in this battle, and I separated them during it, luring Gaara away from his siblings and his siblings closer here. So that they would fight you. To ensure that they would, I formed another genjutsu to make it seem as if you were about to strike down Gaara, their brother. And one, obviously, over you to make them seem like my own men." He seemed to sigh before he looked at Naruto's silent form. "And you, being who you are, I knew would not hesitate to cut them down. Now, because of your cruelty, all of Suna will rise up in arms against you, and the Kazekage's rage will know no bounds." Naruto remained silent for a very long time after that. When he spoke, his voice was somehow different, but still as ruthless and hollow as ever. "Suna would have surrendered. Tell me, Zhuge Liang, why is it that you would seek to now perpetuate the chaos?" Liang was visibly startled by the question, but he cleared his throat and spoke nonetheless. "Naruto-sama, To me, there is no doubt in, at least my mind, that you are the man necessary to bring about peace. You are not, however, the man that can lead peace. So, you would lead the world in place of me then? Naruto drawled with a roll of his eyes. Liang shook his head. No, Naruto-sama. You see, the reason you are not the man to lead peace is simply because you are a shinobi. It is that simple. I, however, am not the one to lead it either, for I am not the kind of man the people will follow. No. I am afraid that under both of us, a lasting peace is not possible to achieve. The Raikage shook his head for a moment. But still, it is necessary to at the very least, remove you, in order to have a hope of peace succeeding in this war-torn land. Naruto was again silent after that. He could feel the various chakra signatures approaching him now, the Kazekage, Kakashi, Guan, as well as one he faintly recognized as Tsunade. He looked down to Temari and Kankuro. They did indeed seem dead. When he looked back to Liang, he was about to speak when his ears caught something in the wind. Something faint, a heartbeat. He looked to the source, and found it was from Temari. Her heartbeat, steady but faint. The cogs slowly worked in Naruto's mind and the blonde soon found himself smirking faintly beneath his mask. I'm afraid, Zhuge Liang, sleeping dragon, that your plan will fail, he remarked as he began making his way to Temari. Liang didn't say anything, but he visibly tensed as he watched the Jinchuriki approach the girl. You underestimated. He leaned down and picked Temari up, tossing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. This one, she is still alive. Liang's eyes widened. If Naruto captured one of them alive then he could use her as a bargaining chip with Gaara. He would trade her safe return for Suna's surrender. Even in his brilliance, the sleeping dragon had arrogantly removed one element from his calculations, an element most scientists tended to leave out as well. The human element. Liang raised his fan to deliver an attack, when Naruto spun around and launched his own, releasing a wave of fire towards the Raikage. The older man was forced to switch on to the defensive as he released a great cyclone of wind, diverting the flames and spreading them so they would miss him, as well as Akina, who seemed to be coming to. Naruto-sama. Came the cry of Hatake Kakashi as the man leapt over some debris, Guan and several dozen Umbu, Chunin and Jounin behind him, all of them injured. Naruto-sama, we have to retreat, our front line has been wiped out and we can't hold off the Kumo Nins much longer. He breathed heavily as he favored one leg, a large splinter of wood digging into his side. Naruto nodded, and he allowed his eyes to travel towards Zhuge, who stood on the other side of the wall of flames, a glare visible in his hazel brown eyes. I will see you fail, Zhuge Liang. The blonde then allowed his eyes to travel to Akina, who finally seemed to be regaining consciousness, before they finally came to stop, on their most recent arrival, the Kazekage himself, who stared upon his sister's form over his shoulder with a look of fear, one which soon morphed into rage as his turquoise-green eyes turned onto him. Uzumaki! He roared. You will release her now. If you wish for her Kazekage, then I will contact you soon, and we shall form a trade. Naruto responded before he turned to Kakashi and Guan. Sound the retreat, we've been bested today, he said before he began fleeing from the charred remains of Kumo, the Kazekage's sister in hand. Liang watched as Naruto left, the Kazekage soon hot on his heels. Turning to the nearest captain he spoke. Gather your men, pursue them. The captain nodded before he vanished in a puff of smoke. The Raikage then turned to the medic attending Akina. Once she's coherent, tell her to join the pursuit. I will go on ahead. He continued, not allowing the medic to speak before he leapt over the flames, soon catching up to the Kazekage as they pursued the remains of the Konoha invasion force. Chapter 54, It should have been now. Naruto's legs burned already, they had been running for nearly a full day, and still he could feel the Kazekage and the Raikage's presence nipping at his heels. In order to not harm his cargo any more than it already was, he could not resort to the demonic chakra in his system in order to recharge his reserves. He could not hand her to others, due to the simple fact that most of them were injured as it was, with Guan being in the best of shape out of the entire group, having just received a few burns on his left arm, whereas Kakashi had, on 2 occasions already required support from some of the Chunin that were in better shape in order to keep up and not fall behind. On the plus side however, he could tell they were nearly approaching the border between Kumo and Konoha. One marked by the Kusei Garuja Bridge. A great wooden bridge which was nearly 50 yards from one end to the other. If they could just pass that bridge, they could destroy it and cut off this pursuit. Naruto leapt off of another 3 when Guan caught up to him. My lord, we are approaching the bridge that marks the border. We must be careful, this Zhuge Liang may have prepared something for us, knowing that this was the quickest and easiest escape route. Naruto nodded as he glanced around, taking in the lush, heavy vegetation around them, as well as the darkened shadows cast by the large trees. He stared ahead, finding the bridge already in sight and rapidly approaching. Well, I do admit this would be a good place for an ambush. Almost as if waiting for the blonde's word, a kunai flew from the shadows of the forest, striking one of the chunin directly behind him. This was soon followed by hundreds of others. Naruto and Guan skidded to a halt, the blonde growling as he caught one of the kunai and threw it back, watching as one of the men fell from his tree, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud. It's an ambush all right, Guan remarked as he used his sword to block some of the kunai. A surge of chakra behind them however had Naruto turning to face the cause of it. The Jinchuriki found it was a lightning jutsu, headed straight for Guan's exposed back. The large man still had not realized it, being distracted by some, now charging Kyuubi nin. His legs moved, seemingly of their own accord, as he rushed, and shoved the man away, using his body weight and momentum to tackle him to the ground. It proved to be at his own expense however, as the lightning tore through the left side of his stomach, the smell of burnt flesh permeating the air a moment later as the leader of Konoha roared in what could only be described as agony, falling to one knee as he made sure to do his best to not jostle Temari, who was still on his shoulder, but thankfully had not been hit by the attack. My lord! Guan yelled in alarm as he moved in front of Naruto to shield him from the Kyuubi ninja now approaching them, Kakashi and the rest of the surviving Konoha ninja circling the blonde as they joined in the attempt to protect him. Guan glanced back at Naruto, watching him visibly struggle to pick himself up after the debilitating attack, blood flowing down from the wound to his leg, the smell of it thick in the air. Guan, despite his loyalty to the younger man, would have never, ever believed that he would willingly take a hit for him, especially one as grievous as the one he had currently taken. Guan's eyes narrowed in contemplation for a moment before they hardened in determination. Naruto-sama, Kakashi-san, leave this place. I and the rest of the men shall take control of the rear for now, we will join you once we are done here. Naruto growled, ignoring the coppery taste of his own blood as he rose fully to his feet. I cannot ask you to do that. Neither can I. Kakashi added as he blocked another kunai. My lord please. Aside from myself and Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi is one of your strongest generals, he is too injured to be of much use here. Both of you go. Guan spoke before he cut down one of the Kyuubi nin that got too close too quickly. You must leave? He paused before he looked to him, his gaze serious and holding a smoldering flame of determination within them. Who else among us can quell this rebellion if you fall here? Naruto stared at the larger man, his eyes momentarily going to the floor as something that could be interpreted as remorse passed over his eyes before they hardened, the familiar glint of ruthlessness entering his red eyes before he nodded once. Guan nodded back. Men! He roared, bringing the attention of the gathered ninja to him. We must cut a path to the bridge, protect our lord and let none pass the bridge once he crosses. For a brief, very brief moment there was a silence that passed through all of the injured Konoha ninja, one which allowed them to fully appreciate the graveness of their situation. The realization that this day, more likely than not, marked their deaths, fully settled within their minds. But the moment vanished, and the slow feeling of dread seeping into their spines, vanished, replaced by cold determination. Their nations had not come this far, and surpassed so many obstacles, both military, political and civil, to simply allow it all to fall apart now. They would defend their commander, they would protect the promise of peace he offered. They would protect the dream that had been offered to them, to the lives of their children. And so, with a great roar, the men pushed forward, cutting down any ninja that stood in their path until they themselves were cut down. Using their own bodies as human shields to defend the one in the center. Finally, having crossed the several dozen yards, which seemed more like several hundred yards when they arrived, they made it to the bridge, opening up their formation and allowing Naruto and Kakashi to get onto the bridge. Go! Guan yelled before he turned back around, his sword in hand as the remaining ninja did the same. Naruto closed his eyes and paused for a moment, his free arm still gripping his injury as he turned and he stared at Guan before he turned back to Kakashi. Come, let us not make his sacrifice worthless. Kakashi nodded and together they began making their way across the bridge, leaving the one-eyed swordsman of Kiri to hold off Kyuubi for as long as he could, knowing that today would more likely than not signify his death. Konoha ninja. A female voice reached their ears, bringing all the ninjas' attention onto the owner, finding a woman with shoulder-length soft brown hair staring down at them, a hook-end spear held in one hand. Surrender now, and your lives will be spared. Guan made his way through his men, coming to a stop in front of them, and facing the 50 or so Kyuubi jounins, outnumbering remaining dozen at least 5 to 1. He responded. Not one of you shall pass this bridge. He passed his eyes over the assembled enemies before he placed himself into a stance. Those that dare, shall meet death. Zhuge Liang currently made his way through the forest, the Kazekage at his side. The boy's anger and fear were an almost palpable thing, sand whipping around him as he practically tore the forest apart in his pursuit of the Konoha Jinchuriki. One thing he could be fairly certain of was that, in his arrogance, Naruto most likely would not have soldier pills on him, not that he would need it under most circumstances. But these aren't most circumstances. Without soldier pills, he would resort to his demonic chakra. Liang had not sensed him resort to such, however. The Raikage absolutely refused to believe that anyone, not even the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, could possibly hold such large reserves, so that meant there was only one other alternative, that he simply wasn't using it. Again, only two reasons came to mind: either he had used too much of it already in the battle, which he seriously doubted, seeing as how he had only sensed a surge of Kyuubi's chakra that did not come from Akina for just a few minutes, or he wasn't using it because he could not do so because of Temari. He was willing to bet on the later. This would prove to be a great advantage soon. Once Naruto was ambushed, which had been suggested by his wife, he would be stalled long enough for both himself and the Kazekage to catch up. With both of them there, as well as the 60 or so Umbu in the ambush, not to mention the rest of the Umbu that would no doubt be coming right behind them, hopefully with Akina, he doubted even Naruto would be able to survive all of that. Still, his thoughts drifted to Temari. He needed to get her back from Naruto. Dead or alive, it didn't matter to him, but he had to make sure that the blonde did not use her to force Suna into a surrender. No matter what. The world will never know peace under Uzumaki Naruto. He could not be the leader of the world due to his cruelty, his omnipotence. The people needed a leader who was human, who made mistakes, someone they, on at least some level, could relate to. Uzumaki Naruto was not a human being that could be related to, understood, perhaps even pitied, but never related to. A surge of chakra ahead of him alerted him to the fact that the ambush had already begun, and so, with his own chakra pumping down his legs, he pushed himself forward. His wife was there after all. He wouldn't leave her to fight Naruto on her own. Not far behind the two, Akina was rushing through the trees. The medic that had treated her back at the city had done well, her fatigue from the previous fight all but gone now. She was following the various sense and chakra presences. She recalled her fight with Naruto, whereas before, her mind had been clouded with her emotions. Now she could look back on it, her mind clearer, no longer clouded by the anger that came with seeing him. The words they had spoken to each other returning to her mind with clarity, allowing her to reflect on both her words and his. Yes, I would see 100 cities destroyed if it meant seeing your corpse at my feet. Had she truly said that? Had she allowed her hatred for the man that had killed her parents reach to such heights that it would consume her to such a degree? Then tell me, dear sister, how does that make you any different from me? How could she hold such hatred, such blind and untamed hatred, and claim to be different than him? How many had told her to let go of her anger? Yujito, Tsunade, Shizune, Lady Ing, how many people had told her to stop fighting solely for her revenge? She couldn't remember, but she knew it had been many. She had ignored them all, selfishly, ignorantly, arrogantly. She shook her head. She knew that their advice was one that she should follow, but just the thought of that monster, the same one that had so callously killed off her entire family, and the family of countless others that night 10 years ago, made her blood boil horribly. She shook her head, pushing the thought from her mind. But soon, it was replaced by another thought. One which centered around how he referred to her during their, admittedly short exchange. Sister. At first, she had believed him to have called her that because they both shared the fact that they were Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi no Kitsune. But every time he said it, it seemed different somehow, as if he was truly calling her sister. She didn't know how she could tell, but she could. And then that question. You mean you truly don't know then? It was as if he was speaking to himself more than to her. She had heard it though. She paused, coming to a dead stop mid-run as the sudden thought came unbidden to her mind. Could he? No. She shook her head again. No. That just couldn't be. She refused to believe such a thing. Focus. She chastised herself as she shook her head again. No. He has sharpened senses just like I do. He was toying with me. The cruel bastard's just trying to mess with my head. She convinced herself as she clenched her fist, taking hold of her anger and forcibly bringing it to the surface as she pushed that horrifying thought from her mind. Taking hold of her anger, she took back to the pursuit again, attempting to keep hold of it as best she could as she drew closer and closer, feeling the new chakra outputs in front of her. But that feeling, that nagging little feeling at the back of her mind would not leave her mind. No matter how much she tried to shove it away, it remained. Meanwhile at the bridge, the Konoha ninja, though they fought bravely, were slowly but surely being overpowered by the well-rested and less injured Kumonins. It was a miracle they had lasted as long as they did. Only about 6 remained, including Guan, who was fighting Ewing near the bridge. Guan's sword clashed with the Kunoichi's hook spear, blocking it with a firm hold over his own blade. He moved to shove her off when Ing twisted her weapon, so it was locked firmly onto his own blade, which she then used as a form of pivot point, lifting herself upwards, in a motion akin to a pole vault as she flipped over Guan, landing behind him as she released her spear from the grip it held over his own sword during mid-vault, now allowing her to deliver another swing to his exposed back. Only for the man to pivot around on his heel, quick enough to bat away the strike and counter with his own swing aimed at her legs, only for her to block said strike by lowering the counterweight end of her spear enough to do so. Pushing the strike over herself as she ducked, sliding on her knees in a spin as she delivered her own strike to his legs, only for the large swordsman to somersault over her, in a sideways motion before he swung down towards her while in mid-flip. Ing rolled forward before turning back around, her spear charged with lightning chakra before she stabbed it into the ground. She released 2 scrolls from her sleeves, allowing them to roll open and fall to the floor before she formed her hand seals. Ninfuin, Rokuparizumu Tentu no Gobu. Seals glowed from the scrolls, spreading outwards in the form of a 6-pointed star, electricity tearing the earth open as it rose from the soil itself. Thinking quickly, Guan, before he hit the ground, plunged the sword into the earth. Due to the fact the handle was wrapped in a combination of leather and rubber, the lightning did not reach him as he stood on the handle of the weapon. He did not stand there long, as he leapt off the blade and landed on the bridge behind Ewing. The woman snapped her head behind herself, and barely managed to catch sight of Guan. The man was kneeling slightly as he seemingly yanked something towards himself. It only took her a moment to realize what that was, and in the next she had already leapt up into the air, narrowly avoiding Guan's blade as the man had pulled it towards himself with chakra strings from his left hand. She failed however to pay close attention to the position of his other hand. Guan had been kneeling, with his right hand touching the ground as his feet stood on the bridge. Chakra seeped into the soil from the contact, as he had completed his hand seals for the technique when he had leapt from the blade to the bridge. It was because of this that the woman was caught completely by surprise when a large mud dragon rose up from the earth next to her, snapping her attention towards it. She saw the beast roar before it lunged at her. She charged her weapon with lightning, feeling it tingle beneath her fingertips as electricity coruscated over it. With a small cry, she launched her weapon, throwing it like a straight spear, watching as it drilled through the creature of earth, rock, and clay like a bottle opener through a cork. When she landed, however, instead of falling onto hard granite, she came in contact with slick mud that easily made her stumble and fall onto her side. She lifted herself up onto her hands and knees, feeling the mud weigh her down as she did so. What is dash? A groan to her side caught her attention, and with several loud snaps and cracks the tree to her immediate right began to topple right over her. Reflex and adrenaline kicking in, the woman managed to roll forward, but with the mud weighing her down and hampering her progress, she was not able to escape entirely, and the great mass of wood fell directly on top of both legs, the snapping of several bones audible to her ears even through the great crash of the tree. Blinding pain tore through the woman and a scream of agony was ripped from her throat as her eyes rolled into the back of her head, darkness creeping along her vision as she passed out due to the pain. Collapsing as her strength left her completely, her breathing coming out in quick, painful heaves as she felt her vision blurred and lose focus. Guan rushed her then, his sword dragging behind him slightly as he made his way towards the woman. As he lifted the blade above his head, bringing it down to remove her head with the massive weapon, a white blur came between them, and crimson soon splashed his face as it cut open the flesh of another. As he looked down, he found the form of the Raikage holding off his blade as best he could with one kunai, the sword digging deep into his shoulder. A grunt of pain escaped Liang's gritted teeth as he glared up at the swordsman of Kiri, a wind blade forming around his free hand before he moved to plunge it into his chest. Guan, seeing the attack coming, moved to leap back, but before he could, he felt another blade enter through his back, followed by another from his side, and 2 more, one at a downward angle into his collarbone, and another piercing his shoulder blade, not to mention Liang's own wind blade going in through his ribs. Coughing up blood, the one-eyed swordsman staggered as strength was seemingly sapped from his legs, his vision turning red as the sound of his fading heartbeat steadily came slower and slower to the man's ears. As one, the Raikage and the Umbu pulled their blades free of his flesh, allowing the man to fall onto his knees. Liang didn't waste any time on examining the swordsman as he turned to the form of his injured wife, a trace of panic entering his normally calm eyes and bland voice. Yuang, can you hear me? Get the medics now. He roared to the Umbu that had gathered around him, who quickly nodded before they went to find said individuals. Liang's hands shook with uncertainty as he looked upon his wife's unconscious body. He was never a man to display any amount of emotions, but at the sight of her laying there, in the mud, a pained expression on her face, he truly felt a sliver of fear enter his being for the first time in many, many years. Guan felt his eyelids grow heavy with tiredness, darkness creeping along his vision. But he still managed to look upon the bridge. He saw, in the distance, the man he knew to be the Kazekage had now crossed the bridge and was continuing his pursuit of Naruto. The bridge. It was a mystery to the swordsman what drove him to movement, whether it was sheer willpower, or some other-worldly force, that caused him to stagger slowly to his feet, blood escaping his lips as it stained his clothes and beard. He felt, and heard many of the Kumoanbu draw their blades, poised to attack him at a moment's notice. Slowly, the swordsman staggered to the edge of the bridge, stumbling as he went. Through pain and blurred vision, somehow the swordsman managed to make his way to the start of the bridge, gazing into the horizon where he could see the Kazekage's form beginning to vanish. Liang, who had been watching the swordsman cautiously, managed to sense his gathering of chakra a moment too late. "Stop him!" he roared, and in seconds, his umbu rushed the man, but it was too little, too late. Guan raised his head to the heavens, releasing a great cry of his own as he spread his arms out wide at his sides, before he brought them down to his feet, slamming them against the ground at his feet, and with an expulsion of chakra, the earth loosened beneath the foundations. It was no secret Kumo had been the one to create this structure. The foundations and reinforcements were stronger and this side and held up most of the weight. With the loss of its primary support, Guan smiled as he watched the wood crumble away, feeling the coldness of steel slicing through his flesh. A moment later. This time, the Kumoanbu made certain to finish the job. "Hidetada, I may not have been able to bring about your dream, brother, but perhaps, with my sacrifice, I have helped it come closer to its fruition." And so, with that final thought, the one-eyed swordsman of Kiri's life was extinguished. Kakashi was currently running top speed through the descending forest area. They had been running as fast as they could, but still, they could feel each of the friendly chakra signature as it was snuffed out, the feeling of Guan, ever the stalwart, being the last to vanish. But Kakashi did not have much time to dwell on his comrade from Kiri, for the sound of a grunt and shifting gravel behind him had him turning to find sight of the injured Naruto once again on one knee, breathing somewhat heavily and using one hand for support. "Naruto!" he called worriedly as he made his way to the blonde's side, finding the wound from the lightning technique was still bleeding, though less than it had been before. "Why haven't you fully healed yet? I've seen you recover from injuries almost as bad as this in seconds." Naruto stood up again, growling as he shook away the blurriness in his vision. "The girl cannot survive any exposure to the fox's chakra in her state. She's needed alive more than dead." "Well, let me carry her then, that way you can heal yourself," Kakashi offered, moving to grab the Suna Kunoichi. "No," Naruto said as he began walking forward again. "We are miles away from the nearest border patrol, as it is you will have difficulty reaching our patrols with your injuries. If you place an additional burden on them, you won't make it at all." Kakashi shook his head. "Forget about me. If you die then all this has been for nothing. Give the girl to me, heal yourself, and once you're done I'll give her back." Naruto stared at Kakashi for a moment before he nodded his consent and handed the girl to the older man, ignoring his wince of pain as he released another of the seals on his wrists, feeling the familiar burn of Kyuubi's chakra for the second time in 2 days. "Come, we must keep moving lest the pursuit catches up to you." Crash. Naruto and Kakashi snapped their heads behind them, finding that, currently smashing through 4 of 5 trees in a lunge straight for his Konoha counterpart was Gaara, his eyes alight with fury as he stared upon the 2 men that had taken his sister. Naruto only had a scant few seconds to spare to brace himself before Gaara smashed into him, tackling him through nearly a dozen trees and several yards of rock before the 2 of them came to a stop at the edge of an ankle-deep river, the precipice of a waterfall and the edge of the cliff not too far off, the edge covered in river stones that dug into Naruto's back as he skidded along the surface. Growling, the blonde pressed both legs to Gaara's chest before he threw the Kazekage off, smashing him against a tree before he got to his feet. Forming several hand seals, he breathed out a great fire dragon towards the Kazekage, only for a pillar of sand to meet it. Naruto grunted before he looked to Kakashi, who still held Temari over his shoulder but had given them a wide berth. "Go Kakashi, I will deal with him shortly and join you." Kakashi began but stopped before he nodded and ran, Temari still over his shoulder. If he stayed here he'd more than likely be a hindrance rather than an asset. Besides, if anyone could get out of this then it was Naruto. "No!" Gaara roared at the retreating man's back before he unleashed another pillar of sand towards him, only for the attack to be intercepted by hundreds of wind blades which cut the sand apart, making them little grains that Gaara couldn't reform before Kakashi vanished into the trees. But Gaara was undeterred. Leaping high into the air, he formed his sand platform beneath him, ready to pursue when Naruto lunged at him from below, but the red chakra around him gave his intent away, and in his slightly injured state Gaara was more than fast enough to form another clump of sand that slammed right into Naruto's side, right over the spot he was injured. Another roar was heard as Naruto was thrown aside, slamming into the river floor with damn near bone-crushing force. Growling low in his throat, the Jinchuriki's eyes flashed red. Very well, he thought before he took some more of his blood and wiped it over the second seal on his wrists. The ensuing explosion of red chakra seemed to shift the very atmosphere around them. The water currently coming in contact with the Konoha Jinchuriki bubbled and boiled as the injury at his side finally closed up with a hiss as the red chakra literally boiled off the burnt flesh that had been hampering his healing. Gaara grunted and was unable to control the sand platform for very long after due to the fact that the heat had turned it into glass. Falling back to the river, Gaara himself released a growl low in his throat as he glared at Naruto's back, a tail of sand beginning to form behind him as his eyes shifted in color. Naruto had defeated him once before when they were younger, and by all accounts was far beyond his league. But for Gaara, much more was on the line than just his life. The moment Naruto had threatened his sister and harmed his brother, this became far more than just him. And by God, if he did not defeat the Konoha Jinchuriki here today, then he would put him in such a state that a genin could do it instead. Naruto straightened slowly, his body adapting once again to the feel of 2 taels worth of chakra. He could feel the power coursing through his veins. With this power, he had to make this quick, very quick. He had managed to train his body over the last decade to withstand more and more of the fox's chakra for longer periods of time. He could withstand 1 tael of the demon's raw yuki for nearly half an hour. 2 taels of the beast he could withstand for nearly 10 minutes before it began damaging him. 3 taels worth was no less than 3. And he had never gone so far to use 4 taels of the demon's raw yuki. Still, as he straightened and turned to face his opponent, eyes that bled into crimson fogs clashing with diamond gold, he determined that, even in his injured and tired state, 2 taels would be more than enough to defeat him in 10 minutes. Drawing his 2 blades, the Devil King took his stance. Oh yes, more than enough. When Akina arrived at the gorge that marked the border of Konoha and Kyuubi, she couldn't stop the startled gasp from escaping her throat. "Lady Yuang!" she cried before she leapt down, landing at the now-freed woman's side. The log having been cut by several wind jutsu, Liang knelt at her side, his features as impassive as he could hold them, his normally impeccable clothing matted with dried mud and blood. He was holding Ying's hand in his own, a tender gesture of affection she never would have thought she would have the privilege of seeing from her master towards his wife. Still, her thoughts on her master's tenderness towards his wife left her as she looked to the medics. "What happened?" she questioned with an obvious tone of worry and a hint of anger in her voice. The medic shook his head. "That damn Konoha bastard cut the tree and made it fall on her, damn near broke every bone in her legs, several times over." He added as an afterthought as he looked to the fallen Kiri swordsman who still lay face down in the dirt at the edge of the gorge with a sneer on his face. "Fucking bastard," he snarled. "Akina." Liang's gravely voice, heavy with emotion which was held carefully close to himself, reached her ears, bringing her eyes up to him as he reluctantly took his hand away from his wife's, standing to his full height. "Return to the village, tell them to gather every earth-based ninjutsu specialist that's not injured or dead and bring them here. We need a bridge across this gorge." Akina looked across the nearly 150-foot expanse that separated them. There was no way any ninja could throw that far to launch a wire or sorts, and there was no way humanly possible that any one of them could jump this expanse. She was about to speak when 2 great flares of chakra which she easily recognized as demonic yuki passed over them like a great shockwave, forcing many of the men to brace themselves lest they lose their footing. Her eyes widened at the familiarity of the chakra, before she became aware of the other. "You mean you truly don't know then?" Naruto's words again went through her mind, the confusing thoughts returning tenfold, as if magnified with his presence alone. "The Kazekage." Liang muttered to himself with narrowed eyes. "We have to help him." Akina spoke as she turned to look at him. But Liang merely glanced at her in reply before he shook his head. "From here, there's nothing that we can do." Before he turned to walk back to his wife, moving to leave his shocked student behind. "Bubut-sensei, he'll get killed." She spoke as she gripped the sleeve of his robe with a firm hold, bringing the man to a halt. Liang didn't move for a moment before he turned back to her. They stared into each other's eyes, dark, apathetic brown clashing with a pleading blue. "As I said, there's nothing we can do," he said before pulling himself free of her grip and making his way back to his wife. Akina bit her lip for a moment, staring at the steadily reddening horizon with a look of hesitation about her. However, when a second wave of yuki washed over her, she made her decision. Walking back a few feet, the young girl took a deep breath. Zhuge Liang, as if sensing the sudden change in his student, turned, and at the sight of her determined filled gaze knew what she was going to attempt. No, don't. But his words fell on deaf ears as the girl ran forward, chakra flowing down her legs and pushing her forward until she reached the very edge of the cliff and gave a single powerful leap. Liang skidded to a halt at the edge and watched in mild frustration as red chakra bubbled from the girl's arms before it shot forward, extending like claws that dug deeply into the trees on the other side, which she used to pull herself up. She offered one last, slightly apologetic glance towards him before she turned and ran towards the Yuki. Liang mentally cursed, Gaara he could afford to lose, Suna would almost certainly rise in retaliation to such an act. Akina, however, he could not. Though by herself, she had proven to have no chance of defeating the Devil King, she had proven to be able to go at least toe-to-toe with him in a fight for a while at least, which is more than most could claim. With Yujito at her side, those chances of victory were raised. But one without the other would undoubtedly fail. Cursing again, he turned to his messengers. We need a bridge across this gorge now. Knowing that their lord was not one to ever raise his voice spurred the messengers to run faster as they made their way back to Kumo. Liang looked to the horizon once again, darkened ever more by the rising levels of Yuki. Kakashi stumbled as he nearly lost his footing running through the trees, pain throbbing from the point of his injury and spreading out like red-hot wire being pulled through his whole body, legs burning with pain as he tried to continue putting one leg in front of the other. His vision was getting blurry, exhaustion beginning to settle in as blood loss took its toll. No, Kakashi shook his head. I can't fail, Guan, and Naruto placed their trust in me. He thought as he swallowed heavily, ignoring the coppery taste of his own blood as it coated the inside of his mouth. He stared to his feet. Come on, just one foot, in front of the other, come on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. As he continued his mantra, Kakashi continued to trudge along the forest, each step feeling as if he was dragging a 20-pound weight on his ankles. Lady, first thing I'm gonna do when I get back, is put your ass on a diet. His thoughts ended however as footsteps sounded to his right, tensing as he drew a kunai. Kakashi placed his back to a tree. There's no way, I can still feel Naruto's chakra. Did they manage to get past him? His worries proved to be for nothing however as a hesitant voice reached him. Kakashi? It was with great relief that he met the face of his longtime friend Guy. The green-wearing ninja held a look of worry, at his sides were the visibly confused forms of Kidamaru and Tayuya. Guy. Kakashi said, swallowing again before he spoke. This is a prisoner we've captured, it's a long story, and I'll tell you later, but right now. We have to get this girl back to Konoha, she can't fall into enemy hands. He groaned as he fell to one knee, adrenaline beginning to die down as he relaxed at the sight of his comrades. Guy stepping forward and holding him up by his arm. All right, give her to me, Guy said. Kakashi was about to do so but paused, before he slowly lifted his hitayate and looked upon them with the newly exposed Sharingan. Making sure it wasn't a hench, he spoke. Why are you out here? I thought the patrols wouldn't be for another 3 miles. Guy shook his head. Jiraiya-sama ordered us and a few others out here, said something about a bad feeling. I'm glad he did by the looks of things. Kakashi nodded as he handed Temari to Guy, watching as the man carried her bridal style as he turned to face Kidamaru. All right. He addressed the arachnid shinobi. Signal the medics, tell them to be ready, for 2 injured. I'll lead Kakashi there, you two, go and assist Naruto-sama. Nodding, the 2 former sound ninja vanished, heading towards where they felt the waves of Yuki. A great roar tore through the air of the creek, fires rising high into the air in the form of a great dragon, the flames spreading out into nearby trees as the beast pursued its target, the Kazekage. Gaara skidded to a halt, pivoting back on his heel before he leapt back, the dragon still following him. Sand gathered around his arm as he thrust it forward, a great pillar forming and smashing into the beast. Glass quickly formed under the sheer heat, before the flames were smothered by the sand, the billions of tiny grains continuing on their path to the other Jinchuriki. There was a crash as the pillar of sand hit its target, only for it to be blown apart, filling the air with the tiny particles as Naruto exploded forth from it, red chakra trailing behind him as he lunged for the Kazekage. With more sand quickly forming along his arms to act as armor, Gaara raised both to block the downward sword swing. Almost as if a shockwave went off, he was pushed down, back to the river with nearly mind-numbing force. He could feel the bones in his legs straining in protest to the pressure placed on them. But he ignored it, his eyes darting back up to the descending Kage, a single scimitar in one hand, he released a feral growl. Suna Shuriken. He roared as hundreds of said weapons formed from his sand around him and were subsequently launched towards the Konoha Jinchuriki. Naruto's sword moved with speed, seemingly inconceivable for such a weapon, slicing and cutting through the sands with his wind-empowered blade, stopping them each in their tracks before he extended his hand once again. A massive burst of flames straight down, watching as they hit the river, steam rising in great clouds as the torrent of flames continued to fall, Gaara vanishing within their orange glow. As Naruto stopped his attack, he landed on the boiling water, making sure to keep his feet above the water as he waited for the steam to clear. As it did, he found a single, large orb of rough glass in the middle of the river, glimmering in the sunlight. Naruto raised his blade, ready to launch a torrent of wind blades towards the glass sphere. Before he could, however, several strange clumping sounds reached his ears behind him. Spinning around, he didn't have much time to react before a spike of wet sand rose up from the river. Realizing that Gaara had used the river as a means of hiding his sand, Naruto did the best he could to brace himself before the sand slammed into him, smashing him against a tree as it held him to the wood with a vice-like grip. Grunting in pain, the ninja visibly struggled against his bonds. Shattering the sphere of glass, Gaara appeared, tail twitching behind him as he growled, his fist half clenched as he held it towards Naruto. Their eyes met for the briefest of instances, the next which Gaara closed his fist, watching as the tree was crushed beneath the pressure, blood exploding from Naruto's form. But the very next instant, something slammed into his back, and pain unlike any he had known tore through his body, blood rising from his throat and into his mouth, spilling from his lips as his hands clenched and unclenched spasmodically, his vision darkening as he started to pass out. Numbly he felt another impact at his back, a force he recognized as that of an explosion. Earth met sky as he was launched forward, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as darkness claimed him. Naruto breathed heavily, his palms smoking slightly as the Rasengan he'd used dissipated the red chakra flowing back into the seals as he willed them to reform. It had been a long time indeed since he had been pushed like this. He straightened, ready to take his leave when a sound slightly to his left caught his attention. Turning his head, he managed to catch sight of what may have been the last, or at least second to last person he would want to see at this point. Growling low in his throat, Naruto turned to face her fully. Akina took a moment to catch her breath before she leapt down into the river, listening to the splash of water and feeling the cold wetness invade her shoes as she allowed herself to fall into it. Brandishing her three-pieced staff as she took her stance, watching as he drew his second blade and did the same. The two of them beginning to circle each other. Akina took in his appearance, slightly torn clothing, his breathing much heavier than she remembered it, and the smell of blood, his blood apparently, as it carried his scent hanging thick in the air around him, gave away his exhausted state, despite his admittedly imposing appearance. Though she felt the familiar feelings of anger and resentment bubbling up to the surface, his echoing words pierced the hazing veil. "You mean you truly don't know then?" She shook her head, closing her eyes for a moment as she took a deep calming breath before she opened them again, sky blue meeting bleeding crimson. "What did you mean, back in the city, when you asked, 'You truly don't know?'" Naruto's head turned skyward as the sound of rumbling thunder gathered above him, light gray clouds beginning to gather as he could begin to hear the approaching rain. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if gathering his thoughts. "Fool girl." He spoke after a moment as his eyes snapped open, red chakra once again exploding from his form, causing Akina to have to brace herself against the assault that threatened to throw her back. Grunting in pain as a mass of the reddish chakra with no real form smashed against her, pushing her until it slammed her against a tree, holding her there as it tightened to the point of near suffocation. The burn was harsh against her skin, but not nearly as much as it would have been on another unused to the feeling. Naruto ignored his own pain on calling on the red chakra once again. He was approaching his limit, but he still had more than enough to use against her. Willing the hold of the red mass to tighten, he watched as her mouth opened in a silent scream of pain with the utmost apathy, before another wave of pain seemed to wash over him, this one, nearly double the intensity of the others, causing him to grunt in pain before another image of the Ninetales flashed through his mind's eye. Accursed Kitsune. He snarled as yet another wave of pain hit him. Akina was not sure what happened. She could feel the hold of the red chakra tightening around her to the point where she couldn't breathe. Even the scream she attempted to muster from her throat was silent, as her lungs could not muster the strength to produce it. A moment later, however, the strength behind the thing wavered and she managed to take in much needed air. Opening her eyes, she managed to catch sight of Naruto staggering slightly, his form slightly hunched and his arms shaking as they held up the blades, his pain no longer hidden as his breaths came in deep shuddering heaves. As if willed by some unseen force, her previously abated rage and anger returned tenfold, a soft voice whispering in the back of her mind, reminding her of everything he had done. All the deaths he had caused, all the lives he had taken, all the suffering he had caused, how he so callously cut down all others as if they were nothing more than roaches at his feet. Whispering in her ear, telling her to call upon the power within her. Bloodlust and the thrill of the fight was all her mind recognized as she snarled and felt her own portion of Kyuubi's chakra rising forth, almost of its own accord. The tree behind her sizzled and blackened with heat, the smell of smoke and fire mixing with that of the blood, her own eyes bleeding into crimson as she met Naruto's, who looked upon her as he felt her powers come forth and begin to press against his own. First one tail, then two, and finally the third rising from her tailbone as she snarled, the two chakras beginning to push against one another, and with a roar, Akina broke free of the hold, dispersing Naruto's chakra before she rushed him. Naruto took his stance, placing the blades in front of him, but it proved to be for nothing as the younger of the two siblings slashed at them with her claws, the force of it, shattering both blades into hundreds of metal shards. Throwing the hilts away, Naruto caught her wrist as she slashed at him, before he delivered a punch followed by an immediate elbow to her face with the same arm. Akina snarled, retaliating with a slash with her free arm, tearing off chunks of visibly burnt flesh from the Jinchuriki's chest. Naruto grunted, twisting the wrist held in his hand with savage force, feeling and hearing the sickening snap that signified the girl's now broken appendage. Akina seemed to give no never mind to the injury, however, slashing again with her hand. She was blocked this time again by Naruto's free arm. Raising herself up a bit higher, she struck back with a savage display as she bit down into the man's arm. Naruto snarled in pain as she tore off a chunk with her teeth, tendons and muscles ripping and snapping as they were torn away. Naruto molded the chakra in the back of his throat, willing the last vestiges of the fox's chakra to mold properly as he blew out a great gout of flame through his mask, the flames exploding point-blank range in Akina's face, the girl barely able to do much more than look shocked before the flames consumed her. Naruto released her, never stopping his attack as he did so. Finally, after nearly a full 30 seconds, the attack finally dissipated, revealing more steam as much of the water had been evaporated by the flames. Trees along the riverbank caught aflame or already turned to ashes. Naruto breathed heavily, the red chakra around him losing its intensity as he called it back. Finally, when the steam cleared, it revealed the three-tailed Akina, burns rapidly healing themselves on her skin as she too breathed heavily from the immense pain she must have been feeling. The bone in her arm snapping back into place before mending together properly. Naruto growled low in his throat, but before he could make much of a move against the girl, something exploded from the ground directly in front of him. Instinct and reflexes kicking in as he guessed the trajectory of the incoming attack, raising his hand to block it, only for the weapon to pierce said hand and still manage to dig deep into his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he found the weapon to be Akina's three-pieced staff, crackling with lightning chakra. He saw the girl form a quick series of hand signs before she slammed her hands into the river, her feet rising above the water level as she pushed chakra into them to keep them above the surface, molding it carefully so she could stand at least a few extra centimeters off of it. Naruto knew what was coming, but couldn't react to it in time, and in seconds, blinding pain ripped through him as hundreds of volts of lightning coursed through the water he was currently standing ankle deep in, as well as the metal staff currently impaling him. A roar of agony pried from his throat as his eyes flashed blue before they returned to crimson. A feeling of anger unknown to him since Sarutobi's death bubbling up from his chest as red chakra once again gathered around him. Enough! Was the roar that tore through the river before another burst of red chakra, this one, nearly 3 times as intense as the first one against Gaara. The water at his feet bubbled and hissed before it evaporated completely, the shockwave knocking Akina off her feet, stopping her technique and slamming her head against the stones of the river as the red chakra washed over her. The impact knocking her into a daze, the red chakra receding back into the seal as the edges of her vision darkened for a brief moment. Akina staggered for a moment as she got to her feet, her world spinning as her head throbbed from the impact. She shook her head to clear the cobwebs, but soon another kick connected with her face, sending her falling to the flowing stream rushing beneath her. The cold water and stones barely registering in her mind as she sputtered and tried to get back to her feet. The smooth river stones resting beneath, however, shifted, causing her to trip again, falling back into the water before she could even get to her knees. Naruto stalked forward, his eyes alight with fury as he snapped her weapon in two and tossed it aside, letting it splash into the water at his feet without a second glance, never once pausing in his stride. He reached down, savagely grabbed his sister's throat, taking a sick satisfaction in hearing the back of her head smack against the stones beneath the surface. She clutched onto his wrist, her claws furiously trying to tear him off but not being able to pierce the tempered steel of his gauntlets. Roughly dragging her by her throat across the stream, he stepped onto the edge of the precipice before yanking her upwards, holding her firmly, even as she struggled and thrashed in his grip. Akina felt his hand tighten around her throat. She couldn't breathe, and if he continued like this he would crush her windpipe. Her eyes opened slowly, spots forming over her vision as she began to black out. But even with the approaching darkness she could see hatred. A deep burning hatred within the hellish red eyes that glared into her own. She could feel his rage. It was almost palpable in its intensity, and for a moment, she could swear she was looking into a mirror. She gave one last attempt at retaliation and began gathering as much of Kyuubi's chakra into her arm as she could. Naruto allowed his attention to drift from her face down to her arm where the red haze was beginning to form. Enough of this. He snarled as he formed his own attack. The Rasengan, our father's technique. He thought with a somewhat ironic feeling overtaking him. How fitting that this technique is the one I will use to kill you, dear sister. The spinning ball of chakra pulsed and glowed a piercing blue, a stark contrast to the blood-red robe and glowing red eyes. As he reared his arm back, preparing to deliver the death blow, a sound to his right startled him. Snapping to the direction the sound came from, he was greeted by the sight of a sand pillar headed straight for him as Gaara had regained consciousness. Not having enough time to move out of the way, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki spared one last glance at his suffocating sibling before releasing her from his grip, allowing her to fall down the cliff he had been holding her over, and placed the Rasengan between himself and the incoming attack. With a deafening roar, the two attacks met, the flames parted as the power of the Rasengan drove straight through it. The sand pushed hard against the Rasengan. Pain began racing up and down his arm as he forced more chakra into the technique, trying to prolong the length of his attack. It placed a strain on his chakra coils using the technique in such a way, but even so his impromptu shield held firm as finally the sands dispersed and he was greeted by the sight of a panting Gaara, who was clutching his chest where no doubt the damage of the Rasengan was still being felt, blood dripping down his chin, his eyes darting from him to the edge of the precipice where he had dropped Akina without so much as batting an eyelash. His eyes visibly narrowed with cold fury as he stared back upon his red ones. Soon his Yuki again started spiking, rising higher and higher. As he let the Rasengan dissipate, Naruto moved to take a step forward towards the Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Though he was exhausted from his numerous battles today, he was intent on putting the Kage down once and for all. He'd rather avoid killing him, as with his death the chances of Suna's prolonged willingness to fight would increase. Because of Gaara's rising Yuki, however, it was far too late when he felt her presence behind him once again, that accursed presence that brought forth what little emotion he knew. It was a split-second thing. As he moved to turn, he barely took a step when a red, chakra-laced, claw-like arm punched through the right side of his chest. He felt pain, burning, agonizing, clenching pain scorched throughout his entire chest, the feeling of her bloodlust, her rage. His eyes widened as blood exploded from his chest and mouth, accumulating behind his metallic face mask before it was allowed to slowly seep out from the edges. He looked down to where the arm was punching through his chest. Red blood with chunks of flesh and tissue hung from the razor-like claws at the end of each finger. His red eyes fading for a brief moment and returning to his normal blues before flashing back to red, a strangled gurgling growl escaped his throat as he turned his head to look behind him, finding the familiar face of his beloved sister snarling back at him as she twisted the arm currently piercing his chest cavity. He faintly registered Gaara's surprised gasp but paid no attention to it. Time to end this. She repeated his previous statement before she savagely yanked her arm free, grabbed him by his cloak and threw him over the edge of the cliff. It seemed over. For a moment his body hung in the air, ready to fall to his final resting place. Then Naruto threw a thread of ninja wire which wrapped around her neck. She tried to channel chakra into her feet to keep them firmly upon the ground, but with a shift, the stones along the riverbed went with her, and with a frantic but futile struggle she was dragged over the edge along with him. The howling winds echoed down the mountain where two forms barely recognized it as they continued their titanic struggle. Akina had maneuvered herself to fall faster and had continued her vicious assault on her injured sibling, the rage once again returning to the forefront of her mind. Naruto could scarcely defend himself as nearly the entire upper right side of his body was utterly useless. Blood rose past her as she fell, the red fluid escaping through his horrendous injury which was struggling to heal. His lung had been thoroughly torn up, bone marrow seeped from his shattered ribs into his bloodstream, tiny bone fragments were littered throughout the hollow wound. It was getting harder, numbness began creeping along his extremities and he found his own movement sluggish as his vision began to darken and blur. He barely managed to lean back enough to avoid his sister's claw slash. Even so, the claw-like extensions from Kyuubi's chakra stretched outwards, slashing him along his left shoulder, the chakra burn immediately cauterizing the wound. He could see her through the haze, her rage was taking over. Her smile, it was the same kind of smile he had seen many times on the face of the kitsune. Her eyes flashed and he knew that the fox was watching him now through her eyes, possibly even controlling her actions. That sick twisted smile was one of satisfaction in the knowledge that he would soon be free. Naruto growled as anger bubbled in his chest. That blasted kitsune, he was not so weak that he would allow himself to die before his worthless sister. He refused, both the indignity and granting the fox the satisfaction he so desperately sought. As Akina reared back to take another swipe at him, he struck. Red chakra exploded from his left arm, striking the young girl in the chest and smashing her against the cliff face. Its form was crude in comparison to the claw, merely looking like a red cloud that held her in place against the wall, scrapping her along as they fell, and he struggled to push her harder against its surface. He could see rugged patches of blood trailing behind her. No doubt the jagged rocks had shredded the skin of her back and were currently working on making mincemeat out of the muscle and tissue beneath. His arm burned with pain, and the smell of flesh strong in his nostrils. He saw they were beginning to approach the ground. He struggled to push her even harder against the stone and heard a sickening crunch as her head hit something that was most likely much harder than it. And for a moment everything slowed down, before both their forms slammed against the floor with a sickening thud and cracking sound as bones broke and limbs shattered, their forms bouncing lifelessly. And for Naruto, everything went black. Hours later his eyes snapped open, a strangled gasp escaping his lips, arching his back slightly, causing agonizing pain to rip through his chest. He struggled to breathe. Something was suffocating him, his mask. He visibly struggled to lift up his hand to undo the clasps holding the metallic contraption in place. His fingers shaking as he realized he could barely feel them. Idly he wondered just how much blood he had lost. But banished the thought from his mind as he finally undid the mask and managed to draw in a full, unobstructed breath, letting his hand fall limply to his side as his eyes blurry as they were stared to the sky overhead, burning with orange and purple, indicating that dusk was approaching. His chest heaved as his breaths came in short pants, his vision blurred again before it came back into focus. Was he dying? His memory was fuzzy. He didn't remember how he had gotten here very well. He remembered, running. He had been running from something. Then he remembered, anger, then pain. His senses prickled and slowly he turned his head to look at whoever he was sensing and found blood-soaked blonde hair, matted down on the head of a young girl. Soon, he remembered who she was and his memory began to clear. His sister. Blood covered her form from head to toe. The grass around her was actually brown because of it. Much of her shirt was torn at the back and she was most certainly unconscious. He looked down to his chest where he remembered she had wounded him, very badly, and found the gaping hole was still there, but luckily, Kyuubi's chakra had saved him. It had cauterized the wound. He wasn't bleeding nearly as much as it would be otherwise. He would survive, at least for now. But, he knew that without a team of medics he would most likely not even survive the dusk. He could feel just how hard it was to breathe right now, and the excruciating pain every breath brought him accentuated that. He let his eyes travel up towards Akina again and wondered if she was still alive. No. He knew she was alive. This one was not one to let death take her so easily. He knew she was alive. He struggled to pick himself up and make his way over to her, but he could barely pick up his own head, let alone drag himself the 15 or so feet between them to kill her. He hated her, and he didn't even know why. But just looking at her brought such a strong emotion of resentment bubbling up from within him. It was confusing, really. She had earned his ire, and she had done nothing but merely exist. Akina groaned, the pain throbbing through her entire form making her rethink her conscious state. Her eyes opened, diluted and hazy as she struggled to regain her bearings. Finally her eyes regained their light and she saw him. She recognized him. Strangely though, the anger that had been clouding her mind only moments before was no longer present. It was still there, but not nearly as intense as it had been. She struggled to lift herself off the floor, a sickening crunch breaking through the silence as her bones finally snapped under the light strain. A scream escaping her lips as fell back to the floor. A silence descended upon the two, broken only by her gasps of pain. Finally, after almost a full minute of this, Naruto began to laugh. It was slow at first. A cold, dry laugh that would unease even the most veteran of ninja. It was the laugh of one that was seemingly long dead and was merely laughing at the irony that was life. Akina's confusion grew with each of the dry sounds that escaped his lips. Soon, it was followed by annoyance. What the fuck is so funny? Naruto ignored her, however, and ignored the pain in his chest as he continued laughing at some unheard joke. Akina's teeth gritted and soon she wanted nothing more than to stop him. Stop that horrendous laughter that mocked her, taunted her, haunted her dreams. Stop it! She screamed as her chakra flared. Naruto's laughter died down and he stared back at her, his eyes shining with dark amusement. You and me, dear sister, we are not so different after all. Her eyes stared back into his, unflinchingly as she spoke. Tell me why do you keep calling me your sister? Why did you ask me, if I truly didn't know, just what am I supposed to have known? A few chuckles escaped his lips, but it was interrupted as he coughed up blood, letting it trail down his cheek and onto the floor, staining the entire side of his face, but the amusement still remained in his eyes. I wonder. He drawled. How could you be so foolish, or is it perhaps simple ignorance, fool girl? His laughter renewed. What are you talking about? She asked as she struggled to lift herself up again, only to fail, the strength in her remaining arm all but non-existent. Naruto's eyes took on a dark look of satisfaction within them. They really never told you, did they? Ha 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 ha, stupid girl, never even bothered to ask questions, I suppose. Did you never even wonder? Never bothered to ask how you were supposedly born on the 15th, 5 days after the Kyuubi attack, yet still have a piece of it sealed in you. You're pathetic. Told me what? She questioned, a tone of fear overtaking the pain laced in her voice, the horrifying lines her mind was beginning to draw causing her stomach to lurch. Naruto looked to her from the corner of his eyes. Or perhaps you did question, and they merely told you lies, or evaded your questions entirely, ha ha ha. He looked back to her from the corner of his eye and watched with sick satisfaction as her features shifted from one of confusion, to one of slowly dawning horror as she weakly shook her head, her eyes gaining a defiant edge to them. Though Naruto could see that this defense was as weak and pathetic as she was. No, she said as she continued shaking her head. No. It can't be. No. You're the one who killed my parents, we couldn't, Take a good look at me, dear sister. He chuckled as he interrupted her ramblings, the normally affectionate term released with a hint of venom dripping in his words. Take a good, long look. He repeated, watching as her eyes hesitantly looked back to him, and he watched them fill with tears as she looked at him, truly looked at him for the first time and saw his blue eyes staring straight back at her. Eyes identical to her own. Suddenly her eyes took on an anger as she growled. No. I refuse to believe this. It just isn't possible. This is just another of your tricks. You're a monster? A demon? A murderer? His smile turned somewhat malicious. The only living family you have left? He finished, the cruelty and venom laced in his voice, veiled beneath cold amusement. Dear sister. The last word was a hiss. So insidious and malicious it made her skin crawl. She shook her head again, her form visibly shuddering as cold chills ran up and down her spine. Bile rose into the back of her throat and the sickening pit forming in her stomach as a strange mixture cold numbness and gripping pain spread through her chest. No, he's lying, he has to be lying, this just can't be. Naruto's response was to merely laugh, it was long and cruel, vaguely registering in her shocked mind. As Naruto's laughter faded, two forms appeared kneeling at his side. They had seen him just before he fell, but they had never expected to see him in this state. It had become almost inconceivable. Both shinobi held a surprise-induced fear as they looked down on the bloodied form of their leader. Naruto-sama? Tayuya questioned with audible disbelief in her voice. Tayuya. Naruto spoke, recognizing her chakra signature, knowing it was not any genjutsu or henge. He didn't know why she was here, but at this point he would not complain. Questions could be asked later. I can sense several Umbu teams from Kumo beginning to make their way down the cliff. We must leave now. Kadamaru nodded but looked to the other injured shinobi, and what about that one? The words seemed to pierce the veil over her mind and her eyes traveled to Naruto, his own eyes meeting her own with a strange emotion within them. Leave her. He said with a small rumble vibrating through his chest, something that could only be described as a chuckle. Akina's eyes widened and her mouth opened to say something, but before she could, the two ninja grabbed their leader and leapt away, escaping from Kumo. Minutes later Naruto's eyelids began growing heavy, his vision darkening. The new world. His faint voice escaped his unmasked lips, reaching the two ninja currently carrying him, causing them to look upon him with mild worry gracing their features. It should have been now. He gasped out before his head slumped forward, his world finally surrendering his struggle to remain awake.